Against one more, you could attack for this. Just the pass. Penny's there. It's over. Fernando Cifuentes has found it.
You've been patient. You've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
From that
Close combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Chopper Cross gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets a look down. Can you look down the Wishcast where he has a little bit of health left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
I can't wait. I can't wait. And you know what? It seems like far away, but the World Championships, just like, you never know. It's just going to be right around the corner. But yeah, let's go ahead and check out, what our competitors are competing for. The CP breakdown here. Again, this is what you need to get to the Pokemon World Championships.
Yeah, these points are so valuable moving into the new season that we have here. Collect as many as you can, as often as you can, because you don't know when you might need a little bit more of a bump this year. When we're trying to reach the 125 spots in North America, every single one of these will continue to help you. And why not add a first place in there and get yourself a guaranteed trip to the next World Championship in Anaheim?
I was just about to say that. Yeah, don't worry about it. Just win this tournament. And then,
we've seen it once.
Yeah.
It's already happened here for Henry. Maybe we'll see it again.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's for sure. And of course, let's go ahead and take a look at the meta-analysis for Baltimore. Actually, we just had that. I know you guys worked it. Things are gonna be a little bit different for this tournament, but let's go ahead and check this out.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're introducing a whole new set now here in Louisville, but this was a look back at Baltimore, our day one. There might be a couple of cards maybe
Ogre you need to juice up, my guy.
Yeah, absolutely. But of course, we see our Baltimore winner there in Henry Chow. I think everyone was a bit shocked by that win in Baltimore.
Yeah, not by the player, but by the deck choice. He continued to ride with the Gardevoir, and it just doesn't have a lot of hype behind it. And he manufactured it all by himself with the inclusion of Secret Box. And he got people wondering, is this a deck that you have to consider? Spoiler alert, Homeboy's looking like 3-0 already here, too, so he's not done.
With the same deck?
I'm not going to give that O.
Oh, yeah, true. Good call. Good call, Kyle.
We have to put it up on stream just so we can know. I'm curious now, too.
Hey, I mean, that's a solid start there, but I mean, look at all these other Pikachus on here. To be determined, you can put your face on this graphic here. Just come attend our regional championships and get all the way to the top.
Or we could have 9 Henrys, We could just flood it with Henry. You guys going to stop them or what?
I believe that. I believe that could happen. You know what? Let's bring it back again. I want to look at the meta-analysis for Baltimore. And there we go. We juiced up a couple of Pokemon here.
Now you get 2 prize cards.
Beautiful. Yeah, I mean, we were talking so long about Regidrago, how it was the most powerful deck in the format. You see it there, almost 20% of what our day one analysis was. But that actually changed up quite a bit. And the top play decks that you see there were not really the decks we saw succeeding throughout the tournament in Baltimore.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting to watch the culmination of the event. Palkia was doing well. We saw Lugia coming back. We're like, what year is this? And has anybody realized that there's other cards to play with? Now we have this inclusion of a brand new set, and it's going to get a little spicier this time around.
Hey, I'm just glad to know that, a card that I got 2 years ago, I can play it for pretty much the entire season, seems like.
Yeah.
You can lug and chop your way to victory for years, apparently.
Absolutely.
100%. And I just have to say, probably the best card in this analysis is just the Ogre Pond, right? It's in the top 1 deck, top 2. There's a lot of green on
I don't
the
know.
field.
I like that unknown there on the side.
All right, but here's the day 2 analysis here for Baltimore. And what's changed here is we had Lugia soaring to 2nd place.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Raging Bolt either, but the conversion rate was definitely interesting for us to follow along. There were a pretty good amount of Regidrago players that were at the top, and they continued to convert, but it didn't really happen on that top 8 stage.
That's for sure. And now let's go ahead and check out our
Oh
North
my
American
goodness.
leaderboard.
Gross.
Yo, look at that lead, though.
Can you calm
That's
down, Raul?
wild.
Like Lizzie Goblin is
Difference.
just destroying everyone by 300 points right now.
I mean, can you imagine the last 3 tournaments you've been to, which includes the World Championship, by the way, you're in the single digits. This man's on fire.
I mean, as long as the single digit isn't 9, he's excited, which has been the case for so much of his career.
I was gonna say,
but he
he's
is
still trying to
converting
get,
now.
He's still trying to get that single digit 1, though. Let's talk about that.
He's got it right now with
I
the
know,
leaderboard.
right?
But it's-
Hey, honestly, that's what matters there because, you know, we talked about before, getting those championship points is so important. But as you said, Kyle, top 125. This is going to be a fight all throughout the season for all of these players that are sitting here. So if they're starting already on this page here, top 16 so far in North America, they're starting off their season very strong to potentially coast into the World Championships later on.
Yeah, a lot of these names also are not players that did tremendously well at the first regional of the year for North America. They've been grinding. We see a lot of cup grinders that are doing pretty
locals.
well in that opening, and shout out to them for potentially getting themselves in a spot to convert 125 early.
No, it just really shows the skill of our North American players. You know, these are names that we've seen back to back, we've seen for years at a time, and you know, I'm not surprised to see them here at all. But let's go ahead and take a look at the leaderboard for EU now. I mean, who do you expect it to be?
There's a lot of great names. Well, it's so often the same people for us. I feel like at least 15 of these names are just repeat offenders over and over again for us.
Yeah.
Toward Reckliff showing off Stefan and Yel and Pedro. It's so many great people showing up and putting in the work.
I mean, Alberto Conti there on this 22nd, and you know, it's just as important here to really just maintain your record. Again, we have a pretty cutthroat season ahead of us, you really do want to be the very best. With that, let's go ahead and take a look at the champions, though, of the European regionals. And so far, we've only had one.
Just one.
Dortmund, Ryuki Okada.
What a finals we had too.
My God.
It was difficult, obviously, for Rahul. He didn't have the setup he was looking for, but Ryuki played flawlessly. One of my favorite players to watch this year already. Just the amount of fun that he had, but also ridiculous multi-prize turns all over the place, just showing flawless play.
Yeah, that finals match those were matches we've always wanted to cast, Kyle, for sure. Like, we were watching the Dust Wars pop off, multi-prize turns. I mean, I was at home screaming at my screen, for sure. It was cool.
We're just casting from our couch.
I know, right? Exactly.
We just can't help it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. But I mean, talking about taking to first place, you're going to Worlds. That's huge here. That's a big change for our season for Ryuki there. So I'm sure so happy about that.
Absolutely. I'm sure it was huge. And again, hey, you know what? We're here right now. We're going to be casting those matches because we're in the same format. We're going to be seeing those Terrapagoses, those Dustnors really pop off. And that's actually the first thing I want to talk about. How do we feel that Terrapagos is going to do here in North America?
I like turtles.
Turtles are great. We've had Blastoise do well in years past. It's Terrapagos time, and it really is just such an impressive deck. We've seen Skyfield before. Now we have the Underground. We're just flooding the bench with all these great spots, and it's just a very simple strategy. Just flood your board, deal damage as fast as you can, but then with that inclusion of the Dusknor, you have so much opportunity to surprise your opponent. Take the prize cards at opportune times for yourself, disrupt with the Iono, and then use those counter catchers for your benefit as well. It's just a scary deck.
No, I agree. You mentioned it was a simple strategy, but I feel like this is a deck that is actually very, very difficult to master. Yeah. Realizing when to pop off those Dustnors, when to really go for gold, win right now. We're going to see matches literally last probably 2 turns, 2-3 turns, give or take. So good luck, guys. Make sure you're upbeat, you're fast, and all that. But I'm so excited to see this Dustnor again. Terrapagos Dustnor. I mean, this is an archetype, you mentioned it earlier, that is established, you know, throughout the history of Pokemon. But the new thing to me is that Spice, that Dustnor, being able to just pop off, you give up one prize, but I'll do 130 damage to your side of the board. Not only does that activate so many counter strategy, you know, activating your counter catchers, falling behind, but it's exactly where you want to be, because slow and steady wins the race.
Yeah, I mean, prize manipulation is such a cool mechanic in the Pokemon TCG, but I know there's big fans of it, and then there's other people that are not big fans of it, because you see it now in so many decks are playing that, playing the Dusknoir line, just because it just makes sense here. It's, in a lot of our format with still we have decks running around that have those smaller HP Pokemon that you can start to take out in the earlier turns, and then you really debilitate your opponent if you could do that as well. So it's definitely a very cool mechanic. I'm excited to actually see it pop off here, because we really haven't seen it over at our NA regionals yet. We didn't get to get that spice in Baltimore, so we're here in Kentucky trying to get it now.
That's for sure. But you know what? I mean, it's the perfect Pokemon. It's the spooky season. But it's not the only good ghost Pokemon out right now. There's, of course, Dragapult EX. You know, he's a ghost. He's a dragon and a ghost, technically. But yeah, this is a Pokemon that is, I feel like it's just been great throughout the meta. But the real question is, which is the better dragon? Is it Regidrago? Is it Dragapult? Where does it fit better? What do you think, Kyle?
Yeah, it's tough because the hit points are so important. Being over that 280 mark basically sets you for having that Pokemon out for multiple turns guaranteed at this point. It's very hard to knock out this Pokemon unless you're Raging Bolt on the other side. And we've seen players start to convert to that strategy. Yeah, it's really hard to get a Stage 2 Pokemon in play, but you throw down rare candies and you use those Arvins and you find the strategy this quickly, you can definitely turn things around and put a lot of damage on the board early. Into what you were saying, Boo, earlier, those smaller hit point Pokemon, you're knocking them out with the back end of your attack. You're still doing 200 to the active, but you can clear out a Duskull or a Pidgey or some other Pokemon and just completely destroy your opponent's strategy.
Yeah, and then with the prize manipulation point as well, you're bringing up Pokemon into the active so you could take multiple prize card knockouts. It's really, really cool to see Dragapult be played at the highest level from our top competitors here, because when it seems so smooth. It's so smooth. They're just taking knockouts left and right, and it feels like there's nothing you can do to respond.
I have to say now, I guess I have to defend Regidrago a bit.
Good luck.
Do it. Go.
No,
you don't get to play. Yeah, you don't get to play Radiant Alakazam. That card is awesome.
No, I mean, hey, Regidrago. It's a stage 1, and it has a very powerful V-Star power. Being able to just reuse a lot of your core pieces, reusing your ace specs, it's great, and you turbo out, right? It's one of those Ogre Pond decks, but. No, okay, you guys got me. All right, Reggie.
Hey, you do have a super cool owl in your deck now. The 1/1 Noctowl is kind of gas.
That's
Searching out like double E-switch or something and just knocking an opponent out turn 2, I'll give you that much.
Or the bat, the Noivern. That could be cool.
Okay,
you can see some Noivern spice.
Yeah, good luck playing your special energies, Turtle.
Turtle.
No, I have to agree. I really do like where Dragapult is positioned in the format. I feel like the inclusion of the new ace spec, the Sparkling Crystal, just gave it a new lease on life, really. Like, a lot more consistent. And you really have to talk about the power of just rare candy, right? Because, you know, normally it's a downside. You know, I'm a stage 2 deck. That's typically a bad thing. But you get to play rare candy. If you're playing rare candy, you're playing something like Pidgeot, playing something like Dusknoir, potentially. It's just such a great card. We're at the reign of stage 2s, I think.
Yeah, I agree. I think it unlocks a lot of either consistency or extra attackers, and those are both really great to have.
Well, you know, a Pokemon that has something to say about these big stage 2 Pokemon, it's going to be Raging Bolt.
Yeah.
This is just a big, basic, I'm fast, I'm going to hit hard.
Listen, I feel like I've heard way too much about how Raging Bolt, it's too linear, it's too easy to play, but I think that's actually the plus side of the deck. I mean, you're taking dubs in these best of 3 rounds, and that's why it's succeeding. I mean, talk about the Champions League in Tokyo, almost 5,000 players, and guess what was at the top? Raging Bolt.
Hey, sometimes, you know, it's just consistency is key.
It
If
is.
you're going to play a full day of Pokemon, another full day of Pokemon, I'd like to just attack for big damage and just try and draw cards, really.
Play 18-minute matches and go get a snack.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. They have it.
That's a big benefit. That's taking a break. Mentally, you're still focused. And sometimes that one-track mind is all you need.
I mean, we have a lot more cool supporters like coming into this format as well. But that could mean, if you're playing a different supporter, you might not be playing Iono. And if Raging Bolt is able to keep those giant hands that they always seem to have because they have so many consistency cards and drawing those cards, then that could lead to a lot of wins as well for it this weekend.
No, that's a good point. I mean, Raging Bolt could also play some of these cool supporters. I mean, let's not forget that Ogerpon is a stellar Pokemon. It means we have access to Briar. I don't really get to pull it off too much, but
yeah, like one out of every 20 games.
The threat of it is so cool.
Yes, that's true. That's true. Hey, we got to keep it spicy on the stream, so love it.
That's for sure. That's for sure. But how about we take a look at what we really think is going to win this regional championship? Let's go ahead and take a look at our caster predictions. And I just have to say, I put mine in first, Kyle.
Hey, I'm not just claiming Terapagos. There's other ways to Briar friends.
Oh, Kyle, you're taking a cop-out this week.
These are cool cards. What do you mean?
Yeah, they are actually very good cards.
You're the one on the cop-out. Those are just too good. Those are the best decks.
Well, I really actually did want to pick the turtle as well, but I gave it to you, Ancho, for this weekend.
Thank you for considering. No, thank you, Kyle.
Hey, shout out to Skarzig, though, okay? The Palkia is such a fun deck, and he has already said he wants no credit for Pidgeot if it isn't Control. So
okay.
I was about to say, it's got to be Control that Skarzig's rooting for with that Pidgeot, for sure.
I like it, Pidgeot Control specifically. We have to do a little note there, but looking at Chips, Chip is not having any of these rare candy evolution type things. It's
Chip
just
Caveman, Chip hit Pokemon.
Big Pokemon hit hard. I love it. No, I think those are really good picks from Chip. I love the Miraidon in there sneaking in. I mean, we could have, I feel like people come to these tournaments, they love Miraidon, they've played it for a long time, and they're like, well, I mean, looks pretty good in this format, so I'm just going to play and hope for the best in my matchups. And I think we could see quite a bit of them running around here potentially.
No, definitely. Just have to hit those generators, right? And hey, you know what? It's nice to agree for once, Kyle.
Right?
I think we got
Finally.
the best picks.
It took a long time, but watch us be horribly wrong now.
Oh, no.
If we go down together.
There we go.
All right, so these are what we think is going to succeed. Let's go ahead and take a look at some players to watch over the weekend, though. I'm sure all of these names are very familiar.
Oh my gosh. I love these pictures.
Just Rahul Reddy there again. I wouldn't be surprised if it makes it to top 8 again this time. Sometimes if you're just running hot, you're running hot. And I already know, I got to interview him already a little bit. He's still playing that Lugia. Same 60. He's announced.
Are we shocked? Are we surprised?
We took like 3 of the 5 most popular Lugia players ever and threw them on a board here.
And two of them have Lugia that they're holding as well.
Yep. Of course, Hedrick with the undefeated runs with the Lugia back in the day. I'm not sure we're going to see it this time around, but
hey, we might see
all of them know how to use the chop.
Yeah, that is for sure. I mean, Kieran as well, so close to that first place, taking second in Baltimore, now back here in Louisville as well, trying to see some success. I'm excited to see. I mean, we already know what Rahul's playing. I'm excited to see what the other 2 players are rocking this
I guess the only question is, did he change the deck list at all?
Yeah, 1 card difference.
Was John Ang able to do that while he was sleeping?
No, that's for sure. Just seeing all those Lugias, though, makes me a happy camper. Yeah. With that, let's go ahead. Of course, just want to remind all the folks at home to be following on our social media, on our Twitch, on our Twitter, YouTube, X, Facebook, all that. It's going to be @PlayPokemon or /Pokemon.
#PlayPokemon.
Oh, don't forget those tweets. I love seeing those so that we can pull them, share it here on stream. And of course, don't forget, we have those, you get to pick the matches on Twitch, the community choice. So that's something to definitely watch out for. With that, I'm sure the match is going to start very, very shortly, but we're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere.
The players were definitely champing at the bit to get these cards and test with them. And Dust Noir has been a long time coming. It's been on everyone's radar, but it wasn't really showing up the way that we expected it to right out of the gate. But now it's really come into its own for this tournament, especially with all that lead up, as you mentioned, Chip. But for those of you in the audience who are just joining us, I want to take a moment to refresh you about the format for this weekend's event. Let's take a look.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
It's going to be a tough competition, certainly, but we've already had so many kind of up-and-comers make a name for themselves. And for the threshold, based on the number of competitors for this weekend, Chip, we need 18 match points day 1 to make day 2.
Yeah, 18 match points in order to get into day 2, and then that's when you really get to start competing for these big cash prizes. $1,000 to the top 32, scaling all the way up to $10,000 for first place in the TCG Masters division, and of course, tons of Pokemon TCG booster packs.
We say it all the time, Chip. The players are here for the glory. They're here for those championship points, maybe even auto-qualifying for Worlds. But that prize money is nothing to sneeze at.
No, not at all. I mean, we're seeing some players, earning an actual wage, basically, because of their success in the Pokemon TCG over the last couple of seasons. It's really become some of these players' jobs to commit to this game and fully dive in, and it's a really cool thing to see. But then also on the other side of that coin, we see people show up and just kind of, ball out at their first event in years, right? It's really cool that we get this kind of unique mix of both the heavily competitive players that are going to every single tournament, and then also the people who just want to play some Pokemon TCG.
At the end of the day, this is a celebration of the Pokemon TCG, and it's just a matter of finding what is most important to you. I'm just getting word, Chip, that we have a little bit of an update as well about the current standings of the tournament. A few rounds have already happened, folks, so we can see some early records, maybe some early indications of who we're going to be seeing later on and in day 2.
Yeah, very cool to see. An old school name I recognize there at number 3, James Arnold. He's been around the game for forever. He won a regional championships back in 2017, I believe, is from Kentucky, so competing here in his home state, making a great showing at 3-0 already. you know, he's someone who's very known for playing off the wall, more unique decks, more rogue into the meta. So I'm really curious to see what he's playing this weekend.
That is a factor. A lot of pros have mentioned that the meta is pretty wide open, and this is where a lot of these rogue deck builders tend to shine.
Yeah, and there are tons of other players as well who are 3-0. There are just under 2,000 total competitors at the event this weekend. So plenty of players still 3-0. And of course, you need to get to a 6-2 or 5-0-3 record to lock up a spot in day 2. 18 match points, as you mentioned, Adam, is the mark that these players are looking to reach.
And once that's said and done, the competition is going to be cut down even more fierce. You can expect all the big names that aren't on this graphic right now, but any of the big pros that we mentioned, you know, Kieran Farah, Rahul Reddy at the top of the show, they are going to be out there in the field hunting for their next big win.
Yeah, I believe Kieran and Rahul are both also 3-0 at this point in the tournament. Andrew Hedrick, our other player to watch, I believe 2-1. Of course, our NAIC champion earlier this year. Tons of great players we're going to be following throughout the weekend. You're definitely not going to want to miss it.
And we can take now a look at some notable matches. These are players that are out on the floor playing and are matched up. Kieran Farah, as we just talked about, going up against Sean Jackson, and Caleb Rogerson, another big name that shows up on our graphics all the time, Chip, going down there. And these are the matches. We can only pick one match to show on the stream for our audience at home, but rest assured, there's always some bangers that we just can't quite get around to.
Yeah, Ryan Antonucci's been on a little bit of a streak with good old Snorlax. He played it to a solid finish at Worlds, a day 2 finish in Baltimore. Have to see if he's continuing on with that Snorlax trend. And these two names that we have for our stream match, you know, they might not be people you recognize, but I think when you see the decks that these players have chosen to play, things all make sense. Adam, I genuinely am so excited for this. Two of these decks, both of these decks being at 3-0, absolutely incredible. And the fact that we're going to see them playing against each other, the audience really is in for a treat.
And without further ado, we can actually head right down to the table. The players are situated, sat down, ready to play, ready to show the world the spice that they have brought. And a lot of people in the audience are certainly going to enjoy this match, Chip.
Yeah, really looking forward to this. So on the left, we have Blake DeChico, someone who's been around the Pokemon scene for a long time as far as, you know, played the old school video games back when he was younger. But this is his first year playing the Pokemon trading card game. And over on the right, we've got Jim O'Brien, who is involved in this game because he had a child who got interested in Pokemon. So it's really cool.
You
get to see kind of both aspects of the game here, right? You know, the people who've been around and loved it for a long time. And then, you know, there are tons of parents competing at every single one of these Pokemon tournaments. And Jim, off to an excellent start here, 3-0, repping it for the Pokedads.
Typically, we see it the other way around. You know, the Pokedads have their young kids that they teach the game that they want to share their passion and their hobby with, but sometimes it does go in the reverse. And if you have somebody who knows the game well, this is something we talk about all the time with the potential competitors, people who are on the fence. As long as you've got someone in your corner to break the game down for you, put you on a fun deck that they know that you'll enjoy, this could be you. 3-0 at a classic regional and coming up here on the stream.
So the decks that these players have chosen to bring, on the left, Blake DeChico is playing Quaff. This is kind of one of these old school off-meta road decks. Yeah, not so old school, I guess. Maybe that's a poor choice of words, but it's been around for a while now at this point, and it pops up every once in a while. We'll see it have a little bit of a spurt, a little bit of a run at a regional championships. But Jim O'Brien here is playing something I don't think we have ever seen, and that is Okie Dokie.
Here in a truly constructed format is blowing my mind, Chip. We're kicking things off already. Blake getting the Town Store and the Binding Mochi already attached. If this Pokemon in the active spot is poisoned, its attacks do 40 extra damage. Cloth kind of already hits like a truck, and now it's able to reach these bigger numbers that were holding it back before.
Yeah, of course, that unhinged scissors attack dealing 30 base damage, and then 160 more damage if the Cloth is affected by a special condition. And the main way Blake is going to be activating that clause is by utilizing the Brute Bonnet that he does play in the deck. its ability Toxic Powder. If it has a Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it, you can poison both active Pokemon, except for, of course, Ancient Pokemon usually will have that Ancient Booster Capsule, keeps you away from those special conditions and all of that. But right away, Blake just grabs the Ultra Ball for the Squawk ability. That tells me that his hand is not super strong, and we're going to see that Squawk and Seize.
You've got to dig a little deeper. There's a lot of moving parts in this list. This has been the binary with Cloth. If you get established, you can just start wailing on your opponent, hit after hit after hit. But can you find all the pieces? Brute Bonnet, Ancient Booster Capsule, and Hisuian Heavy Ball, maybe getting a second Cloth. The missing piece here is a double Turbo Energy.
Yeah, double Turbo Energy, being able to set up for the attack on the next turn. Blake does grab out that Blood Moon Ursaluna, which is a great attacking option at the end of the game. Kind of nice card that can just slot into so many decks so well, since its attacks are all colorless. And thanks to Blake playing 4 double Turbo Energy, he can actually use that Blood Moon Ursaluna maybe a little bit earlier than some other decks would be able to utilize it, thanks to its seasoned skill ability.
And with that base damage of 240 or 220, as the case may be, we'll have to see, you have to be very picky about what targets you might be able to take down later on in the game. But against another single prize deck, it's just going to be an all-out slugfest. Whichever one of these players misses a beat could fall irreparably behind. But the Toxic Powder looks like it is now used. Both active Pokemon are poisoned, and with the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler here, it's going to boost the damage that the opponent's poison Pokemon does take.
Yeah, that Poison Peak ability making it so that Okidogi over on Jim's side will be taking 30 damage as opposed to just 10 from that special condition every single turn. Now it looks like Jim is going to kick things off, and I'm excited to see what we can find from this Okidogi deck. There's a potential for a turn 1 attack here.
Yeah, Blake, even though, can't attack going first, still got a little bit of chip damage, is perfectly established, just still needs to find those energies. There is one copy of Chorus's Tenacity to hopefully search that out, but Jim has to show us now what this Okidogi deck is capable of. If you can attach, let me see, we've got a Legacy Energy in the deck chip and Luminous Energy. This is going to count for fighting and also the Darkness Energy to activate that Adrena Power ability, boosting its HP by 100 and its damage by 100.
Yeah, it's not like Okidogi really hits any specific great numbers into any of the meta decks. Obviously, you hit Terrapagos for weakness, so you can one-hit KO that pretty easy. It's really just about being a straightforward, consistent deck that it's a one-prize Pokemon that has a lot of HP and does a reasonable amount of damage. Good punch, is pretty good, it turns out. And the way Jim using his deck list here is going to be setting up these Okidogis is through the use of Experience Share in order to retain energy into play turn after turn as his Okidogis are getting KO'd, but also using Energy Sticker, a card we have not seen too much. He couldn't utilize that in order to potentially get some extra energy cards in play, provided, of course, he can flip heads.
Ooh, I like the beautiful switch card there. Just getting rid of poison, but also healing off that chip damage. And there's the EXP share you were talking about, Chip. Keeping those energies in play is so important to keep up your pressure, to keep up with your opponent's pace. I can imagine this Okidogi deck would be absolutely frustrating for something like a Raging Bolt to chew through all of this HP, potentially forcing a 7-prize game with the Legacy Energy.
It looks like Jim will just hit that attachment to the active.
Professor's Research throws away the hand, still needs to dig deeper the same way we saw Blake do on his first turn with Squawkabilly.
Yeah, off these 7 cards here, I think with the attachment to the active, Jim is recognizing, okay, it's pretty unlikely I'm pulling off an attack this turn. He's trying to set up for maybe a little bit of the future. He's got the attachment to the active, the experience share, EXP share there on the bench. Will be able to retain that energy in the future turns. He recognized, yeah, it's not super likely I'm going to find Energy Sticker, flip aheads, get Luminous Energy, and switch back into another Okidogi. We'll just send this one up to the active. But here we go, first Energy Sticker.
Okay. Flips it here. Is there any energy in the discard pile? Might want to take that back.
Yeah, can't actually play that card.
Yeah, you don't want to get this mixed up with like Energy Lotto, which lets you look at the top of the deck.
Yeah, cannot use Energy Sticker with no energy cards in the discard pile.
So it doesn't get burned. It's not just whiffed and wasted. You just can't play it at all.
Yeah, it's one of the rules of the game. You cannot play a trainer card if it's known that it will have no effect. But Jim actually does have a combination of cards here to get an energy card in the discard pile. I think he maybe just got a little ahead of himself. You know, it's still fine, though. Using this Nest Ball here, he can go grab the Radiant Greninja that he does play as his Radiant Pokemon, and he's got Earthen Vessel in the hand as well to go fetch out a couple of energy cards. And then we can see concealed cards, puts an energy in the discard pile, draws a few cards, and now Energy Sticker can get that attachment.
Jim getting into the game because of his child, 3-0 at a regional, throwing him up on stream. You know, there's a lot of thoughts swirling through his head, but you've got to stick to your game plan, Chip. You mentioned this is kind of a straightforward deck. Just get set up and start attacking, and I think now we're starting to see him find his groove. Earthen Vessel fishing out 2 basic fighting energy from the deck. One of these will be discarded with concealed cards to get a little bit more draw. There's already been the attachment for turn, of course, to the active, and we will see if Energy Sticker will allow Jim to take the first hit and maybe take over the tempo of this game. Concealed cards used. What are those 2? Another energy, no, Boss and Luminous, I think.
Yeah, the Luminous will be nice in the future. Like you mentioned earlier, it provides both the fighting and darkness energy. So with just that one attachment, Adrena Power, that ability will be used. And unfortunately, yes, it is indeed a Tails on the energy sticker. No extra energy cards in play for Jim, and he's just forced to pass.
That's not too bad. Hopefully, you know, if this Okie Dokie in the active does go down, EXP share will keep that energy in play, and Jim does have the guaranteed attack next time. But now it is over to Blake. Still the Cloth taking a little bit of damage because it is poisoned, stuck in the active.
Yeah,
Town Store being used for, what is that, Chip?
Looks like it was a rescue board grabbed and played immediately onto the Radiant, Hisuian Sneasler, and then also utilizing Artisan as the stadium here to fetch out another basic non-rule box Pokemon and put it directly onto the bench. We're actually going to see that Pecharunt come into play. That promo Pecharunt here with its Toxic Subjugation ability. As long as it's in the active spot, you put 5 more damage counters on your opponent's poison Pokemon during Pokemon checkup. So this can really stack up with that Hisuian Sneasler. The Radiant Hisuian Sneasler mostly is going to be utilized to, you know, pick up cheeky one-hit knockouts. Turn 1, going first against like little treepies and stuff like that.
The horrible rumors swirling about the Pecharunt Turn 1 KO deck when this promo was revealed, Chip. Gives this Cloth a lot more utility.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, though. I don't really think it's super good in this matchup, so I'm a little surprised to see it being put into play from Blake. I don't really think he'll be utilizing it basically ever. But it looks like it's just going to have to be that unhinged scissors. No, actually no double turbo energy was found.
The energy's still not found. So this, again, throws the ball right back into Jim O'Brien's court to take a knockout here and try to get through. With decks like this, right, Chip, we saw the single prize race from back in the day. If you take that first prize, you're massively ahead. There is an incredibly unlikely turn of events where Radiant Greninja gets enough luminous energy to try to use Moonlight Shuriken, but it's going to come down to the back and forth of this early mid game, and maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna deciding things for both of these players.
Jim will use the Artisan from Blake's end to grab this Tatsugiri, a card that's pretty solid that we just really haven't seen too much yet. Its Attract Customer's ability lets you look at the top few cards of your deck in order to search for a supporter card and add it to your hand. And Jim actually has a pretty nice play lined up here. He's got the Luminous Energy already in the hand. He's going to attach it to this Okie Dokie. And he's also got Boss's Orders here. So he's got a few options of what he could go after. The Radiant Hisuian Sneasler to limit the boosted damage in the future could be okay, but honestly, I think targeting down the Brute Bonnet would be a really strong play here from Jim O'Brien. Let's see if he goes for it.
Oh yeah, because now that the town store has been bumped, it'll be harder to fish out another ancient capsule, get that reestablished, that free poison with Toxic Powder. And don't forget, now Okie Dokie has plus 100 HP, a little bit of extra damage to boot.
And well, you know what here? The Brute Bonnet is actually not weak to fighting. A lot of Darkness Pokemon, you know, it's kind of a mix. Some will be weak to fighting, some will be weak to grass. With the Brute Bonnet having that Ancient Booster Energy Capsule attached to it, it actually would not be able to be KO'd.
Okay,
Good Punch deals 170 damage. Brute Bonnet boosted all the way up to 180 right now. Jim is still going to be able to get ahead in the prize trade here, which is really strong in these one prize matchups. So Jim is definitely putting himself in an excellent position. Let's see how Blake is able to respond. Does he find the double turbo energy? That is the big thing here.
That's the hardest piece to find in this list, certainly. After that knockout, though, has access to Pheasantipity. try to get a little bit more card draw, hopefully.
And he's got the perfect card to find the double turbo energy here. Colress's Tenacity, searching the deck for a stadium card and an energy card, not a basic energy card, any energy card, and adding it to the hand. That grabs the double turbo energy, so we will at least see a guaranteed attack here now from Blake.
Hisuian Sneasler has the rescue board attached, of course. This is just a free retreat now to see where the rest of your turn is going, what cards you're able to find before you decide what needs to be in the active. Now there's Retreat Cloth with an energy attaches in the active spot. Here comes the combination. Toxic Powder, poisoning both active Pokemon. The Okie Dokie already has 60 on it from previous poison turns. And it's going to be a classic Unhinged Scissors.
And that will be enough for the KO. Okie Dokie does have a ton of HP, but not quite able to hang on here. Now, I do believe it was knocked out by damage from the attack, not knocked out by poison, which is a key differentiator here because now that EXP share on the bench will still be able to be used to bring that extra energy. It is only when it's knocked out by damage from an attack. So if Blake can ever, map out some ways where the Okie Dokie is KO'd by poison, it would not necessarily trigger the EXP share.
Is that also a way to get around Legacy Energy, Chip?
It is a way to get around Legacy Energy as well. It's when the Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack, and that is the A-spec of choice here in Jim's deck.
We thought that this was going to be just a get set up and start punching sort of deck, but there's a lot of nuance to how you can manipulate this damage. Who knows if Blake can do something cheeky with that Pecharunt down the road to facilitate that play.
Now, Jim does need to find a Luminous Energy or a Legacy Energy here in order to get a knockout with this Okie Dokie and keep up the tempo, keep up the pace here in this game. He chose not to send up the Tatsugiri here, chose to just send up the Okie Dokie right away. Already has a supporter in hand, so I guess that does make sense now. We'll be able to search the deck here with this Arven. Is going to be looking for that Energy Lotto here, digging for either the Legacy or the Luminous. Is he going to be able to find it from the top 7? That's the big question.
Ooh, and the rescue board was found off of Arven. If he did have that already in hand, could have attached to the Tatsugiri, got another attract customers, setting up for future turns.
And that also would thin one more card out, right? If you send up the Tatsugiri, you give yourself a chance to find a supporter card, add it to your hand, and then you increase your chances of finding an energy card here. And that's really what it's going to come down to this turn. Is Jim O'Brien able to find a Legacy or Luminous Energy to get this knockout to keep up pace?
And just remember this part, people in the audience, that there are small things that you can do to increase the efficiency, increase your odds ever so slightly for your cards to hit. But Jim goes for Energy Lotto. Let's look at these 7 cards.
It's going to be pretty big here. Does he find Legacy or Luminous?
I don't think he...
Oh, there is the Legacy Energy. That is huge, and that is a good one to find as well because it will, like we've mentioned, mean that Blake will take one less prize card for KOing this Okie Dokie, assuming it gets KO'd by damage. Now we got to do a little bit of math here to figure some things out. There's a lot of things going on with the Okie Dokie being poisoned, with the poison ability from the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler adding some damage. We'll have to figure out exactly how the math works out. Is Legacy Energy going to save that prize card for Jim?
230 HP. We can cancel out the 30 because of the poison ticking in between turns. Unhidden Scissors, as you mentioned, is 30.
That's going to be the difference maker, right? With the double turbo energy being attached to a cloth, the cloth is dealing 170 damage. If you can get the Binding Mochi on it to boost it by 40, that's up to 210 damage, and then that would mean that the Okie Dokie is being KO'd between turns from the poison, from that special condition during Pokemon Checkup, and Legacy Energy would not activate.
So Blake DeChico needs to commit to finding another Binding Mochi. Had already preemptively bumped the town store, but could still draw into it somehow, Chip. Jim still establishing his next few turns, has a Nest Ball. Looking through the deck, I see that cheeky Mime Jr. Not really relevant for this matchup, but who knows what's going to happen down the road.
Yeah, the Mime Jr. is actually a really funny card to see in this deck. I'm not really sure what specific matchup it's good against here, because you use that attack, it's free, and your opponent chooses one of their attacks in play for you to utilize. So in certain metas, if there's decks that really only have a couple of Pokemon in play, something like Iron Thorns EX, for example, there's only one choice, one attack that your opponent can choose to give you, and it gives you like a free attack into that Iron Thorns, which could be nice. I don't know that it would come up really in this instance. I think Blake would just happily choose like Motivate or something like that from Squawkabilly. So I don't think we'll see the Mime Jr., but it's cool to see it in this list regardless.
But after double-checking the numbers, Clough does go down. Blake now down 2 attackers in this list. Has to find another double turbo energy as well to crack back against this onslaught. There is only 1 copy of Colress's Tenacity, which is a big part of the matchup, Chip. If you can't keep up your attacks, if Jim gets a 2-prize lead, 3-prize lead, Clough doesn't have that multi-prize comeback potential that Lost Zone used to enjoy using Sableye.
I think here for Blake, you'd love to see the Pheasantipity EX come into play. Flip the script, draw some cards. You know, something was just knocked out. That's really what he's going to need, and he is eyeing it up. Will grab the Binding Mochi here, so this is setting up for a pretty strong play. With the Binding Mochi, it will boost the Clough's damage up to 210 after, of course, the double turbo energy reduction. So really it's just going to come down to if off of this flip for the script, does Blake find the double turbo energy? He has everything else he needs to still get a prize card this turn.
All right, flip the script. 3 cards. Let's see it, Chip.
There's a Secret Box, a Jet Energy, not quite enough.
Secret Box. Can Secret Box do it?
Secret Box can find you a supporter card, which can help you draw more cards. In this instance, you know, Blake has already utilized that Colress's Tenacity. He does just play the 1 copy. So it will be Secret Box here, and it's going to come down to what supporter does he find here and what can that supporter card find for him.
Yeah, unfortunately, the bench is full. No Luminion V or Hisuian Electrode V to hold the Forest Sealstone to search out that last piece.
And his supporter options are really kind of light as far as ones that draw him cards. He's got a few options here. It looks like Arvin could grab the Energy Lotto. We could see the same thing that Jim did, right? Energy Lotto for the energy card you need. Does need to grab the... Oh, yeah, actually, the Secret Box can just get all of these pieces, of course. Secret Box grabbing you the tool card, the item card, the supporter card, and also a Stadium. No Stadium to grab here. Doesn't even have to use the Arvin. He actually can use Boss's Orders here to target something else down. I do think at the moment, though, the active Okie Dokie is going to be the best thing to be trying to KO.
Yeah, the Boss will be a nice backup play, but here comes Energy Lotto.
Needs to find double turbo energy.
Oh, and finds it. Double turbo is attached. Blake DeChico is going to stay in this game with this energy being found and now attached onto Clough.
And I think he accidentally put his Energy Lotto back into the deck. Yeah, it's right there. He just picked it up from the table, I think, on accident, and it does need to be put into the discard pile.
All right, that should be all well and good. You're going to shuffle the deck anyway here, right? Wait, no, if you're just looking at the top 7.
Yeah, I think that might be what the judges are saying. He probably should not have picked up his whole deck because he was not doing a complete deck search. Now, he did literally just search his deck with the town store, you know, earlier on in this turn. But he's really not supposed to be looking through his whole deck because he just used Energy Lotto. He was only looking at the top 7 cards, right?
Yeah, I think that you looked at the top 7 and then you were going to shuffle, so you're allowed to pull the Energy Lotto back out. The judges might just want to confirm that that is the exact Energy Lotto that was played, get it in the discard pile, and you're going to shuffle up regardless.
Yeah, he was about to shuffle the deck, but the issue is that he looked at the rest of his deck, right? You're not allowed to just pick up and look at your deck whenever you want. So even though he has searched his deck previously this turn, you know, he's technically not supposed to be able to look at his deck after playing something like an Energy Lotto that only looks at the top 7. So I think that's probably the discussion the judges are having here. And there is definitely a chance that this could lead to some sort of penalty here for Blake.
Yeah, you're looking at the deck to fish out the card you accidentally shuffled in. You're in the process of repairing the board state, but it is, you know, the judges are going to consult the rule book, make sure that they are issuing the ruling that is most appropriate for the situation, because it is kind of odd.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit of a bummer as well. Definitely just a little bit of a mistake from Blake. I don't think anything malicious was going on. But, you know, the judges, you know, got to follow the rule book. They've got to issue penalties as they should be issued. So they're discussing here exactly how things need to proceed at this point. So the issue here is, just to recap everyone, you know, Blake played an Energy Lotto, and then while he was attempting to...
found the double turbo energy.
Yeah, found the double turbo energy. When he was attempting to put the other 6 cards back into his deck, he picked up the Energy Lotto from the table and went to put it back into the deck. I think a total mistake there. Definitely not intentional, I would say, based on what I've seen, at least at this point. Just kind of something that slipped his mind, just an accident. An easy fix normally, but because after that, he looked at his deck, that's, I think, what the issue is here. The judge is probably discussing all aspects of it. I think at minimum, the Energy Lotto thing probably would have just been a warning, but now things have to go a little bit deeper because of the illegal deck search.
Yeah. At that point, what do? You maybe have the judge look at your deck manually and grab that energy lotto out.
Right,
and
that's
shuffle
probably
up
what should
for
have
you.
happened. Or, if because he hadn't shuffled yet, right? So he knew that it was the top 7 cards. He should have just pulled the top 7 cards back off to pull the energy lotto, because it was 6 cards plus the 1 from the energy lotto, right? That's 7. Could have just pulled it out there, but instead, I think just like the judges caught it, it seemed like, right? Like, oh, that energy lotto needs to go back to the discard pile, and then Blake, just without
Looked, was
missing
like,
a beat.
oh, where is
yeah,
it? Because you're just, exactly, you're in that mindset of, oh, yeah, let me do what the judge said. I'm going to grab this energy lotto out. But seeing the deck, the extra peek is a little bit neither here nor there. But when I was evaluating this matchup, Chip, when we were getting into the match, we know that Cloth has had some absolutely one-sided stomps on stream before. And going up against this sort of unproven Okie Dokie, I thought that Cloth might be able to run it over, but with Jim's deck running Legacy Energy, having the potential to force an extended game against these single prize decks, maybe throw off the Blood Moon Ursa Luna play from his opponent.
Yeah,
I think that Jim was maybe a little bit favored from the get-go.
Yeah, well, it's kind of interesting because I think Jim's deck specifically is really trying to capitalize on the multi-prize Pokemon in other people's decks, right? Trying to get a 2-for-1 trade, like one attacker on his end. Is able to get him 2 prize cards. Now, whenever his one attacker is getting him just 1 prize card, it's really difficult to make 6 Okie Dogies throughout a game. It's kind of hard to make 4 Okie Dogies throughout a game. So
yeah, I had to just reconsult this deck list. Like, how many Night Stretchers are you on, my guy?
We do have the Blood Moon Ursa Luna, which is a thing. But yeah, it looks like we are getting back into the table. And it looks like it is indeed going to just be a warning at this point. I do like that. I think it is a de-escalation there from the judges. They could have definitely given Blake a 2-prize penalty there, but I think they recognized, hey, a little bit of a mistake, a little bit of a slip-up, no big deal. And we actually will see the boss's orders bringing up this other Okie Dokie and taking the knockout on it. It does only have 100 and... Oh, it's actually not even going to be the knockout here. It has 180 HP, and the Cloth here is swinging for 170 damage. So it will be KO'd going back into Blake's turn.
Yeah, I thought...
the
Blake
poison will get this KO here,
Yeah.
from the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler will be boosting that up.
And Blake had the Binding Mochi, I had thought.
Yeah, I thought
was
so
maybe
too.
going to try to set up that sneaky play to get around the Legacy Energy.
Yeah,
but
I'm wondering here if maybe Blake doesn't realize that he could have KO'd the Okie Dokie with the Legacy Energy and still gotten a prize card because of the poison between turns. Could be a little bit of a mistake there on Blake's end, maybe not quite realizing exactly how things shaked up.
And with the final Cloth in the active spot, it seems that every time Jim takes a knockout, Blake has to jump through so many hoops to get the response KO. With Tatsugiri now in the active rescue board, figuring out how many extra supporters can I pull out of the deck, keep thinning, making my energy lottos ever so slightly better is great. Now Jim is on the cusp of getting 2 Okie Dogies established.
Yeah, I think Jim is probably very thankful that this Okie Dokie did not go down, right? Even if Blake had not gotten a prize card from it, which he would have based on how the math works out, even if Blake had not gotten a prize card, I think just forcing Jim to establish another attacker would have been the really difficult thing to have happen. It would have basically involved Jim having to flip aheads on an energy sticker, and he's already played 2 energy stickers. He actually only has 3 in his list. So the fact that this Okie Dokie on the bench gets to stick around for another turn, it gives him another chance to establish this next Okie Dokie, which is going to have now even more hit points with the combination of the Loomis Energy and the Bravery Charm. Things are looking actually pretty nice here for Jim O'Brien, I'd say.
Yeah, Blake DeChico had to pick his poison, trying to head off the Okie Dokie with the Bravery Charm. If that gets a Luminous on it, maybe the HP is a little bit too big for Cloth to really deal with outside of having a multitude of factors with the Binding Mochi, etc., etc. So you have to say, do I want to get some tempo by taking down the established attacker, or this specific threat of high HP I might not be able to get around otherwise? And after the deck being shuffled up here, after attract customers, Jim is ready to just keep swinging.
Yeah, it's a great spot to be in, to be honest. Going to be able to take the knockout, forcing Blake to establish another attacker yet again. And Blake is getting a little bit low on resources. We've seen a few Cloth go down now at this point. We've seen a few double turbo energies gone down now. Blake is going to have to try to reestablish another attacker here this turn, and we'll see if he's able to do it.
Yeah, Blake really, as you said, Chip, wants to go for a 2-2-2 sort of prize map, and being matched against another single prize deck throws off what this deck wants as a strategy to do, to have these smaller attackers trading up, having this potential math manipulation with the poison, with the toxic powder, with the binding mochi. Town store being used once more. Blake has been on a tour going back and forth from Artisan to the town store to Artisan. Whatever he needs out of the deck seems to be there.
Yeah, I don't know that there's any specific tool he needs right now. Looks like it will just be the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule being thinned out. But he needs a replacement Cloth. He needs an attacker here. He, of course, does have the Pheasantipity to work with, flip the script, draw a few extra cards. And I think it's going to have to be a pretty strong 3 cards here for Blake.
There is only 3 Cloth in the deck.
Oh, wow.
You have to make some cuts to include the Petulant and the Pheasantipity and the Blood Moon.
I think all 3 Cloth are in the discard pile.
Absolutely. There is 2 Night Stretcher in the deck, however. The big trouble is getting the double turbo energy back.
And this is a nice way to get a prize card here for Blake. Doesn't have a way to attack with a Cloth, but can poison both active Pokemon and pushes up this Petulant here with Toxic Subjugation. 5 more damage counters between turns, plus the 20 from the Radiant Hisuian Sneasler. 80 poison damage in between turns, enough to KO this Tatsugiri. That's a way to take a prize card without even attacking.
That's impressive. I didn't even see that line right away, but Blake knows I need to stay in this game. I can use Petulant to still take a knockout, keep up in the prize race, buy myself 1 more turn to hopefully find a Night Stretcher or something, or maybe even Blood Moon Ursaluna here soon.
With 3 prize cards remaining for each of these players, it does feel like Jim is going to be in a solid spot here. He's going to have 2 Okie Dokie established with a ton of hit points each. Has the basic energy in hand in order to just attach. I like this. He could have gone for the Radiant Greninja to draw a few more cards. He doesn't necessarily need to do that. And he's actually going to go boss his orders to bring up the Pheasantipity EX. It'll take 2 prize cards, put him down to just 1 prize card, and Blake recognizes, I'm not going to be able to win from this board state with just 1 prize remaining for my opponent. Let's go to game 2.
Yeah, no card draw there. They were just making sure that they were, that Jim had his proper town store. The players aren't getting their stadiums mixed up. But really great back and forth there, Chip. Excited to show this sort of unique deck off to our audience at home. I know that there is a subset of viewers that love these single prize decks. Cloth enjoyers got to rise up, and Okie Dokie showing that it does have some potential maybe.
Yeah, I don't think I had Okie Dokie winning a game here on our stream on my bingo list for the weekend, but Jim O'Brien has made it happen here. He's in a good spot. Now, Blake here is going to need to probably do a little bit of adjusting, I think, going into this game. I hope he realizes the situation with the Legacy Energy. I think he would have been in a really great spot if he had just KO'd that Okie Dokie with the Legacy Energy on it. He would have gotten the prize card because of the poison between turns, and he would have been in a fine spot through the rest of the game. Jim would have had to establish another attacker, but because Blake ignored that Pokemon, Jim didn't need to find anything else that turn in order to keep attacking and keep taking knockouts.
When you're playing an oddball deck, you're a little bit more responsible for also knowing some oddball interactions, Chip. Blake, also that play with the Binding Mochi, getting around the Legacy Energy also happened right after the judges had to pause the game. Maybe just didn't quite get locked back in fast enough to keep that at top of mind. Jim also had opened up beautifully with that early switch card, getting rid of some of that damage, and we'll see if he can clean up his play as well, because he missed a couple of track customers, and that can turn an energy lotto into a whiff when it could have been a hit. And if you lose out on those energy finds, those attachments, Jim could be the one that falls super far behind in the early stages.
It does look like Jim had a mulligan, so Blake will get 1 extra card to work with. Jim does finally have a basic Pokemon here. The players will set out their prize cards, and we'll get into this second game here in Swiss Round 4.
Okie Dokie. I have to just keep saying it to myself, Chip.
It almost doesn't feel
unreal.
real, does it?
Yeah, and if it was any other matchup, I think we'd be talking a lot more about Mime Jr., certainly, but both players have their main attackers in the active spot. They don't have to find any switches, do any dancing around. With Jim going first, Blake is the one who gets the first swing. Super effective classes. these decks are out for some shenanigans.
Yeah, really kind of tough prizing over there from Blake as well. He's got that secret box prize, his ace spec of choice, the Colress's Tenacity being put down.
And for Jim, 2 Fighting Energy in the prizes with Luminous Energy means these lottos are going to be very, very rough.
Very rough indeed.
But Artisan enters play for Jim, able to get more basic Pokemon established. We have multiple Okidogis, hopefully with EXP share, Tatsugiri joining the charge. This is how Jim wants to operate, having multiple Pokemon pseudo-established, whereas Blake seems to have these bursts of, I have the Cloth, I have the Double Turbo, I'm ready to go. Hopefully he'll be able to replicate what he did in game number 1 with Squawkabilly, finding the Hisuian Sneasler, finding the Brute Bonnet, and the Ancient Capsule. It seems like such a huge ask for Blake to get all of these moving parts together, where Jim seems to just want to play pretty cleanly, a little bit more basic here.
Oh, but that's a pretty unfortunate whiff there from Jim. No energy attachment. 3 energy in the prizes decreases his chances to have one in that opening hand. He does not find one. That is a big deal. You really want to be attaching an energy every single turn as this Okidogi deck, and this is a great opening here for Blake. He chose to go second here. Can he piece together everything he needs to get off this turn 1 unhinged Scissors? He's going to need to find a Double Turbo Energy. He'll need to find the Brute Bonnet and an Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. If he can find those 3 cards, that's step 1 right there from Jim's own Artisan. That's step 2 with the Ancient Booster Energy Capsule. Now just needing Double Turbo Energy. Can he find the Double Turbo? That is the big question now.
It's going to be Nest Ball. I think there was an Ultra Ball there. Maybe snag Luminion to get Colress's Tenacity to get the Double Turbo.
Well, let's remember that Colress's Tenacity is in the prize cards
He's only
this
playing
game.
1 copy.
Just the 1 copy, that's right. So is not going to be able to find it to guarantee the energy. It might come down to something like a Squawkabilly, Squawk and Seize, in order to draw 6 cards and hope to find a Double Turbo there.
So Squawkabilly was indeed the grab off of Nest Ball number 1. Nest Ball number 2 picks up another Cloth and Rescue Board on that bird just in case.
Yeah.
Any more out to thin out of the hand before we Squawk and Seize and Ultra Ball for 1 more, maybe that Sneasler.
Yeah, can grab 1 more Pokemon. I think Sneasler would be a fine thing to add to the board here. You're going to want it in play at some point. It does seem like it creates some pretty good math in this matchup specifically, almost working out perfectly to KO 230 HP Okidogis. So nice to see that hit the field, and we even see Blake having that Town Store as the last stadium in hand, and he is going to choose to use it now before the Squawk and Seize. I mean, I think this is him just recognizing it is so important to find Double Turbo Energy. I want to thin as much as possible to increase my chances as much as possible to find this DTE.
Beautiful. Town Store entering play, finding the Binding Mochi. You can attach that right away, and a Squawk and Seize after sequencing down to an empty hand.
And I do like this as well. Blake debated putting the Binding Mochi on the active Okidogi. Wow, there's a couple Double Turbos, so I guess that answers that question. But Blake did debate attaching the Binding Mochi to the active. It's not relevant right now. He doesn't need that extra damage in order to get a knockout, so I like the decision to conserve that Binding Mochi, putting on the bench Cloth so you can set up for a knockout in a future turn.
And now Arvin is going to be the supporter of choice, getting a couple more cards out of the deck, maybe Energy Lotto. Again, just digging. If you can get all of these Double Turbo Energies into the hand, you're feeling pretty good. Jim does play 2 Iono, doesn't want to get too many important resources in the hand to get sent to the bottom of the deck potentially.
That's always something you have to consider. Now, Blake, I don't think saw an Iono from Jim in game number 1.
Oh,
and
that
it's
is true.
Possible you could think that Jim doesn't play it, right? Just wants to focus on his own consistency, isn't really worried as much about disruption, but no real reason to go after the Energy Lotto right away. He does have the backup Double Turbo Energy in hand already, but here we go. That knockout from Unhinged Scissors is going to give Blake the lead here in game number 2.
Jim promotes Tatsugiri, can use to attract customers to find a supporter to help him fight back here, but this is completely different from what we saw in game number 1, Chip. Jim had missed the attack, so to speak, but had the XP share to keep that energy in play, so now he's 1-2.5 steps behind almost. Getting your attachment for turn is going to try to maybe keep Tatsugiri in the active spot for this turn just to give something up. Legacy Energy doing a lot of heavy lifting to keep him back in this game if your opponent kind of takes a blank knockout, doesn't get a prize. That is the angle that Jim needs to stay in this game.
Yeah, Jim does have the counter catcher in hand. I don't know if I would hate to see like a stall option here from Jim. He does kind of need to buy a turn at this point. He's got an Iono in the hand, so something he could do would be to counter catcher, bring up this Brute Bonnet, stick it in the active with its thick 3 retreat cost.
I was
and
just about to
force
say.
Blake to try to move it on the next turn in order to even get off an attack.
Yeah, this Okie Dokie is going full Giga Chad mode with the Legacy Energy, has that darkness for Adrena Power for extra HP, extra damage, and now Bravery Charm.
Yeah.
280 HP, single prizer.
0 prizer at this point.
Oh, yeah.
With that Legacy Energy, I mean, that is massive. Really going to be difficult for Blake to get through this. He's not going to be able to do it in one hit. And with that counter catcher, this is going to be a chance for Jim to kind of reestablish.
And the Iono has that too. So that extra double turbo energy that Blake was so confident to have in the hand for the second cloth, going to go down to the bottom.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice opening here for Jim. Just wants to reestablish, really wants to just buy a turn. Now, the thing is, for this play for Jim, he's going to need to find another Gust next turn because the Brute Bonnet does not get KO'd by the Okie Dokie. We went over that in game number 1. It deals 170 damage, and Brute Bonnet is weak to grass, not weak to fighting.
So there is switch cards in the list. Has Ultra Ball, as well as Forest Sealstone, can grab a Pokemon V, can get all the pieces necessary. The secret box is in the prizes, if I recall. So at least having a Forest Sealstone will let Blake respond to this turn, but it comes down now to Jim to get a good establishment with this beautiful stall play with counter catcher and the Tatsugiri energy sticker.
Let's see it. Is it a heads? A tails once again. Energy sticker has not been Jim O'Brien's friend on the stream just yet.
This is a serviceable establishment hiding behind the Tatsugiri here, and who knows, if the Brute Bonnet were to get stranded, Jim would have much more time to get his foundation built, his Okie Dokies build up in order to start hitting on these cloths, taking those prize cards, getting back into the game. But I'm so concerned about Blake now having the Ultra Ball and that Forest Sealstone to get out of this bind and keep taking prizes.
He's even already just got the switch card in the hand. Doesn't even have to search it out.
The Hisuian Electrode and the switch card.
This could have been a good opportunity here, I think, for Blake to go for the play that he went for in the last game with that Petron. Now, I think the Petron was prized. I don't know if he took it off of his prize card or not. No, looks like it is indeed still prized. That would have been a really cool play here to go get Petron with the Ultra Ball, put it onto the bench, switch card into it, and then do the whole thing he did last game with the poison to get a KO without using any energy, protecting his cloth on the bench. Not a play that's available to him, though, with that card being prized still.
Yeah, the awkward prizes for Blake saving Jim O'Brien. Could you imagine having essentially a free attack, taking a knockout, but retaining the threat of 2 cloth on the bench? Makes it impossible for Jim to take a knockout and force Blake into a situation where he has to jump through all those hoops. There's going to be a swing with unhinged scissors to take the knockout.
I'm glad we're getting those poison markers some use from our stream table. I don't think they get utilized quite enough. And I know our TCG Plus crew in the back is really excited to show off all the nice little poison special condition graphics that we have going on.
But now that it's back over to Jim, promotes this big Okie Dokie. Remember, has Bravery Charm and Legacy Energy attached. Earthen Vessel discards Mime Jr., so Jim can find the next bits of energy he'll need, can attach to the active to get this attack fully powered up, and has a bonus for concealed cards.
Yeah, I think Jim probably has the record in this event for most cards read by an opponent thus far in the tournament, as Blake has to take a moment to double check the Mime Jr. Like I mentioned earlier, I don't think it's super good in this matchup, but a cool card to see being utilized nonetheless.
An attack like that is so intriguing, Chip, that it's only a matter of time before the meta kind of condenses in a certain way.
It's got to be there to like counter a specific thing, like a specific deck in the metagame. The main thing I can think of right now is the Iron Thorns EX, just a free attack into that, but that's about it. So
yeah, some of these control decks maybe, but I mean, you're getting around Mimikyu regardless. Hopefully Jim can win and we can ask him, yeah?
Well, we will see the third Okie Dokie hit the field. A couple of energy cards now for Jim. So this attack is lined up. It's going to be on to Blake to find a way to get through the 280 HP active Okie Dokie here with a Legacy Energy on it. That is going to be really difficult.
Uses Town Store, of course, before concealed cards. grabs EXP share, beautiful attach on the second Okie Dokie. So now Jim is starting to build up this engine of good punches where you can take this attack on the active. If it is knocked out in response, with one energy going back to the bench, he just only needs one attach for turn to get the next attack and the next attack. So both players.
Here's the play
for
Blake. All right, we've got it lined up. He took the Petron off the prize cards, I'm pretty sure. So he should have access to it now. Yes, indeed, confirmed. He has taken the Petron off the prizes. So what he needs to do is hit into this active Okie Dokie for 230 damage with the cloth with the binding mochi on it, and then it gets KO'd by Jim. Right, Jim takes the knockout on it, and then between turns, Blake promotes the Petron in order to get the knockout during Pokemon Checkup because the Petron would be active, and then Jim would be taking more damage from that poison. That would line up for Blake to take that KO.
And a second Iono from Jim. Needs to see more cards here. Has still attached already for turn to the active Okie Dokie. The attack is sealed, it's ready to go, but Jim needs just a little bit more establishment, as many cards and options as possible heading into these next turns.
Yeah, and I think was happy to disrupt Blake as well. Blake had been building up a little bit of a hand, so making sure Blake sends that to the bottom and only gets 4 cards to work with is pretty decent.
And with Tatsugiri, another rescue board, means that Jim has that beautiful pivot with attract customers in response. Finally a knockout, and Jim is on the board.
Yep. Good punch from the good boy. Okie Dokie swings into the active for the knockout. Blake does have that response with the double turbo energy. Will not be able to get the knockout, but is at least having everything he needs to get off an attack here.
Getting around the legacy energy becomes more and more of an important bit of this matchup as time goes on, because Blake has this lead, but it's very tenuous. So if you are forced into this 7-prize game, it gives Jim a lot of time to get multiple Okie Dokie established. And that is, as we saw in game number 1, where Blake really starts to lose control of the back and forth.
We are going to see that play with the Petron hitting the bench.
With the rescue board, and Arvin as well, picking up Binding Mochi and a Nest Ball.
I think here Blake
is all there.
I think Blake here probably wants to go grab the Pheasantipity potentially to get some extra cards drawn here, but it's actually going to be the backup cloth here. Kind of interesting. Blake has the pieces to get this knockout, but I don't know how strong his hand is moving forward from here. So I think maybe he's a little scared to put Pheasantipity into play. That is how he lost the last game, by Pheasantipity giving up the 2 prize cards. So that might be something he's a little wary of.
Going to use that just for 3 extra cards on the turn. He plans on going for the win.
So here we go. Unhinged Scissors, I believe, should be 230 damage onto the active Okie Dokie. 170 from the attack. It does 190, minus 20 from the double turbo, so 170.
Plus 40
from the Binding Mochi, plus the poison, plus the 2 extra damage counters from the poison. Oh, actually, I think 240 is the number. Is that right? 240? Yeah, 210, plus the 10 from poison, plus the 2 more from the... Yeah, it will be 244 dice onto this active Okie Dokie.
Absolutely amazing. Big swing here, and this Okie Dokie, as you talked about, Chip, is perfectly prepped now for subjugating chains to come into the active spot on Pecharunt. Boost that poison damage to get around legacy energy. Blake reminding himself about that line of text, refreshing his memory, and now is going to pull the trigger on this play that you had lined up for him in game 1.
This is huge here as well, though. Jim does find this switch cart in order to move this Okie Dokie to the bench, so it's not going to be poisoned anymore. So that play is going to be taken away here for Blake to promote the Petron. So that's a huge card for Jim to find. Healing that poison because it moves to the bench, healing the 30 damage as well. Now with 70 HP remaining on that benched Okie Dokie, and we're going to start to see the next Okie Dokie start to get established.
I guess I think the play might still be on the table. If Jim takes a knockout, that opens up a bench space for Luminion, Boss, Pecharunt, Ideas.
I think Jim probably is going to have to still attack with this Okie Dokie unless we see an energy sticker heads here. Jim is still going to have to attack with the damaged Okie Dokie. So we could still see the Pecharunt take this, KO effectively without getting any energy cards in play on Blake's side.
Yeah, just a nice switch card, take a little bit of sting off, cure the poison, get Tatsugiri up to dig through the deck with the attract customers, look at the top cards, find a supporter just to get some utility here.
There will be that attract customers here.
And Jim's deck playing tons of Professor's Research. Already used both Iono, a few Arvins in there as well. 3 Boss's Orders. Of course, his Tenacity also in Jim's deck. We haven't seen it from him yet. Just trying to get established with XP Share and Luminous Energy on this benched Okie Dokie. If this Legacy Energy attached one goes back into the active, that fighting energy, that basic fighting energy will be passed backwards. And Boss's Orders was indeed found from Attract Customers.
Adding that to the hand. And I don't think Jim is going to be able to attack with the fresh Okie Dokie on the bench. It only has the 1 Luminous, so I think he will have to attack with this other Okie Dokie. Like you pointed out, Blake did read the Legacy Energy, so now at this point, I think he should be aware, okay, I can get this extra knockout here effectively. But this is going to be Jim tying the prize trade back up. It's going to be still on Blake. You know, he's ahead in this single prize trade. Can he keep up the pace here, keep up the tempo, and keep finding a knockout in order to get back in this game and get back in this set, send us to a game 3?
We're focusing so much on this specific Legacy Energy play because in a single prize matchup, it is important for every one of your attacks to net you a prize card. But it does need to be considered afterwards as well. With Petrarch coming into the active, getting the Revenge KO, does Blake have the resources to establish this cloth for the next turn thereafter?
Yeah, in the future. He doesn't necessarily have to find something now, which is nice. He doesn't have much. He's got an Arvin, which can maybe find a Nest Ball for the Pheasantipity to draw some cards. But again, you know, that was the card that ended up costing Blake in the first game. Does he really want to give Jim that opening?
That is a break in case of emergency. Break glass in case of emergency to flip the script. Do you need the 3 cards now? Is there any way you can press your luck and save putting this other 2 prize Pokemon in play? Squawkabilly EX already a big liability on the bench. How many options do you want to give to Jim O'Brien?
Yeah, the nice thing about Squawkabilly, honestly, is the fact that it is resistant to fighting. So the Okie Dokie can't even knock it out. It's got 160 HP, minus 30. You know, Okie Dokie can't one-hit KO that. So really it is just about the Pheasantipity, it being the weak to fighting option. And it looks like Blake is going to avoid putting that into play even still. He did use a couple Nest Ball this game, I think, early on, so there's a chance he actually doesn't even have the option to, but at minimum has that Energy Lotto to search for the energy on a future turn. And we are going to see the play here. Brute Bonnet, Toxic Powder, poisoning both active Pokemon, and Blake can just pass. Between turns, during Pokemon Checkup, Jim's Okie Dokie will be KO'd, and that will mean that Blake gets a prize card.
The bonus damage counters from Pecharunt and Radiant Hisuian Sneasel will stack. They will combine here in order to deal the additional 70 HP. Even after that switch card, it wasn't enough to save Okie Dokie from this play. And just for you viewers at home, take a look at the fine print here.
That's what it's all about. The fine print is the difference maker here. Normally you just know Legacy Energy, yeah, that means my opponent takes 1 less prize card. But it's only when the Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack. This is being knocked out from poison. Blake does still get a prize card.
And once every player has been filled in on the situation, the judges are aware, and Blake managing to take a prize here when Jim thought he couldn't do it.
Yeah, and the big thing as well is that this does not trigger the EXP share on the bench. It has that same text.
Oh, he's double dipping.
When it's knocked out by damage from an attack. Now, luckily for Jim, you know, all he's going to need is an energy card, a basic fighting energy card, and that will suffice here.
This game has so many nuanced interactions with, with the resistance, with the EXP share and poison, legacy energy. I really got to pay attention here. My goodness.
Yeah, keep up, buddy, because this one is not something I think either of us had given any thought to heading into the weekend.
I have to ask for forgiveness from the audience because I didn't study the Cloth Okie Dokie matchup. And with Jim losing out on the EXP share, getting a free energy attachment means that he has to just keep attaching to what is already established and potentially losing out on some pressure for this turn after. Tatsugiri once more with its handy dandy rescue board going into the active spot with Attract Customers. Jim had found a Boss's Orders previously, but maybe wants something different to attract to the sushi stand this turn.
Yeah, you joke about us being a little uncertain about this matchup. How do you think these players feel, right? They've tested these decks so well, I'm sure, leading up to this event. They, know how to approach the Raging Bolt matchup. They know what to do against Terrapagos, but I'm sure neither of them had given any thought to their opponent's deck on the other side of the field before this event came to be.
I know, Okie Dokie with Luminous Energy and Bravery Charm. offsetting the poison powder, offsetting the damage in between turns from Radiant Hisui and Sneasler. And then double turbo also affecting the HP. This is a lot of pluses and minuses that players have to crunch every single time. But after Tatsugiri retreats back to the bench, this powered up Okidogi does come into the active, and Petra will go down. Jim still trying to fight for this game number 2 with 3 minutes left on the clock. Where's the time gone?
Yeah, 3 minutes left is going to make things a little more difficult here. We do see Boss's orders actually bringing up the Radiant Hisui and Sneasler.
Even though the poison powder, the toxic powder from Brute Bonnet will still be in play, taking away a little bit of that extra damage does affect the math quite nicely for Jim. Okidogi sitting with a pretty chunky 230 HP in the active spot.
Yeah, with the time winding down, like you mentioned, I think it's pretty unlikely we're going to see a game 3 conclude in this set. Basically, at this point, it's going to be, can Blake win before the time expires? In a best-of-3 match, if both players have won a game and we go to time, that means that it does end in a tie after +3 turns if no one can win game 3. But if we go to time in game number 2 and the game has not completed, +3 turns, then the person who won game number 1 would be awarded the win for that match. So I think that's probably going to be Jim O'Brien's best hope here at this point. Now, Blake does need to get back the Radiant Hisui and Sneasler in order to get the knockout on this Okidogi in the active spot. It has 230 HP. He needs that more poison, so he's going to need to find the Night Stretcher, which I believe he should have guaranteed because he has that secret box in the hand to find it.
Secret box was taken off of the prizes because he got around the legacy energy, right? Has secret box now, was figuring out what to discard, it looks like.
Interesting to see the Blood Moon Ursaluna go down. I think that might be something Blake needs to take his final prize card later on in this one, potentially.
Yeah, just looking perhaps to set up another cheeky Night Stretcher for the Ursaluna kind of play in the late game. And if he needs to dig, can always bring out that Fezandipity when it's no longer going to be a liability on the final turn of the game.
Yeah, there is that Night Stretcher in the deck. It looks like there is just the one Night Stretcher hanging out there in the deck at this point, so that's something else to think about.
Yeah, is this other Night Stretcher in the prizes? Blake's prizes have been so important this game. There's so many very tricky setups and combinations of cards that this Petulant Cloth deck has to put together, that every time he wants to go for a play is stopped dead in his tracks because a certain card is still prized.
We've talked about how Iono has been decent for Jim at this point in the game. The Iono here for Blake could be a really big deal. And as we see here on the prize cards, Night Stretcher is still hiding there, that second copy of the card in his list. It looks like he will take it probably on this next KO, so that is good for Blake. But he is going to be able to find the one Night Stretcher off the secret box to guarantee the KO this turn, provided he can find a double turbo energy. There it is.
Beautifully done from Energy. Lotto coming through for Blake this time. Double turbo. And I was worried. Every time Blake was getting a couple double turbo energies in the hand, Jim had the Iono to disrupt and put those back down to the bottom. But Blake has kept up this tempo beautifully. Petulant kind of stubbing in to take that cheeky attack and get a prize. Now Cloth is ready to go, joining back into the fray in the active spot with Night Stretcher, finding the Radiant Hisui and Sneasler. And this means, Chip, the math checks out.
The math checks out, and this will get around the second EXP share that Jim has on the bench. Once again, denying that energy retention, and also with this play, limiting Jim to just 3 cards thanks to Iono.
With no bonus attachment from EXP share, limiting the hand size. Jim O'Brien not running Fezandipity to get a little bit of extra card draw to get out of the situation. It's maybe going to come down to another stall play. Tatsugiri attracting customers, hoping that Cyrus comes back around.
Yeah, or a potential flip from an energy sticker. That might be the deciding factor here. If Jim is able to flip heads on an energy sticker plus find a luminous energy, he can still power up Okidogi in 1 turn. We might have to see this attack here come down to a flip. Oh, and that is a nice play as well. Lost Vacuum does get rid of the rescue board from Jim O'Brien. That was going to be his pivot this turn, send up the Tatsugiri.
Ooh, yeah, Jake is really tightening in on Jim's game plan, restricting every possible out he has to find cards and resources and options for this play. Put your opponent into a corner and then keep beating them down with unhinged scissors to try to turn this game into a tie.
Yeah, 210 damage from the cloth, and then the poison would knock out the Okie Dokie. Now, did Jim... Oh, hold on here. Did Jim boss before he used the poison? Yeah, I think so. They just didn't put a poison marker on the Okie Dokie, so it will go down. Yeah, that Okie Dokie, of course, active last turn. So now Jim, really in a tough situation here, needs to find something. Only 4 cards in hand now after the draw for turn.
Tatsugiri promoted anyway, even without the rescue board. There is a town store in play, but Jim, of course, only running 1 rescue board, and that is in the Lost Zone. So Jim, it behooves him to certainly just hide behind this Tatsugiri, try to build up some cards. I don't know if it's possible for Blake to, with the way the turns lined up, we can see at the bottom, Jim is turn 1, Blake would be turn 2, Jim's going to be turn 3.
And I don't really like the basic fighting energy attachment there from Jim. I think he needs to play to the energy sticker play of getting a luminous energy attached plus flipping heads on energy sticker. By attaching the basic fighting energy now, he has no way to boost his damage, and he drew into luminous plus energy sticker here.
Another small miss sequence, really having big implications for a deck like this. We talked about it, Chip, earlier, where Jim didn't thin down 1 extra card, and that might have hurt his odds on an energy lotto. And now, by just attaching the wrong sort of energy, you close off the potential for a much stronger play.
Now, Jim does only play 1 copy of the rescue board, which we did see hit the Lost Zone on the last turn, but he does have 3 switch cards, so he has those to rely on as ways to move this Tatsugiri from the active spot. That could have been the thing he just accepted he wasn't likely to be able to do this turn, move the Tatsugiri from the active to the bench.
An Iron Bundle going to be employed. Its ability, Hyper Blower. You send it to the discard pile from the bench, forces your opponent to send a different Pokemon of their choice into the active spot from their bench.
Looks like Blake will choose the Pecharunt here. We're going to see concealed cards. You can't discard any energy, including specials.
So Luminous Energy has been discarded by Radiant Greninja to draw 2. Jim's still digging, not sure if he can't take a knockout this turn whatsoever.
And no way to do so. I actually would, I guess, technically, with a flip of a heads on an energy sticker, could KO the Pecharunt, right? His attack does deal 70 damage. Pecharunt's weak. But it looks like Blake is content to just draw and poison and knockout here. I think that's exactly what we saw happen. Now it's on to Jim here, taking this KO. But I think Blake has everything set up on board he needs to close things out. And it looks like we are actually in turn 3 of time here as well.
Blake is just a little bit short on having the necessary amount of attacks to get the final prize.
So I think that is going to mean Jim is going to come away with the win in this set. A 1-0 victory for Jim O'Brien and his Okie Dokie deck.
This is an aspect of the matchup that we haven't talked about a lot, Chip, and it's something we used to see a lot in the past with Lost Zone, where the single prize mirror matches can take a while to conclude. Players need to do so much research and so much setup to not just get their attacks for the turn that's currently happening, but also down the road. And when you're forcing a 6 or 7 prize card game, that's a lot of cards drawn, that's a lot of sequencing, a lot of time on the clock.
Now, I think Blake made some excellent adjustments in game number 2, and if we had one more turn, he was going to win game number 2, but I think a mistake or 2 in game number 1, not being familiar with the Okie Dokie matchup, I mean, who can fault him for that?
Yeah.
Did lead to him losing that game number 1. He maybe could have found a way to win that first game, but as the result stands, Jim O'Brien, with a cheer from the crowd, gets the win here. You love to see it.
I mean, a player like that got into the game because of his kid, playing such a unique deck that wasn't really on anybody's radar, now moving on to 4-0.
4-0.
Here in Louisville. Absolutely crazy story.
We're going to see Okie Dokie in day 2, potentially. I mean, Jim's only 2 wins away from making that happen. Has to go 6-2.
This is first regional, making day 2, just, put everybody else to shame. My goodness.
Wow. Yeah, what a game. Great to see a few unique decks as well. It's what I love about regionals. You know, we get the high-level competitors playing the meta decks. We get people who, you know, are trying to, you know, keep up and compete, you know, using their own homebrew lists and stuff like that. And then we also get people who are, you know, kind of here for the love of the game, people who are here for their family, here because they've got someone else to support, and they just kind of end up playing in the tournament as well. And Jim O'Brien is able to get to 4-0 with a unique deck. I mean, really, really cool to see. What a great story.
And this is, I think, the perfect way to start our broadcast for day number 1. We can lean a little bit more into these underrepresented, spicier rogue decks. And then when we get into day 2, get into top 8, we can start showing off, hopefully, you know, my caster picks. It's going to be all Palkia, all Pidgeot control tomorrow.
Don't worry, we have plenty of time. We'll see tons of Dusknoir. We'll see, you know, plenty of Dragapults, Terrapagos, Raging Bolt. These things will happen, and we'll see some of the best players in the game competing as well. But, you know, I think this was a great showcase of, you know, Pokemon is for everybody, right? And anyone can find success at a regionals if they put in the work, right? I have to imagine, you know, Jim didn't show up and, you know, that was his first game with this Okie Dokie deck. You know, he's probably been playing it with his kid and his friends at League, whatever it is, you know, for weeks and weeks and weeks leading up to this event. You know, he's familiar with his deck. He knew what he had to do each turn, and he was able to achieve a good punch to get a win.
Yeah, and I can't wait to hear the story of how he ended up on this deck, how much practice he actually did, and what sort of matchups he's hit so far in the tournament as well, especially with that Mime Jr. But we're going to head things over to the lounge and hear a little bit more from Jim himself.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with Jim O'Brien, the winner of the last round. I feel like you're feeling pretty okie dokie, huh? That's for sure, that's for sure. Oh, could you get the mic a little bit closer? Yeah, no worries. So tell us about the history of your history with the Pokemon trading card game.
Well, it all started with my son getting a pack of cards and hooping and hollering saying, "Dad, I pulled a Mega." And I was like, well, that's pretty cool. You know, they're nice looking things, and, you know, good art. And then I said, well, what do they do? And so that's how you know, figuring out how to play the game. So it was a good bonding experience with him and I. So.
No, I love to hear it. I'm a fellow Pokedad as well. I think there's nothing that brings a family together more than just playing together, really, right?
Yeah, it's a good time.
Is your son out here right now?
No, he's back home. He's in the marching band. So he was in a parade today.
Okay.
So, yep. So his mom stayed home and they did that.
Your son's at a parade. You're here winning in a Pokemon Regional Championship.
Hopefully he got some candy, you know.
Hopefully. So you're 4-0 right now with Okie Dokie. Now I have to ask you, how did you come up with the deck?
Well, I've been messing with it for a while, and I tried rusty pickaxes and this, that, and the other, and then I started using them stickers, and I'd seen somebody had played it like that in a league cup or a cup in Japan or something, and so I kind of started fiddling with it, and for it on, it was pretty effective.
Okay, wow,
when I hit heads.
I'm impressed. You're keeping up with like the metagames even abroad. Wow, that's very impressive. And tell us about now that you're 4-0, how are you feeling? How do you feel like you're gonna keep up this streak?
Well, first thing I got to go get some something to drink. Thirsty. And then just try to, you know, stay chill.
All right. You know what? I'm sure I can help you out after this. I get you a cup of water backstage. But yeah, we're looking at this match right now. It was something. Did you expect to face something like this, the cloth deck?
Yeah, it's a pretty good deck itself. My only worry against it is if I don't get 2 or 3 Pokemon down fairly quickly, and he just doinks me right off the bat. So I was able to get quite a few down, and then I just hope to keep up with him in the energy cards. So, race. So, and it worked pretty well.
Yeah, definitely very tricky, right? You're both basic fighting type Pokemon. Yours is a little bigger, but it needs 2 energies versus the Cloth, which also needs 2 energies, but they played a double turbo. So it was very nuanced and very interesting. There's a lot of interactions I wasn't sure of, you know, like the whole poison. There's a lot of poison stacking, the legacy energy in between turns.
And then he had the binding Moki, which then that hit me for the poison. Then my experience share didn't work.
Yeah, that's
one
true.
time. I was like, oh boy.
The experience share and the legacy energy at the same time. It was a 2-for-1. Very interesting turn, but yeah, definitely a very interesting match. Very hyped to really start with something this interesting in the regional championships. But yeah, before I let you go, any last words? Anything you want to say? Anyone you want to shout out?
Oh, I'd just like to thank my wife for putting up with my craziness, you know. And I'd registered for this, and we were supposed to go, but she couldn't because of work.
Okay.
And yeah, just thank her for putting up with all my late night playing online, that kind of thing. So yeah. Hi, Sylvie.
I'd like to thank your wife as well, because without it, you wouldn't be here, right?
No doubt.
No, but for sure. With that, thank you so much. Amazing interview. Best of luck with the rest of the rounds. Hopefully we see more Okie Dokie, potentially top 8. That'd be cool.
That would be fun.
All right, with that, we're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Appreciate you guys.
What a good guy. I
And-
mean, he's really having a lot of fun here this weekend.
I think I have a new favorite Pokemon player. It's Jim O'Brien. This guy is awesome, man. I love it.
And he's not just some beginner who's getting lucky. You saw he's keeping up with the metagame. He's practicing online, and he's found this oddball list that seems to click, and he's forcing a lot of very intricate plays out of his opponents on the way.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he's keeping up with the overseas meta, he saw that this deck had performed decently in Japan and was like, yeah, I think I'll roll with that. I mean, he's not just a Pokedad, you know, he's a gamer. He is a Pokemon TCG player. You love to see it.
And I'm glad that his excitement for the game certainly is being rewarded with such a strong setup on day 1. And speaking of day 1, we can take a closer look at the decks, like the breakdown of what other players decided to bring here in pretty significant numbers. I think that for us on the casting crew, our eyes are on Dusknoir, but the players are still running a wide variety of things.
Yeah, and we do want to mention real quick, the community choice vote is running right now. So if you are on Twitch, make sure you vote for which match you want to see featured next up on the broadcast. But yeah, let's look at this breakdown for our metagame. I don't think it's too much of a surprise to see Raging Bolt EX being the #1 most played deck, up to 14% of the metagame. That's where it has kind of been thus far. But the Dusknoir Terapagos deck has really shot up in popularity. We saw at Dortmund Regionals, I think it was just like 5% of their day 1 meta. Tons of good players played it. It performed extremely well. You know, it's done really well in the Latin America region as well at their pair of events that have happened, the regional championships and the special event. Giovanni Sasso getting 1st place and 2nd place at 2 tournaments as a first-year master with Terapagos Dusknoir. It's really solidified it as a top-tier meta contender. No surprise that that has shot all the way up to the 2nd most played deck in the event.
Yeah, it's one of the most combo-oriented decks that we have in the metagame right now, and a deck like that, of course, is going to take a longer time for players to not only figure out the optimal build, but just get a handle on how you should operate in the multitudes of matchups that are out there right now, Chip. And with the combinations of multiple Dusknoirs, Night Stretchers, and Briar, Terapagos seems to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat sometimes.
Well, Terapagos is the big new shiny thing to play with from the set. I think the old deck that got the biggest boost heading into this new set, this new format, was definitely Dragapult EX with the addition of that Sparkling Crystal A-Spec. It works so nicely. We saw it actually winning the Dortmund Regional Championships, a more straightforward build with no Pidgeot, but tons of players are still choosing to utilize Pidgeot alongside their Dragapult. There's multiple ways to play this powerful archetype.
Has the Tatsugiri as well for just a little bit of dig, a little bit of extra consistency, especially alongside Dracloak with its Recon Directive. And I think the Sparkling Crystal and the Crispin, I cannot, you know, shout out these cards enough. Now it has this aggressive tempo that normally only Regidrago was able to do with Phantom Dive. Now Dragapult gets to Phantom Dive on turn 2 sometimes. If you take out your opponent's Duskull, that gives you a very interesting matchup into these other Dusknoir decks. There's so much to consider, and we'll have to see how these games hash out. But before we take a quick break and get set up for our next match after the community vote, we do have a scary story with Wancho. So take a peek here, folks.
Sometimes, on a dark night, your shadow, thrown by a streetlight, will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. Even your home isn't safe. Gengar will lurk in whatever dark corner of a room it can find and wait for its chance to catch its prey. But
and the crowds, the sights and the sounds, gonna make them say the best of the best, the ultimate test. But when we go all the way, here with our friends among champions, the best that we've ever known. Go for the gold, but everyone knows only one of us is gonna take it home.
We share the same vision, we have the same mission, so let the games begin. Come on, travel from far to play, gonna give all it takes, 'cause we came to win.
Let's go! Come on!
We came to win, we came.
Here we go! And that is why Fusion
Or just a smile on his face. Prince.
Fabio Musican, Robbie, Marco, Himata, Caladora Silva is your 2024
Latin America International Champion.
I started playing Pokemon back in 2011. I'd probably have to go with Froakie. I played Greninja a lot back in the day. The deck wasn't super amazing, but I liked it a lot, so I'd have to go with Froakie. That guy's cute. If I had to pick a catchphrase, it'd probably be never lucky. So I definitely look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's a very good friend of mine. We work together a lot on decks, travel together to tournaments. He's one of the smartest players this game will ever see, and I'm just happy that he's having me along for the ride with him. So I think my goals have changed a lot over the course of me playing Pokemon over my career. At first, I wanted to just come out guns blazing. I wanted to win a lot. I've been playing for a while now, so I've kind of like racked up the finishes, kind of like gained the respect that I was like wanted when I was younger. I won my first tournament, my first like major tournament last season. I won the Portland Regional Championship, so that was a big moment for me. And that was a big goal crossed off the list. For me now, there's still a lot of IC finishes that I want to get. A Worlds finish would be nice. But I think my overarching goal for this season, at least, would be to just like really like keep enjoying playing. That was the main thing. Going to all these tournaments all year, it's a big grind, it's really tiring, but just remembering why you play is like super important. I've got to go with the classic, a bottle of water. I tend to get nervous sometimes, so eating isn't the best decision when it comes to right before the tournament or like mid-tournament, but staying hydrated is super important. So yeah, no, nothing goes wrong with a bottle of water. I'm a huge creme brulee guy. I like the texture, I like the flavor. One of my favorites. Yokohama for Worlds 2023 was absolutely my favorite. I made a whole trip out of it with my friends. We obviously were in Yokohama for the tournament, but stayed there for like 3 weeks, went city hopping all across Japan. It was just, it was a blast, yeah. Would love to go back. I'm definitely listening to something that's pretty chill, maybe a little alternative mixed in there. My music taste is pretty wide though, so everything but country. I would say I'm Team Rocket, but not for the reason you might think. I just really like their outfits.
The 2025 competitive season kicked off in Baltimore with almost 2,300 players showing up to put their best foot forward. This tournament took place in the same format as the 2024 World Championships in Honolulu, so with some extra time to innovate and counter the expected meta, our competitors arrived at some novel solutions indeed. But in the finals, Henry Chow on the unexpected Gardevoir EX would meet Kieran Farah playing Lugia V-Star. Starting off their series, Kieran had a classic Lugia opening play, discarding 2 Archeops with Ultra Ball, but Henry immediately responded with his Ace-Spec Secret Box to set up an early Gardevoir EX and go for a KO. After a furious exchange between Screamtail, Iron Hands, Drifloon, and Chinchino, Henry came out on top in Game 1 with Boss's orders. In Game 2, Kieran saw the other side of the Lugia coin, with harsh prizes and a slower start. Henry turned up the gas once again and became the Baltimore Regional Champion with his aggressive Gardevoir style and a completely empty deck.
Double monkey push. I mean, that's probably the coolest way you could do this. Henry Chow here, our champion of Baltimore.
There's still so much Pokemon action to see, so head to Pokemon.com/compete so you don't miss any of it.
Welcome back in, Pokemon trainers. The wonderful world of Pokemon has brought us here to Louisville, Kentucky for another regional championship. Of course, you're joining us on the Pokemon TCG side of things, where we've just wrapped up our first stream match, and I gotta say, it was a doozy, that is for sure. I don't know how we compete with that, but Bugcatcher Boo here with Caterpie Kyle. Sable House, Kyle, how are you feeling after watching that first round?
That was unbelievable. I mean, who's predicting that we're going to see Okie Dokie and Cloth battling it out, and the unsung hero of the tournament might just be Jim? How many fans does Jim have now after that ridiculous start?
Jim O'Brien, absolutely. The soldier of this tournament, that is for sure. Oh, I'm losing my hat, Kyle.
Mine's glued to my head at this point. I'm not worried.
That's very true. You're wide Caterpie now. Well, it has been a blast so far in this tournament. We're going to be getting into our second match here for you all soon. But first, we want to hear from you, too. We have some tweets to look at, Kyle. Okay. What have our awesome people watching this tournament been looking at posting here?
Mr. Gamila, so excited to compete at Louisville Regionals this weekend. Good luck to everyone. Shout out to the girlfriend here being this weekend, too. And repping that Shuffle Squad. I love those sleeves. Look at the color right there. Ooh.
Yeah, that is beautiful. Oh, that playmat is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Squirtle. Can't top it.
I'm scared I'm gonna get something all over. I'll spill a soda or something.
Yeah, exactly. No way. Oh, we got a little bit of spooky vibes here. Ready for play in Louisville. Hashtag play Pokemon and Pokemon Go over there on the green side of our tournament.
Is that a spooky Eevee backpack?
Yeah.
Sign me up.
The spooky hat. Look at all the Rowlets, too.
Winning before the tournament even starts. Let's go.
That is sweet. Wow, look at that Charizard on top as well.
Yeah.
I mean, you know I love a good plushie, Kyle, so this is fantastic for me to see. Thank you so much, Dan, for that awesome post.
I was wondering if it would be 3 Rowlets to shout out John Kettler prizing them all.
Oh, no. No, they're on Pogo, so there you go.
they don't know the lore.
Yes. All right, looks like we have a deck list here. Very nice. Edgar Garcia dropping the sauce for Louisville Regionals. Just dropping the entire list for you.
There better be some psychic energy at the top there, buddy, or you're going to have a hard time.
Yeah, where's the energy?
You dropped half of the deck list, yeah. We just have to presume what's going on up there at the top. It's just too Pidgey? Okay, there's Pidgey. Okay, good. I was worried for a second.
Yeah, only Pidgey here for this deck. No, that's awesome to see. Dropping the deck list. Hey, we'll see if Edgar, if that pays off for him in this tournament. Ooh, is this a local I'm seeing?
Got some regional testing today for some West Virginia players. Very cool. Making the trip down here to battle it out at one of these big events, and gotta shout out some serious practice for these young guns to see if they can make it to the finals, maybe win themselves a championship here too.
Yeah, that is great to see. Always love the play testing. It takes a lot of that to be going to one of these regional championships. But when you're competing out in the field there, you're going to need that testing for sure. Great to hear from you all. We're going to look at the standings here so far in Kentucky. How are our players doing?
I think I've. Also, I mean, Kieran right there too. We have our finalists already trying to just do it again. It's unreal, the level of consistency that we see here. Lucas Zing, another fantastic player. Caleb Gettimer, Haruki showing up here as well. And, I mean, we got to shout out the Kentucky legend himself, Tyler Keller. The last time we had him on stream, he was taken down toward Redcliffe. So he shows up every once in a blue moon and gets the job done. Maybe it's time again.
Yeah, very nice. Cool to see Kamal there as well. We saw Kamal a lot last season all over our stream. So very nice. Starting off 4-0, all of these players here, 12 match points so far here in Kentucky. So they're looking to carry that forward throughout this tournament. Let's take a look at our notable matchups coming up. Of course, we're in our Swiss rounds here in Louisville. And we've got some big names here.
Y'all had a
off
tough decision. This was community choice, and Lucas versus Haruki, Gabe versus Jared, Simon and Henry, Travis Beckwith and Hector Ibarra as well. Some big names here facing off in round 5. But who did y'all choose?
Who did we choose? Right at the top. It's always at the top, Kyle.
Maybe.
I think it almost seems to be always at the top here, but we're going to have an incredible matchup coming up here. Lucas versus Haruki in this next matchup. You chose it. This was your community choice pick, and we're going to cast it for you coming up here. Our players are at the table. They're getting set up and ready to go. They're looking fierce.
This is going to be an epic game that we have in store for y'all. Lucas Zing, who we had winning a regional championship not too long ago, is playing the Reggie Drago V-Star deck with an interesting twist. We've seen players occasionally sneaking in that 1-1 knockdown line to help out with some consistency. Let's buff it up a little bit here, Boo. We're going for the 2-2.
Yeah. Oh, the 2-2. Oh, that is buffed indeed. Well, that's going to be really interesting to see how that comes into play. Is it going to make things nice and smooth sailing, getting all those trainers out, or is it going to become a little clunky? We're going to have to see how that pays off there for Lucas. Of course, Haruki Miwa at the table here, bringing Charizard as well for us to see.
Haruki, he's used to some big tournaments. This 1,900 player event is nothing to him.
I know, right?
He won Kyoto Champions League. That is thousands and thousands of players that he's taken down before, and he's looking to do it once more here now at a different stage.
Yeah, different stage. It is so great to have these players joining us, of course, now able to qualify for the World Championships from these events. This is fantastic to see. I'm very excited to get into this play because this is like top tier players here, Lucas versus Haruki, and top tier matchup as well in that Reggie Drago versus the Charizard. Let's see what our prize cards are starting off things here. Ooh, a lot of energy over on Lucas' side.
Pink card for Haruki as well. The Pheasantipity, part of that Duskull as well. The energies are terrifying for Lucas. That can be a big issue when you're trying to get that early turn 2 attack with this deck. Sure, you might have the energy switches ready to roll, but if you don't have the energies, what are you doing?
Yeah, what are you doing? I mean, we saw that before in our previous matchup. Jim was lacking on some energies. You could lose that juice very early on in the game. We're going to have to see what happens here for our players, but we've got the fist bump. We're kicking off this Swiss round 5 here in Louisville, Kentucky. Let's see how things are starting out for us. We got 2 small HP Pokemon here. One's a nice little Hoot Hoot versus a Charmander, but that Buddy Buddy Poffin is going to be bringing out a couple more of those small HP Pokemon. Of course, very, very important 70 HP Pokemon. Yes. Then those Charmander jumping out onto the field from this Buddy Buddy.
We are not playing around anymore. You cannot let your opponents take advantage of you with that Dragapult that we often see, especially from a deck like this that can attack with Dragapult's main attack in as early as the 2nd turn. But yes, the Buddy Buddy Poffin there to start things off. Going first and finding that Buddy Buddy is so useful. It gives you that big advantage to start to establish that opening board state. And we know how things start to work around here. If you've got the basics, you're just candies away next turn from having a huge accelerated opening attack.
Absolutely, I know, and that is one of the reasons that I put Charizard on my map here from Haruki playing this deck, because I mean, I'm just banking on the consistency of this deck. You get all of these Pokemon set up, and then you just start rolling here in the later half of these games. So this is going to be interesting. Coming from Haruki, also believing in the Charizard, and we're going to see multiple Pokemon come out here to join that Charmander, but it's going to be the Bidoof and the Pidgey. We got more on the way here. Look at that starting hand. You get the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well as a Nest Ball. I mean, this is beautiful to see as the Charizard player.
Yeah, 3 Pokemon to the bench on this opening turn. You have the Charmander, and when you see Hoot Hoot, typically you're not that worried about your opponent attacking you. It's going to be either a Terapagos deck
Yeah, you don't
or
even know what
one
you're
of these
playing.
Reggie Drago decks. So you're not getting attacked on your opponent going second. You're going to have that additional turn, so you don't have to go double Charmander this early.
Yeah, there's no threats on the field just yet, so which is even better here for Haruki. You can set up all of these consistency cards that are going to help out so much down the line. One of those being this Rotom V with that instant charge ability. We're going to activate that right now. End the turn here. Draw into 3 additional cards for Haruki. We have the energy down onto that Pidgey as well on the bench. We're tossing it over to Lucas. Now we have to see, will the consistency fade away here for our Reggie Drago player? Or is Lucas going to be able to make something happen here on this first turn? What's this hand looking like, Kyle?
This is nightmare fuel. Not only did we see those prize cards looking great, and we were like, oh, well, he might have trouble with energy. He's just going to start playing energies with Earthen Vessels right now to thin. He has nothing else in hand. Prime Catcher, the Noctowl as well, but there's no additional Pokemon to play down. It's Hoot Hoot in a dream.
Oh no, that is not what you want to see. We were talking about the 2-2 line here of these cards, but look at this. All we see is energy, and it's in the hand, it's in the discard pile, it's in the prize cards. It is not where we need it to be. We need to see some Pokemon. We need to see some cards that we can actually play here, Kyle.
We're going to see a triple stab, Boo.
Gosh, what?
We're going to see little Hoot Hoot pecking away for its freedom.
Yo, its move is called triple stab.
That's tough.
That's brutal. That is brutal.
I'm scared.
I mean, Hoot Hoot, I guess we asked for the spooky regional here, and the Hoot Hoot's flying out for a triple stab.
Yeah, Freddy, Jason, and Hoot Hoot. Look out.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is tough here for Lucas, starting out 2 Earthen Vessel already down, 2 energy cards going to those Earthen Vessels just to get at least some cards played here, and that is a rough discard pile here for Lucas.
There's nothing.
Yeah.
It's 4 energies
That's
and
it.
a bunch of utility items and a Noctowl. He's just stuck at this point, and I think we've got the answer on the other side. Let's flip some coins for fun.
Yeah, it's 10 damage for each heads that Lucas is able to get. That's 1.
Hit him.
That's still 1.
That is
that
one.
Is 1. That's 10
Well,
damage there on the Charmander.
I wonder if there was a way to win right now. What do you think, Boo?
Wonder. Well, Rare Candy is definitely one way to get there. Charizard EX in the hands here. Infernal Rain able to get those energy out. Nice and clean and smooth here for Haruki. Smooth sailing. It's unfortunate to see there for Lucas, but Haruki is going to take that single prize knockout. No more Pokemon on the board there for Lucas. And Haruki's taking game 1.
Yeah.
Without doing anything, really.
Haruki's hollering and hooting and his opponent's
and hollering. Oh, no. Yeah, Haruki, I mean, you gotta... At this point, it's like, well, wish this was best of 1, right?
Yeah, that was great.
Cool.
Can we go back to Japan and try that out?
Yes.
I'd be looking at getting a snack right about now.
I mean, this is, I guess, why you see best of 1 could be tough here, because imagine you're Lucas here, you have that start, and then you lose the whole match. That is tough. But nope, we're playing best of 3 here in Louisville, so Haruki is going to have to keep things consistent once again going into this game 2, and Lucas is just going to have to get some cards.
He went second. He did everything you're supposed to do. Just buy time and look for that supporter and then make something happen. Play a Pokemon. But no, that was not an option for him. And sure enough, he's going to have to look to, maybe play Pokemon this second game.
Yeah, so let's discuss these lists here, Kyle. I mean, Lucas is playing quite an interesting one. Is there anything else that you see here that in the list for Lucas that might be kind of off for our Reggie Drago players? Because Reggie Drago is kind of shaping up a new story for itself. I feel like its lists have been redefining a bit lately.
Yeah, there's a few ways to look at the Reggie Drago lists at this point now. You can go for this consistent approach, feature the 1-1 Noctowl or the 2-2 that we see here, and just really streamline that main attack of copying Dragapult, maybe even a Kyurem every once in a while. Keep your opponent honest, but there's not that many other attacks that we see here. The Giratina V-Star to hit that 280 can be helpful in some matchups, but we're not going to include the Hisui and Gudra in there anymore. There's not going to be that Noivern that we've seen players start to include. Just some nice, clean, consistent Pokemon, attack with a Draco, and go for the world.
Yes, exactly, and that's all Lucas has to do if only his deck is able to cooperate with him. So hopefully we'll see a better game here for both of our players, but of course that all starts with the prize cards, and of course Lucas also has to get a basic Pokemon out here. Looks like we finally found one. Let's take a look at these prize cards between our players and hope there's nothing too detrimental so we can see some nice clean Pokemon gameplay here.
Get that additional card added to the hand for Haruki.
Ooh. Well, it looks like we're starting off, Kyle. We got the fist bump into our game 2 between our players. No Hoot Hoot on the field this time. We're going to have a little bit of a beefier Pokemon out there, that Regidrago V. So now Haruki knows what's going on here. There's the prize cards. We were asking for them, and I don't even want to see them anymore,
Can we
Kyle.
put them back?
Yeah, put them back.
That's not great. There's one Regidrago V-Star for the rest of the
no.
game if you're not drawing your prizes. And that's how you draw your prizes.
That is how you draw your prizes. Okay, Lucas, we just got to get those first bottom prize cards, please. We need to get there.
A couple triple stabs and you're there, buddy.
Over on Haruki's side here, doesn't look like anything too bad. Yeah, I mean, those are all duplicate cards that we see in the deck, so Haruki is going to have nice, decent time here in this match as well. Lucas is going to take note of these prize cards, of course. This is the first initial deck search for Lucas, so making sure to keep track of everything that is not in the deck, because that's definitely important. Of course, we're going with a nest ball here, so we're going to grab a Pokemon and get out onto the field here very soon for Lucas as well, which is great. We're already seeing a much better start here in this game, too.
Boo, what's the first thing you think he wrote down there?
Regidrago?
2 V-Star. He's like, oh boy, this is going to be tough.
I don't even know if you have to write that down, honestly.
Yeah,
You just know it.
It's going to be lodged in your brain for a while.
Exactly. Well, Squawkabilly has joined the field here. Squawkabilly EX, one of those supporter Pokemon. It is a consistency card. Squawk and Seize allows you to throw your hand away on your initial turn, you going first, and you get to draw 6 cards. So a lot of supporters going down there for that hand that's discarded, as well as a Knocked Owl.
And unfortunately, along with that, the Super Rod, which can be difficult to lose early on in the game.
Yep, yeah, that is tough for sure here for Lucas. We have the Hoot Hoot on the field now, as well as one of these Ogerpon. Is there energy to match it, though?
1 energy, and that's the tough spot. You see the grass energy, and you typically go, oh, this goes to Teal Mask. I'll draw my extra card. But Lucas, he's got to really make a decision at this point. Do you draw hoping to see an energy, or do you just play this energy to the active and say, well, that's 1 less energy I have to switch now?
Yes, we saw the debate there, but that grass energy going on to that Teal Mask Ogerpon. We're dancing around here, drawing an additional card. Of course, energy switch was in the hand, so it's being switched up to that Regidrago V, but that's another resource used now there from Lucas to get into that additional draw on that first turn. Now we're passing over to Haruki after the bench of another Regidrago V. So those are going to be ready to evolve next turn, but we only have 1 V-Star, which is kind of rough here. Haruki, on the other hand, trying to get a stable start himself here. Arvin is going to be the choice supporter. A fantastic way to get a stable start as a Charizard player. You get a tool and an item card, which is what Haruki's going to be doing right now. Of course, that Buddy Poffin to pop out. Lots more Pokemon onto the field. This time, Haruki is going second. So how do you see that gameplay change a little bit now that Haruki's not going first?
Yeah, for Haruki, this is all about how much am I willing to bench at this point, because the threat of Kyurem on the other side is devastating. You don't have that Manaphy. You have no protection. So if you play down too many Charmander, we're just going to wipe those all out with the Trifrost.
Bye-bye.
And you're in a lot of trouble. So finding a board that you're comfortable with that still has an opportunity to draw some additional resources with that Rotom perhaps would be very beneficial, but you can't go too far either way, because then your opponent then doesn't go for Kyurem and they go Dragapult instead, and they maybe knock out a Pidgey, and you can leave yourself vulnerable. So you have to find this middle ground that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, Charizard EX, I feel like it's just one of those decks where you want to utilize going first if you can, just because so many of your opposing decks are also wanting to go first so that they can pop off these incredible cards and make these big plays against your Pokemon that have yet to evolve. So Haruki is starting out strong here as far as these consistency cards, but it's all going to be up to what Lucas is able to accomplish on this next turn coming up. And if it's going to be too difficult for Haruki to deal with, but I mean, we know here these players come to the table and they bring everything. And I'm sure Haruki has been in this situation once or twice here and is going to play very smooth here in this match.
Yeah, what a cool opportunity for us to feature a Champions League champion and a regional champion.
So cool.
Up against each other in such a great matchup, and it's so tricky for Haruki at this point. You have to respect what your opponent's capable of, but they haven't shown you very much. This was an ugly turn, losing a lot of resources, using Squawkabilly and only accelerating one energy to the board, using Energy Switch. It doesn't mean your opponent's going to have very much to back this up.
Yep. Oh, it's going to get spicy here, Kyle. Going to get spooky, if you do say so yourself. But these Pokemon are joining the field. We do see that double Charmander this time around that we lacked in the last match. But this time, the Duskull coming out, as well as that Pidgey, of course, to set things up for this later game. So you kind of see the strategy mapping out here, a little bit different from the last game we just saw. And that Rotom is going to end the turn with an instant charge, 3 additional cards to the hand. But I love Charizard's got the Dusknoir line now. I love to see that. It's one of the reasons I also picked Charizard, because it can have some risky matchups and its playing field. It's so even with so many of the decks that it goes against. But having that Dusknoir is pretty cool.
Yeah, it opens up the Snorlax matchup for you a lot of times, and also just finding a way to deal with an opponent that's playing wisely against you. If they don't give you the prize cards to help you do some additional damage, you just open it up yourself. Go, fine, I'll give you a prize card. Let's start going.
Speaking of opening it up here, we saw a Teal Mask Ogerpon, a Teal Dance into that Regidrago V-Star. So that is pretty cool. That is our singular Regidrago V-Star. It's growing up here. That's what we needed to see for Lucas. Now we have 2 energy onto the Regidrago, and now we're cooking here, Kyle.
See you later, Hoot Hoot. Plenty to work with at this point, though. The energy switch vital to the strategy.
Yep.
And we see just the Dragapult at this point, which is still pretty viable. It's an opportunity to remove Charmander and Pidgey from play at the same time, which can put a lot of pressure on your opponent.
Exactly.
But do you want more?
Do you want more? These are the decisions that have to be made by our Regidrago players right now. You're seeing this Legacy Star. It's the V-Star ability. You can only play 1 every single game, and it's being utilized now here from Lucas. You discard 7 cards, and then you get 2 back to your hand from the discard pile. So we see that within the energy switch, allowing Lucas to line up the energy needed on this V-Star to be able to attack. And you see the Dragapult EX that was in the discard pile already to be able to be copied. That Phantom Dive from the Regidrago V-Star.
Okay, Boo. Do you take out the Duskull so that your opponent can't Dusclops plus Charizard you? Or you take out the Pidgey so they can't draw anything? Lucas, with the respect to the Duskull, will actually allow the Pidgeot to come into play next turn if it's available.
I kind of dig it.
This is the way that you stick around. Regidrago cannot be knocked out this following turn.
Exactly. That is huge here. Lucas getting this Phantom Dive here. This is only turn 2 that we're seeing. The Regidrago V-Star piece was found. We have that Apex Dragon move, copying Dragapult, taking out a Charmander and a Duskull, 2 prize cards down, and Haruki has that Pidgey left to be able to hopefully set some things up. Of course, we have the Charmander with the energy attached on the field as well. So now we're going to have to see these Pokemon evolve and these lines start to come into play here. But that Duskull is not going to be a part of it this time around.
And how do you go about this as Haruki at this point? He's got plenty of resources. Charizard seems eminent at this point. But you have to respect the fact that that Teal Mask Ogerpon has a grass energy. It could end up attacking into your Charizard, taking a big knockout if you overextend into this Regidrago V-Star next turn.
Exactly. Well, Forest Seal Stone is going to be one of those pieces to get things set up here for Haruki. The V-Star power in the Star Alchemy. Not only do we have the Regidrago using the V-Star power, but we got a Rotom V. It didn't even have one. Now it's got one. Star Alchemy finding any card here for Haruki to align these pieces needed. We see that Pidgeot EX coming up here. And like we said, plenty of cards were in the hands here for Haruki, but it's about the sequencing. How do you play these cards? Which order do you go? Pidgeot EX coming out after that Forest Seal Stone here. That's going to allow for a quick search this turn.
Oh boy, there's strats lined up. We see the Defiance Band in the hand. This could be Radiant Charizard potentially coming into play.
Yeah, that is true, Kyle. Ooh, I love it. I mean, this is why I love to watch our players from Japan as well. They just seem so calm, cool, collected. It's like they know their decks better sometimes. It doesn't make sense to me, but that is awesome to see. Well, we saw that rare candy being eyed up here. Charizard EX is going to come out off of that Pidgeot EX, but still, yeah, plenty of cards in the hand here for Haruki to utilize. Ultra Ball being one of those cards to discard 2, and that's any Pokemon, Kyle.
This is so clean.
Radiant Charizard.
Throws away fire energy.
Love
the hand is super rods. So you could just accelerate those right back onto this
Gorgeous.
Pokemon.
Yeah, and you saw all the resources were allocated for before in that last search. Now the Arven being utilized to get that rare candy out as well to just, I mean, Haruki knows exactly what he's doing here. Super Rod to recycle these Pokemon that were just discarded as well as the energy back into the deck. Now Radiant Charizard's already on the board here. Fantastic to see here for Haruki. That Infernal
It's the whole hand playing out at this point. It's got to be worth a high five.
Exactly. I mean, if there's one thing that Haruki has done, it has been flawless sequencing here. The Infernal Rain ability on that Charizard EX, accelerating these 3 energy needed onto this Radiant Charizard, as well as Defiance Band that was in the hand for Haruki. That's a knockout there on Regidrago V-Star, going down 2 prize cards. What a response from Haruki. And Lucas just having to choose what to promote next.
Shell-shocked.
Exactly.
Absolute nightmare fuel for Lucas. You lose game 1 in 2 turns with a hoot pass. And then game 2, your Regidrago, the only Regidrago V-Star that you had, thankfully has drawn a second one now off the prizes, is knocked out by Radiant Charizard out of nowhere, off the top rope.
Yeah, that was incredible from Haruki here. Lucas promoting this Regidrago V. Gonna be able to evolve into the V-Star. Of course, that was taken off the last prize cards that Lucas was able to get to the hand, so that's fantastic to see. But, I mean, you're not really expecting your V-Star to go down straight away, so we're working uphill here because that V-Star still needs 3 energy to be able to get off of its attack. So Lucas is going to have to put a lot together here. Super Rod's going to start us off, get 3 grass energy back into the deck. But I got to tell you, Kyle, I was between Regidrago versus Charizard EX for my caster picks, and I'm feeling good right now.
You've definitely chosen some great cards, and we see Lucas really struggling to put together the strategy at this point. He was able, thankfully, to add in some of those resources, the Super Rods to bring the Super Rod to bring back in multiple energies, and is now searching them back out with the Earthen Vessel. You can accelerate these a little bit. You have the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns for the turn, fire energy attached to the active, but you need all of your energy switch in order to attack with Regidrago this turn.
Exactly. I think about that too. The Regidrago V-Star and the Super Rod were the 2 prize cards taken as well for Lucas. So, I mean, we were just a couple of cards being short of this turn right here for Lucas to be able to even come back slightly in this matchup. But we're seeing energy fly down now. 1 on that Teal Mask Ogre Pawn, drawing additional card. 1 from the hand onto the Regidrago V-Star. Temple of Sinnoh coming into play as our stadium between our players.
Yeah, this is the professor's research looking for either those 2 resources in the energy switches or the Noctowl to help search them out. 1's in hand, Ultra Ball as well. So that should be enough to at least combat this Radiant Charizard.
Yeah, that's nice. We see the energy coming down, drawing additional cards. Oh yeah, we still have Flip the Script as well from Lucas.
That's a bird.
It's a bird. That is very true. I mean, this is just a phenomenal consistency card here. It's almost in every deck that you see now in the Pokemon trading card game. Flip the Script, draw 3 additional cards if you had a knockout happen on the previous turn to one of your Pokemon. So fantastic. And speaking of consistency, I mean, this is the 2-2 line coming into play here. It's the Noctowl evolving on the bench, Jewel Seeker being utilized here to get 2 item cards out.
Got nothing left. Those are the items. There was one other Ultra Ball, but no more resources for Lucas other than prime catchers and energy acceleration via the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns. You have to put together a strategy that wins from this point forward, and it is difficult. I think it involves ignoring Radiant Charizard, honestly.
It might, actually. It might. I mean, yeah, this is a tough situation to be in. Of course, you know, that Combustion Blast, it does a lot of damage, 250, but it can only be used once every other turn unless it has some sort of switch out and reset of that move. Lucas using Ultra Ball here, discarding a couple of cards, getting these Dragon Pokemon out of the deck within that Giratina V-Star. And we're going to see another Ultra Ball. That Giratina V-Star going right where it needs to be, into the discard pile as well. Is this going to be a part of the strategy here for Lucas down the line here, Kyle?
It's hard to say what you can do from this point. With the Giratina V-Star, you immediately start to think of, well, if you can remove that Pidgeot from play, you're in a really great spot. But there's no space on the board right now for a free retreat option like that Cleffa to bounce around and just switch in with the Prime Catcher. We've already seen the Supporter used for the turn as well with the Research. So it Prime Catcher plus retreat plus discards from Lost Vacuum equal no resources left to attack later on. And that sounds pretty bad too.
I know, that's one thing about these Regidrago decks is they go through their resources quickly, that is for sure. And that can lead to very messy late games for this player. It's almost the opposite of what we see with the Charizard EX. But here we go, 2 energy switch now here for Lucas. That's what we needed to see. Now it's the Prime Catcher, though, being able to switch here from Lucas' side as well as Haruki.
Yeah, this is, you can promote retreat, go all in, remove this Pidgeot, and hopefully your opponent with 2 cards in hand is not able to find some relevant way to continue on in this game, but there's still some viable threats.
I mean, you never count a Charizard player out, that is for sure, but Regidrago V-Star gonna utilize this Giratina V-Star, Lost Impact, 280 damage, perfect math to take out that Pidgeot EX. 2 prize cards down for Lucas, only 2 more to take to wrap this game up, but he has been responding to every single turn by just the skin of his teeth here. So 2 energy now down into the Lost Zone, never to be seen again from Lucas's side. But Haruki, now that Pidgeot EX is gone, you still have 4 prize cards to take. Are we going to be able to see enough of a response here to overtake Lucas in this game 2, take a 2-0 win? Have to see what happens here.
Haruki just downloaded the deck list. Everything's been used at this point. You've seen everything that's happening, and there's not much that your opponent can really do at this stage. There's no way for the Regidrago to attack next turn. Clearly, no attackers ready on the bench, ready to roll, and you can maybe use this Radiant Charizard at this point to continue on attacking, deal with some of these threats, and I believe that Turo is also there to help remove maybe one of these easier Pokemon to knock out. It just depends on what you think your opponent's capable of. Is it the defense of Charizard and that grass weakness, or is 190 easier to reach with the Rotom?
Ah, yeah, the grass weakness. Charizard EX, you're used to seeing it, a Charizard as a fire Pokemon, but it's a Terra type. It is a dark type.
It's so tough. You can see he's really debating at this point.
Weak to
Which
bugs.
one can you knock out easier?
Exactly.
Read his face. What does he want to do with you?
No, Lucas is not going to give up any information from the expressions. There's just no way, but that Turo is going to scoop that Rotom V out of play. It's going back into the hand here for Haruki. And then we're seeing the knockout once again from this Radiant Charizard. The Pidgeot EX was taken out before from that Regidrago, but the Radiant Charizard was still remaining in play. Combustion Blast able to take that knockout. Of course, that Defiance Band as well on there. And now it's just the Ogre Pawn in the active position here for Lucas, and both of these players are tied up.
Here's the plan. Attach and get that energy on this Pokemon, attach a grass energy and pass the turn. And then next turn you go Boss's Orders, grass energy, and try to attack into that Charizard. But we don't even see the resources in hand just yet. It's just one other grass energy at this point.
Singular grass.
Thankfully, you have the buffer of
look at that.
Radiant Charizard doesn't have a way to attack this turn after using Combustion Blast. That retreat would be disgusting, and we know that there's no energy for that Charizard, potentially. It's really difficult to find at this stage.
Yeah, all the energy is out on the field here. Speaking of energy, Lucas, I mean, we saw there's 3 cards in deck right now. A grass energy is one of them. A fire energy is another one, and then another additional card as well. So Lucas gave those 3 cards a nice shuffle here. But as you said, Kyle, it's just the grass energy pass now. Boss's Order's already in the hand for Lucas. On the left side of our field, Haruki has used Combustion Blast in the last turn. We're going to see a Buddy Buddy pop in to look at the deck, see what resources are left here. But I mean, just look at the difference in how many cards are here for Haruki versus Lucas on the other side, sitting at 3 cards.
Lucas
The strategies.
No information. He has not seen very much. He's got enough for a potential game 3, but yes, on the other side with Haruki, he knows the entire deck list at this point, and it is so difficult for either player now to figure out how to close out in a game like this. For Haruki, you're thinking, I don't want to play this energy onto the Charizard. I can't open up for my opponent to have that Myriad Leaf Shower, take a big knockout, but there's still lines for Lucas. He could play fire energy for the turn, grass energy for his ability, and get there with Boss's Orders.
Yeah, that's tough. It's really going to come down to these last turns here, Kyle, between our players. Oh, it's just a pass.
This is so close.
Just a pass. What was the top deck here from Lucas? It's not a grass energy.
He was really hoping for the grass energy.
Yeah,
Is there any
and
way
then
to
that's
draw?
it. It's just a fire and a grass left in the deck. But I think it was the Ultra Ball, actually, that was top decked from Lucas. Still needing an additional energy on that Teal Mask Ogre Pond to be able to attack.
So the draw had to be grass into the fire to get there. It does not have it. Instead, now you Boss's Orders to stall for time. Just pull up the Charizard because it's not attacking or retreating at this point.
Yep, that is so true, Kyle. This is so tough to see here. Lucas just not, I mean, 3 cards left, not getting the top deck needed, but still playing around this. Using that Boss's Orders, just passing once again, only 2 cards left to be drawn. Dusknoir is the top deck here from Haruki. Rotom V being eyed up.
There's no way to move this Pokemon right now. Rotom V to draw additional resources looks to be the play.
That is it. Yup, Rotom V coming back. It was turroed out before. Now it's back on the field.
Draw cards. Is there grass energy? There is. He rips the grass and finds the fire to close out.
Incredible here from Lucas, getting his deck all the way down to just 3 cards. Those 2 energy being the last 2 needed here for Lucas
in that
to take.
order.
Yes, in that exact order. I mean, I guess you had a 50-50 chance, right?
Yep, that was dangerous.
That was very dangerous, but the grass energy being able to be played down with the teal dance, of course, drawing into that fire energy, attaching for turn. Lucas had all the pieces there, that exact order to be able to take that last knockout there. And wow, I mean, that was incredible, Kyle, for game 2.
How do you come back from that? We're going to check out the replay to see how this all went down, but I mean, for Lucas, this wasn't the best opener. Lost a lot of resources to get to this point. Thankfully, rips that Regidrago V-Star and is able to perform this opening attack, and this was a huge point. Do you take out the Pidgey and limit your opponent's resources, or go for that Duskull and hope they just don't have it in hand? It leads to this nightmare situation. Haruki plays the entire hand down. Rare Candy Pidgeot, Rare Candy Charizard, Triple Energy Defiance Band knockout on your only attacker for the game so far. And for Lucas, it has to be double E-switch right here to stay in the game, but you lose every resource you have to get here. And for Haruki at this point, he sees, well, thankfully you avoided knocking out my easy prize here for the Radiant Charizard. Radiant Charizard can continue on. And what a ridiculous state. Just passing the turn over and over. And it had to be that order at that point to close out the game.
Yeah, it had to be that exact order there to be able to get those 2 energy needed onto that Pokemon for that huge knockout. All those energies, of course, accumulating to more damage there for Lucas. This is a game 3 now here in our Swiss round 5, Kyle. We're kicking things off between these 2 incredible players. We've already seen some wild gameplay from both of them, but let's take a look at our prize cards. So far, we're seeing a lot more energy now on Lucas's side, stuck in the prize card.
Whoa, that's a pass, and it seems like maybe the tides have turned at this point. Lucas had been the master of bad hands. Now it's Haruki's turn. But this isn't a great opener for Lucas. He's ripping his prime catchers and throwing away his resources. Needs to find some additional Pokemon to help out, and it looks like he found a couple of friends.
Yeah, going incredibly fast here. Professor's Research just throwing everything away there. But we're going to be able to draw into a couple more resources from Lucas. What was it?
Ooh, it was the Earthen Vessel. I didn't see the grass energy, so that had me really worried. Missing energy for the turn there could really throw off the resource map, but found the Vessel to continue on. And now maybe this Ultra Ball can go after another Teal Mask or a Hoot Hoot, regardless of just depending on if you want to accelerate more energies or have that consistency of the Noctowl.
Oh, yeah, we're going to have to see what the strategy is from Lucas. What will he choose to do here? Bringing out an additional Pokemon. It is going to be that Hoot Hoot coming out off that Ultra Ball, Regidrago V, as well as a Cleffa hitting the discard pile now for Lucas. Did you get a look at what else was discarded? I mean, of course, that pink card, as you said.
Oh, there was the Kyurem, which is a beneficial resource to throw away early, but I didn't see much else there in terms of attacking power or those main resources that you don't love to lose, those Drago V-Stars, those energy switches. So should have plenty to work with.
Well, Earthen Vessel going to discard another energy here now to search out these two for Lucas. Fantastic card in this deck here. That is great. Those two energy being drawn out now.
Just having your eye on the fire energy can be vital.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, just looking over at the other side of the field too here, unfortunately for Haruki, when you see this start, I mean, this is enough here for Lucas to get going, as well as Haruki's side of the field. We just saw the Pidgey and then that Pheasantipity, and now it's in the active, and we have very little setup aside from that. I don't know what this hand is looking like, but we're going to start off with an Ultra Ball here, discard a couple more Pokemon to seek out another one. But this is just one step behind now. You went first, you didn't get out these Pokemon that need to be evolved in the later turns, and that's just going to leave huge liabilities potentially down the line from Lucas's deck that can really just copy tons of different moves from these Dragon Pokemon.
Right. Turn 2, benching all of your basics and hoping that your opponent, who is not wasting resources, doesn't have a way to refill post Kyurem, which clearly looks like it's a potential strategy here for Lucas. It's devastating. It means you have to be thinking Radiant Charizard, Defiant Band from this point, and it's just difficult to line that up when you're trying to establish a board.
Yeah, that's the downfall here, unfortunately. If you don't get that setup, you are struggling as a Charizard player, but Haruki going to do everything possible and just hope that Lucas doesn't have it on this next turn. But that's tough. That is a tough ask for a Regidrago player that has so much capability. Once that V-Star comes down, the Legacy Star, V-Star power, the drawing cards with the Teal Mask, Ogerpon, the energy switches. I mean, we see some incredible turns there. But, oh, what's going to limit that potentially is that Iono. I don't know if that actually put more cards, though, in Lucas's hand. I think it did.
Yeah, that can be a tricky thing. But at this point, Haruki just needs to see more resources.
You need a hand.
You're starting to flood the board with the buddies now, thankfully added. And that means at least one more Charmander will be added to the board. And it's cool to see that mist energy inclusion, too. We've seen it start to be a one-of. It was that double turbo for a little while, too. But this can be a little added protection against some of those Pokemon like the Dragapult.
That is true, yeah. Blocking the effect of those damage counters. That is pretty cool. Duskull, a little protection there with that mist energy. Multiple Charmander now out on the field, as well as a Bidoof. So Haruki still not even phased by an awkward start here. We're going to get those consistent cards down. The Buddy Buddy Poffins. The Iono was the supporter for turn that obviously drew into some solid choices here for Haruki. Now we got a full board on the other side, but it's up to Lucas to absolutely destroy that board. Potentially here, we could see an incredible game-turning turn here from Lucas, but what are we gonna see? It's gonna start out with the Iono.
That's not the start you want.
Oh, must
no
have
energy
not liked
to go
that
with
hand.
this.
Yeah.
Oh
my god.
Any help here at all?
Not even a grass?
There's the Drago V-Star and the Earthen Vessel.
Okay.
But didn't see the Noctowl, got scared.
got scared.
We're grounded, we're coming back, and this should be enough at this point. If you want to use the Kyurem and incorporate that Trifrost and take a triple knockout, that is well within your power.
Yes, exactly. An incredible move that's able to be utilized. It's just a single prize card Pokemon in that Kyurem. Trifrost, it costs a lot of energy, but not if you're a Regidrago V-Star. You're able to copy that move from the Kyurem as long as it's in the discard pile. 3 of your opponent's Pokemon can potentially go down 110 damage to each. And look at that board.
This is so cool. You can do it without using your ability. Just burn the resources. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Well, what are you going to do next turn? How do you attack? He's got double E-Switch ready to go in hand.
Look at that. I mean, you see the triple knockout on Haruki's side. 3 Pokemon go down. That's 2 Charmander as well as that Duskull. That's the entire strategy here for Haruki. What do you do if you have no Pokemon to play? These are all supporter Pokemon out on the field now for Haruki. The Pheasantipity that's been stuck in the active, Pidgeot EX that has been putting a couple of these pieces together throughout the turns, and a Bidoof that's not even an evolution yet. It's not doing nothing on that bench.
Yeah, the only thing you really can do in that spot is get lucky. Get to a point where you open with the Radiant Charizard and attach an energy to it so that if your opponent does go for the triple, you have that energy for the turn. You have Excited Heart to help out. You don't rely on the Rare Candy Charizard, and then you can take the knockout to put some pressure on your opponent. This way, you don't really have the resources. It would take Thornton Miracles, and I don't think we... Well, we do have 1 in the list, so maybe Haruki's able to pull off some pretty spicy plays.
Some Thornton. Ooh, you love to see it. That's got to be one of your favorite cards, I think, Kyle. You love the Thornton play.
So fun. It was Swoop Teleporter, it was Ninja Boy, and now it's Thornton. Just anytime you can surprise your opponent, we're all about it.
I wish it was still called Ninja Boy. That is so cool.
It was crazy.
Well, we did see the flip for script. That's going to add several additional resources here for Haruki to the hand. So we have a decent chunk of cards now for Haruki. We did see that Radiant Charizard as well come down onto the field. That's what we needed to see. Quick search still at Haruki's grasp here to be able to get another card out of the deck, but is just mapping out how to play down this hand here.
Looks like just clarification on how many cards were in the hand before that Pheasantipity draw to flip the script. Now we'll see if it really did flip the script. There's a Rare Candy in hand. There's a Pidgeot available. Can we see the shenanigans?
The shenanigans. We'll have to see. Haruki, of course, utilizing this quick search to get... I see some shenanigans, Kyle.
Do you really have the belt, too? That's the band. Why do I keep calling it a belt?
Yeah.
Get out of my head.
It kind of looks like a belt, honestly.
But if you have all the pieces to knock out this Regidrago V-Star, that is insane.
I mean, I'm pretty blind, but I'm not...
I don't see it yet.
Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see it yet, I guess. I mean, I don't see how else we can get there here. All of our supporting abilities have been used so far. So Thornton is going to be utilized here, but it's just going to be to swap out this Bidoof that was on the bench onto the Charmander. Exactly. Yeah, right. Which, of course, Bidoof has been out on the field. Now it's a Charmander. It can be Rare Candied into this Charizard EX. Infernal Rain ability accelerating these fire energy to the field here for Haruki onto that Radiant Charizard. So I love to see this. Charizard EX, I mean, it's not just your linear Charizard EX anymore. It can do a lot more than that with these attackers. And Haruki, once again, has a pretty decent response here.
Yeah, this is tough. You have a decision to make now. Without that knockout immediately lined up with the Defiance band, maybe it's Prime Catcher, just take out that Ogerpon, and that seems pretty great too.
I like taking out Ogerpons. I like taking surprise cards.
Yeah, get out of here. I don't like when you accelerate all those energies. You can have all the energy switch you want.
Exactly.
You don't have any energy to move,
you don't have
buddy.
energy. Yeah, what you gonna do? That is very true. Well, Radiant Charizard is coming into the active now here for Haruki. As we talked about, that Excited Heart ability allowing you to attack with less energy than needed for the prize cards your opponent has gone down. Is going to take that knockout there on that Teal Mask Ogerpon. Fire Weak, and it's going down to that Charizard there. 2 prize cards for Haruki, the Duskull and the Ultra Ball being drawn. Regidrago V-Star. Like you said, Kyle, we had a bunch of energy switches, but how are we going to get there?
Right, and
well, that's one way to start things off.
For Lucas, it looks like he's already used all of his resources. He's going to be in a lot of trouble. No, he's still got Legacy Star. He's still got Noctowl if he's able to play down that Terra to help out too. There's plenty of resources that could flood this board, and he's just trying to set up a checkmate at this point. Knock out that Radiant Charizard, protect yourself with a secondary attacker ready to roll, and have yourself just a boss's orders away on a Pheasantipity from cleaning up this game and pulling off a ridiculous comeback in this game.
Yeah. We could see it, definitely. This is the flip the script, 3 additional resources. I think we saw, I think it may have been 2 Noctowl there, and a ball card. Ultra Ball gonna be played to discard that Noctowl into this Teal Mask Ogerpon. We're putting things down onto the field. Yeah, it was 2 Noctowl, that's wild.
All right.
Well, Jewel Seeker, we have the Terra Pokemon down into play. Jewel Seeker's able to get out 2 item cards here for Lucas now.
I love it. It's just Vessel Rod.
Yeah.
you just need those grass energies again. It's such a basic strategy, but just get energies in play and attack.
I mean, we're talking about quick search here, but there's a new bird on the scene for sure in this Noctowl, allowing you to get these item cards out, and these are the item cards that you need to put the rest of these pieces together for this Regidrago V-Star deck. So, I mean, this is cool. This is very cool to see. Noctowl, I mean, we've seen it in the Tarapa Ghost deck, but look how much utility it has in these other decks that it could be potentially slotted into.
Yeah, for Lucas now, you don't feel like playing down these resources until you have to. So if you use the Legacy Star, you can discard all of these resources, not worry about throwing away grass energies, and then start to fill the deck back up with the Super Rod. But what are you looking for here? Do we Prime Catcher and find a easy Pokemon to swap around? Is it Cleffa? Just to have a retreat?
Yeah, that's true. Well, Nest Ball coming out here for Lucas, discarding these 7 cards. You get 2 of them back from your discard pile. The rest are thrown away. So you get to pick and choose, recycle your resources however you need. This lets you utilize several other strategies that you might not have before. You're duplicating cards essentially here. We saw that Prime Catcher go down early on. I think it was like the first turn off of Professor's Research, but now it's back here. Recycling an A-Spec. I mean, that's incredible to see. Energy switch here as well for Lucas. Of course, we need some energy for that. But Super Rod is going to help out with that, getting these energy back into the deck first of all.
Yeah, find the Teal Mask Ogerpon. You can search this out with the Nest Ball, the Earthen Vessel for the double grass energy, then move both grass energies with the energy switches, attach fire, and attack with your Regidrago. It seems like so many pieces and insurmountable to have all those resources and to make this happen, but it happens every game with this deck.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, it does, you have to have some pretty high-powered skill in sequencing if you're playing a Regidrago deck, because just one slight mistake here and you could be struggling. I mean, even just not even putting out a Terra Pokemon and then accidentally evolving your Noctowl, I mean, imagine.
Yeah, my over-under on the weekend is at least 0.5. Someone will do it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. I'm sure it's happened in the field for sure. But now we see these Teal Mask Ogerpon. One was recycled back with the Super Rod. It's brought back out with that Nest Ball that was selected off the Legacy Star. We see these grass energy be accelerated. This is going to give Lucas that chance to energy switch them onto the Regidrago V-Star. We're setting up this turn here for the Regidrago, and this is how this deck functions. It's the bread and butter. We even have a Radiant Charizard of our own on the field now for Lucas for the later turns as well. And this is just fantastic.
Yeah, think about what Lucas needs to piece together a win at this point. He's got Pheasantipity to continue drawing. He gets to put the damage down to set up a couple of these Pokemon to be knocked out in range of Radiant Charizard. And you're just looking for that Prime Catcher, energy switch. You're ready to go.
Ready to go. Phantom Dive, the spooky dragon Pokemon. That's also a ghost in this Dragapult EX. Taking out that Radiant Charizard. Another prize card down here. Of course, that damage as well. So, wow, that's just...
I guess there is an important piece there. He had 2 grass energy prized and wasn't able to find one. He drew the only non-grass energy, which would probably have made this a lot easier if there is a knockout on the Regidrago this turn.
Ooh, this actually, yeah, this could get sticky, Kyle. This could be quite scary here. We're going to have to see what Haruki chooses to do, starting off with the nest ball. I mean, we're talking about sequencing. Haruki is also fantastic with the sequencing, knows everything that's in the hand here and what needs to be done in this coming up turn. That's one thing about Pokemon TCG. Your opponent can have a very long turn. They're almost solitarying their cards against you, but then you have all that information to think about, okay, how do I respond to this now that this is the board state I'm looking at? So Haruki gonna just fail this nest ball here. And it's going straight to the discard pile. What are we looking at in the hand? It's gonna be a Duskull coming down onto the field for Haruki into Justin Iono. Now, that's gonna put Lucas at 2 cards for each prize card that you see. That's gonna limit him in the later turns for sure. But still, there's that recovery option there with the flip the script. If we can see Haruki pull something off here, but what are you seeing, Kyle?
Well, I mean, what's the best move at this point?
Exactly.
Yeah, he found Fire Energy, which opens up for the Charizard to attack. It's got to flip the script as well.
Yeah, that's
to
great.
Get some additional resources. Is this a turn where you search out the counter catcher? Maybe go after the Pheasantipity and make sure your opponent doesn't have the ability to draw out of this mess. You see the Regidrago there, but there's no attack that you can copy that it's going to knock out a Charizard at this point. Just go after the heart of the draw engine at this point. Remove Pheasantipity, and your opponent has 1 draw to try to make their way into a knockout with Teal Mask Ogerpon. It's difficult to make happen.
Yeah, but these are the lines that Haruki is seeking out here. The quick search, grabbing that counter catcher. Haruki is behind in the prize cards. That Pheasantipity is going to come up here. We've been talking about how important that is for these decks to be able to come back in the later turns, draw into some extra cards, and be able to work with something to recover from these losses. But Haruki is going to bring that up, say this is enough of a threat. I want to take this out so that you can't recover from here on out, and I can take that edge to take this game. Lucas is just 2 prize cards away from, so that Charizard EX is going to come into the active here for Haruki, and we do see that Fire Energy in the hand that's able to be accelerated for the turn as well.
Yeah, what a big read there to pick up on ways that your opponent can close out in spots like this. You just oh, is he not taking the prizes?
Oh, that's wait. So that was just a.
Does he have a read on what's going on here?
A read on the resources? Well, we've talked about this, Kyle, that Haruki has literally seen every single card in Lucas's deck. I mean,
he has to pass.
That's it, just a pass. Okay, so we passed over to Lucas. Lucas has nothing. Passing over to Haruki. Haruki is going to have the ability to get things set up even more here with a quick search. Now, are we seeing a masterful read here on the cards that are left from Lucas, and is Haruki able to set up an ending turn?
He's trying to set up.
Oh my gosh, the Briar.
Big Briar plays. Does he have access to the Dusclops or Dusknoir to make this all work?
I mean, I think so.
This is so
There's Ultra
ridiculous.
Ball. Ultra Ball discarding the Charmeleon as well. Oh my gosh. As the Arven, okay, let's see what's in the deck here. There's the Dusknoir off the Ultra Ball.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, are you serious? Arven gonna be played for this turn here for Haruki, lining things up here. We see the rare candy coming out as the item card.
Yep, you can just
That's it.
You can play it down and just pass over one more turn.
You're set up.
You're just waiting for your opponent to miss energy, miss everything of this stage. It's not there. It has to be past the turn, and the Dusknoir can just remove Noctowl from play and get you into that perfect spot. Prior to it's all there, and Haruki takes 4 prize cards to steal the game and close out the match.
That was incredible, Kyle. Haruki had the read on all of the cards there from Lucas and knew the exact out and played it flawlessly. I mean, I cannot believe that's how that ended. That is incredible here, the Briar. I mean, this is just the beautiful showcase of Briar. That is a new card that we're dealing with here, and I could not have asked for a better a showing of it, honestly.
Yeah, we're so not used to seeing the low hit points on the other side of the board, but the Dusknoir is able to remove Noctowl from play and line up that perfect 3 prize knockout
to close out the game. And what a read there to just call that out. Let's check out the replay and see how we got to this point.
Yeah, let's take you back through this because this was just an incredible match between our players. This was our game 1 here, which ended very quickly. The Hoot Hoot was all that was out there for Lucas. Nothing else was brought onto the field, and Haruki had everything in hand to be able to take that knockout. Take a quick game 1, but things shifted here in our game 2. Lucas, on the other hand, had all of the resources ready to go, had a stable start here, even with the Regidrago V-Star going down, was able to respond once again to knock out this Pidgeot EX, get these prize cards down, that Giratina V-Star using every resource possible. So many energies were down, so many resources down to 3 cards left in the deck. And like you said, Kyle, they had to be drawn in the correct order as well. You see it, top deck, Grass Energy, Teal Dance, pick up the Fire Energy. That's what was needed to take out that knockout. Lucas picking up the game 2, but then in our game 3, I mean, it was looking so heavily weighted for Lucas for so long.
Yeah, what an amazing opener here to use the Kyurem, take the big knockout, and close out on 3 early prize cards. For Haruki, it did have to be the Thornton into Rare Candy Charizard, promote onto that Radiant Charizard, and continue just to put some pressure on your opponent. And I mean, what a ridiculous read here after we see Lucas putting the pressure on. Haruki sets up a perfect checkmate, brings up that Pheasantipity. There were plays there. You could attack into the Pheasantipity and then maybe work your way into boss's orders, knockout, and set up next turn. This was so clean. You can wait, and your opponent doesn't have the resources. They've played all their energies. Briar Dusknoir. Name a better combo. I'll wait.
Exactly. I mean, we saw there, we even thought the Pheasantipity was going down. Lucas thought the Pheasantipity was going down.
If you remove this Pokemon, your opponent has 2 cards.
Yeah.
They have no way to draw additional resources, and they can't win the game with that Regidrago. You're going to have a way to close it out next turn. You win the game. You can search out the boss's orders. You'll be fine. But it opens up for your opponent to maybe have boss's orders. And if they have boss's orders, they just take out a Pokemon, they win the game at that point. Instead of playing into that, says, you're going to need so much more help than this, I'm just going to pass the turn, and was able to set up checkmate.
I know. I mean, that was just wild to see for sure, but all the cards were there, the reads were there, just needed that one single turn to set things up. The quick search being utilized there to get the rest of those cards out, to align everything on the board, and Lucas couldn't respond. That was it.
You give good players access to any card in their deck for multiple turns, they're going to pull off some crazy shenanigans, and we saw that there. Haruki with a ridiculous closeout there to become 5-0 at this event, and maybe it won't just be Kyoto Champions League champion on that resume. There could be a lot more coming.
Oh my gosh, I mean, that would be pretty wild. We saw the win for Japan in Dortmund. What if we saw it here at an NA Regional in Kentucky? I mean, that would be incredible, but hey, multiple prize card knockout turns, that's the way to get there, apparently. Yeah. Dusknoir, we see it all over the place in our decks out in the field. And you see it there, took out that Noctowl, that's one prize card. Briar coming out of nowhere here for that Charizard to be able to take 3 prize cards, and that was all that's needed. I mean, that's something that seemed unfeasible before. A Charizard EX taking 4 prize cards in one fail swoop there. And we just saw here, I mean, what an honor to be able to cast that, Kyle.
Yeah, that was my caster prediction, and I'm still like, I don't know if you go for it here, but it worked. It's so clean when it works, and we didn't see the resources drawn on the other side. And that means that we are going to take a pause from that tournament for a moment. Got some 5-0 players doing a great job, but we're going to move on into a tournament of our own here, Bill. We're going to go to the Pokemon tournament here.
Oh,
who will win?
Who
is the spookiest?
Are we doing the top one?
I sure hope so. I know which one I want.
Oh, yeah.
I want my boy.
Yeah, yeah, the one you picked for the weekend? I guess that only makes sense because I picked Dragapult.
Okay, well, yeah, that's easy then. We're locked in.
Yes, we're locked in indeed. We're going to be competing here for the spookiest Pokemon. It's between Dusknoir and Dragapult this time around. Would you like to kick us off, Caterpie Kyle?
I've got you.
All right, go
Dusknoir. It has absolutely wreaked havoc on the format for
years and years and years in other forms. It's been able to remove Pokemon from the bench, just put them back into your deck. It has been a great attacker that we've seen in a bunch of different formats. It's a world champion in a Gardevoir deck as well. And now we see it coming back and absolutely decimating this format. How ridiculous is it that it has the ability to just blow up, take prizes, and briar you all the way to game win?
Yeah, I mean, that's valid. You know, Kyle, you know what deck likes to utilize Dusknoir as well? We'll use it as a little buddy.
Who?
Dragapult EX. I mean, we're talking spooky here. That thing is scary looking, I'll tell you what. If you're between a Dusknoir and a Dragapult, which would you rather have creeping up at your door? Something that has multiple other little attackers on its head that could shoot out at you? I mean, that's pretty wild. But Dragapult, Ghost Pokemon, super scary, fantastic deck. Just won in Dortmund. I mean, you can't beat a regional champion, right?
We'll leave it up to the people. There's a few ways to go about this. You can look at the history of the game, and you look at all of the cards that we've seen that have decimated formats.
Dragapult's so much cooler,
been the staple in
so
almost every deck. Or you could just play in the format that didn't even have tournaments, where we saw Dragapult do.
Listen, all the Dusknoir does, I mean, yeah, it gets some damage counters out, but it leaves. It just throws itself in the discard pile. Dragapult's out there fighting for the people.
It was the most overhyped VMAX we've ever seen in the history of the game.
Oh, that's
Everyone
true.
freaked out about it, and it was just a trash pile. And we've been desperately trying to find a way to play it here, and we have a deck that makes it work okay, one deck that makes it work very well.
That's
and
true.
We have one result to work on here, but I think you're going to see that Dusknoir has a little more play than that old Dragapult.
So what do you think is spookiest just like looking at, though, Kyle?
I would be terrified of a Dusknoir.
I actually kind of
I think it'd be
the card, the alternate art that it has.
Spooky boy.
It's scary.
Did you know that there was a Dusknoir that turned into a stadium?
What?
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
There's a level X Dusknoir.
How is that possible?
The card would turn into a stadium after you were like knocked out or whatever, and then it would just deal damage to your opponent as a stadium. It was that card's crazy.
Oh my God.
They've done so much with Dusknoir before. I don't know if shooting little friends out of your head is gonna scare me more than that.
That's true. That's true. I mean, it is very spooky. I think both these Pokemon are quite spooky, so you can't go wrong either way here on what you think is the spookiest Pokemon. I mean, you're talking about a Dusknoir that turns into a stadium. You know, we cast a lot of the meta here. I can't really say that for our first round we casted. That was very off meta. But you see a big variety of decks when you go play at your locals. Your local scene. I mean, you have all different players playing different strategies, people to help you out if you are confused about the game, if you don't know how to play, if you're just starting out, any of that. Some very friendly people at your local scene. So make sure to scan this QR code, find your locals near you, start playing Pokemon. So maybe we can see you on our stage here blowing up some Dusknoirs and taking multi-prize card knockouts.
Maybe you attend Jim's League and you find that Okie dokie deck list.
What's going on at your local scene, Kyle? What are your locals playing?
They play all sorts of goofy stuff. I have two kids, so I don't have time to attend my locals as much as I used to.
Yeah.
But I mean, back in the day, everyone just pick one deck and just all play it. And I'm like, well, this isn't going to help me test for anything. I'll know a matchup. That's great.
Yeah, that's
my
true.
locals is TCG Live.
Yeah.
I live on that.
Oh, yes, I know. That is pretty nice. You can play Pokemon TCG anywhere you want, on the go, on your phone, right at a finger's touch. But that doesn't beat playing in person, playing some paper, getting to know your local scene for sure. So definitely go see some locations near you, pick up a deck. I mean, we have plenty of starter decks as well that are very competitive.
Yeah. I want that Charizard one.
It's coming out.
I've been looking. Is it out yet?
No, not yet.
Well, see, I've been wasting my time. I've been looking for it.
Yeah, you're looking on shelves
like,
that
man,
are empty,
I can't find this thing anywhere.
Oh my goodness. Well, I think we have a result, Kyle. Who is the winner? Who is spookier? Dusknoir or Dragapult.
Yeah.
It's gonna be the Dusknoir.
Yeah, are you scared of ghosts or lizards?
I know. It is like a lizard.
What are you doing?
I know. I was like, oh, it's even a dragon type for us too. It's not even ghosts in the TCG. We have no ghost version, just the psychic. But the Dusknoir here is gonna be our winner. I think that is honestly fantastic pick there. We're talking about the art on it, like from its evolutions, all the alternate arts, it like scoots closer to you.
Yep.
And it's so
It's gonna get
scary.
ya. That's pretty spooky. But to go along with our spookiness of the weekend, we have Evan with a spooky story. Don't go anywhere.
Ooh.
Mimikyu lives in dark places, untouched by sunlight. When it appears before humans, it hides itself under a cloth that resembles a Pikachu. There will be no forgiveness for any who reveal that it was pretending to be Pikachu. It will bring the culprit down, even at the cost of its own life. A gust of wind once revealed what hides under this Pokemon's rag to a passing trainer, who then went home and died painfully that very night.
So I think if I had one tip for new players, as this is also my first regional, make friends with everyone who's here. Everyone's super friendly, ask lots of questions. Everyone's just so happy to be here, and they just really want to help everyone who wants to play Pokemon.
If I had one tip for a new player, it'd be to practice, to scrim a lot of people and just keep practicing.
A tip I would have for new players would be if you just pick a deck and you practice it a ton and you just play it, then you can do well.
It's a game that you learn by doing, so getting in as many matches as you can and learning from your mistakes, making note of any misplays, any ways that you could have played better. One of the things that I did to prep for this tournament was practicing with my friends and playing some friendly sets and just kind of sharing feedback with each other. And so really having that community helps a lot.
Practice is the biggest thing, really. If you're not practicing your events, you're not going to know your matchups, you're not going to know what to play, and you're going to have a bad day. But if you pick good decks, practice lots, you'll do well eventually.
Watch streamers and play popular teams.
A tip I'd have for a new player is to play whatever deck you're comfortable with and what deck you like the most, because you'll have the most fun that way.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressful. If you're doing a battle, you have to determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you gonna win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. Just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. Really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting it in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
And everybody, Bug Catcher Boo here. I'm a bug trainer. I'm a bug specialist, you could say. But I've never had the chance to interview a bug before. And here with us, we have Caterpie Kyle. Kyle, how does it feel being a bug?
It's kind of sad. I haven't seen any friends around. I'm not in my Viridian Forest, and I've just been lonely.
You haven't seen any Caterpie friends in Viridian Forest?
I haven't seen any friends at all, and to be honest, it's getting scary. I don't know if I belong here.
Oh, that is super sad, Kyle. I'm sorry to hear that. What is your day-to-day like? Do you eat leaves?
I eat whatever. I crawl around on the grass. I've climbed a tree, and to be honest, ever since you caught me, I've starting to feel a little bit better.
Yeah, I'm sure. We're gonna start training up. What kind of move would you like to learn?
String shot, string shot, string shot.
More string shot?
All the string shot.
What level are you right now?
I don't want to talk about it.
I'll tell you what, Kyle. You're a really cute-looking Caterpie, but there's another Caterpie I've been hunting for a long time.
What are you talking about?
It's the illustrious, the shiny Caterpie, one I've never seen before. Kyle, it's a shiny Caterpie!
Get him!
Welcome back to the desk, everyone. We are so glad that Kyle got some new Caterpie friends and that Boo finally got the shiny that she was looking for. Spooky season can still have a heartwarming story indeed.
Yes, it's a long hunt there in Viridian Forest. I think Boo's been traveling back and forth in the grass for many encounters. but finally was able to secure the Caterpie.
And Kyle, you know, enjoying himself, touching grass, very, very important for all of us, certainly. But we're honestly just about to jump into the next round right away. Swiss round 6, ready to go.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. We've got 2 great players. We'll get into that shortly. But yeah, we've seen some excellent games. We've seen some interesting decks. That match last round was such a high-tier level gameplay from really both players. I mean, I think Lucas Zing played excellently, but it was the, you know, the Japan Champions League champion able to get the win ultimately. That incredible Briar play, seemingly out of nowhere. I mean, what a setup, what a play. Definitely love to see it.
Being aware of those niche opportunities to lock up a win, to take a matchup that's been historically unfavored for so long and showcase these new lines, relying much heavier on the Radiant Charizard, for example, to come back into the game and make those Regidrago players work so hard for wins that maybe they've been taking for granted for a little bit too long. I'd like now, Chip, to take a look at some of the updated standings. Now that we're a bit deeper into the tournament, we can see what players are really rising to the top.
Yeah, we see Caleb Gettimer there, someone who's been a top-tier competitor in North America for quite a long time. Leading the charge at 5-0. Kyle Lesnowitz, another really solid player as well, 5-0, sitting up there. Haruki, who we just saw get the win in the last round. Of course, a Japan Champions League champion in the past. It's really one of my favorite things so far this season has been seeing all the Japanese players coming over and competing in the western side of the World events because they're able to earn a Worlds invite. If they win the tournament, they can get an invite to Worlds from one of these tournaments. And Kieran Farah, someone who's had, you know, some great success already this season. Kieran there at the 5-0 already, you know, looking to make up for his second place finish that he had to start off the season in Baltimore.
Yeah, known for Lugia play recently. He was the player that actually kind of put the Terapagos Dust Noir Briar idea on my radar, and I wasn't sure if Kieran was going to stick to that deck, but at the highest level of play, Chip, we all know that players aren't just going to, there's either you stick with what you love or you stick with what is absolutely going to be the strongest play for the tournament.
Well, let's look at some of the notable matches in this round. Lots of players at 5-0, lots of great players we're keeping our eye on. Of course, we mentioned Kieran. We've got Caleb Gettimer there versus Brandon Allen, Jack Moore, and Ethan Yee. But our feature match is going to be Hunter Butler, well-known player from Florida, former regional champion, someone who's very well known for playing off-the-wall decks, going up against the Baltimore regional champion from this season, Henry Chow. This is going to be a great one.
A player that has just absolutely dedicated himself fully to Gardevoir to the point where he revamped the list, the strategy of it to exist in this current metagame, already has a huge win under his belt, is looking to double down. And Hunter Butler, who, if I'm understanding correctly, kind of had a hand in this recent rise of Palkia V-Star coming into the fray, which was one of my caster picks.
Yeah, but it's not what he's playing this weekend. He's thrown it back to Old Faithful. We're seeing a little bit of a resurgence of Lost Box this weekend. There's quite a few good players out in the field on this archetype for the weekend. You know, something that got kind of pushed out of the meta because of Regidrago V-Star's prevalence. Kyurem is obviously a really difficult card to go up against when you play a card named Colress in your deck.
Absolutely.
So it really pushed Lost Box out of the meta, but as Regidrago has fallen off a little bit, you know, Dragapult has risen. We've seen the rise of Terapagos as well.
And Raging
I'm really
Bolt.
not surprised to see Lost Box kind of make its way back into the metagame.
We've got some lightning attackers, maybe trying to catch up on these Lugias that might be getting a little bit too big for their britches, but also the fact that a lot of decks have started to cut mana fee. Well, you know, I can't block the Dust Noirs, I can't block the Phantom Dives, maybe I don't need mana fee, and this opens up the Radiant Greninja that these Lost Zone decks used to enjoy, these Turbo Turn 2 plays potentially with Moonlight Shuriken.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting matchup. So, I mean, if you know anything about Henry's list, he's not playing the exact same 60 he played to win Baltimore. It looks like it is just one or two cards different here. A few things have been mixed up. He's not playing that Pokemon League HQ anymore. That's something he had in his Baltimore list that actually probably would have been pretty good for him in this specific matchup, but he's playing Moonlit Hill, which is something I think we could see potentially come up if Hunter wants to go for some sort of like Sableye multi-prize turn plays.
Yeah.
But really here for Hunter, the big thing is going to be the fact that Henry Chow does not have Manaphy in the deck. How quickly can Hunter get to Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken and try to target down those Curlies?
Precisely. You have the ultimate, just super fast, get everything in the Lost Zone, get the Moonlight Shuriken, try to keep the Ralts from getting evolved. The best thing about Henry Chow's list is now that he's kind of reawakened to these rare candy lines, can just get that Gardevoir down and start slapping.
Yeah, it's great for Henry because he will have a response, right? If Hunter is able to pull off that Moonlight Shuriken play, take out a couple Ralts or take out a couple Curlia, Henry has that rare candy in his list. He's got that little bit of buffer to, you know, make up for a couple of Ralts or Curlia going down early.
When Gardevoir was at the height of its power, that was a lot of games that we had seen as players would just keep the routes under control, and Gardevoir seemed to just languish away under that pressure. But Moonlit Hill is going to be very interesting, you know, to kind of try to cancel out some Sableyes, some of these slower decks certainly.
It could come up for sure.
And as you were talking earlier about the previous Stadium Pokemon League headquarters, that was a tech for Ancient Box, which was very, very hyped going into Baltimore and fell off after it didn't convert as well as players had expected it to.
We do see some cards going out here for Hunter there. 1 Psychic Energy and 1 Sableye. Those are both one-of cards in his list. And then also a pair of Lost Vacuum. He's playing 3 Lost Vacuum, and I think he really is trying to lean on those to help him get more cards into the Lost Zone to get to Mirage Gate faster. So the fact that he has a couple prized could spell trouble for his early game pressure.
Yeah, I'm taking a closer look at this deck list. Not on Forest Sealstone, I don't think I'm seeing, which was the classic turbo packages. Getting the Forest Sealstone, then Lost Vacuuming it away. But jumping in, Henry Chow kicking us off with routes in the active spot and plays Hisuian Heavy Ball. This is an item that lets you look at your prize cards, take a basic Pokemon you find there to put in your hand, and then Hisuian Heavy Ball takes its place, shuffle up your prizes, put those back down.
Yeah, no basic Pokemon to take here for Henry, but he's got that information now. He knows what his 6 prize cards are. He'll have a much quicker deck search at this point. He doesn't have to take time to actually check his prize cards. Hisuian Heavy Ball is always one of my favorite cards to see in my opening hand, and oh no, this could be trouble here. Skarzig, Henry Chow just forced to pass. This is a massive opening here for Hunter Butler. If he can get 4 cards in the Lost Zone, we could see Cramorant spit innocently taking a knockout.
And Colress's Experiment already opening up. Look at the top 5 cards of your deck. Put 3 in your hand, 2 in the Lost Zone. Already partway there. Flower Selecting is going to be card number 3. And with 2 Lost Vacuums in the prize cards, there is 1 more in the deck to maybe get a cheeky bump on this Pokestop.
He's got a Switch card here and a Rescue Board. Those could be good cards to hang on to. The thing is, you know, Hunter wants to win this turn, but he doesn't have to win this turn, right? He wants to put himself in a position where he has that line open to potentially close out the game right now, but he doesn't want to put himself in a precarious situation where he finds himself, you know, down too many resources too early.
Sends another Colress's Experiment to the Lost Zone. And, you know, I'm guilty of this myself, Chip, is you overextend for this turn 1 knockout and then you leave yourself in the lurch if you whiff. Buddy Poffin is found, however, searching the deck for 2 basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less. He's going to grab a couple more Comfey out of the deck, get more Flower Selecting, still has to find the Cramorant, and then a Switch.
Yeah, we saw as Hunter was checking his prize cards there. I think Henry was making a joke like, hopefully the Cramorant is prize, and Hunter gave him confirmation it's in there. Cramorant is here to party. Now the big thing for Hunter is just going to be, can he find a way to get it into play? He's got everything else he needs. He has a Switch card. He has a Rescue Board in hand. This Buddy Poffin here can get the other Comfey. He can even get 1 more Comfey if he wants to dig even a little bit deeper.
Exactly.
All he needs now is to find the Cramorant. And if he can just find a Nest Ball or the Cramorant itself, this game 1 is over.
The deck is fully capable of winning right now. The cards just need to fall into place. Hunter Butler not having a Hisuian Heavy Ball means that he's going to do a much more thorough deck search now to kind of extrapolate which cards are missing and are in the prize cards now. Sees that those Lost Vacuums aren't there.
Yeah, he could win the game right now, but it's not guaranteed. So he's going to take a moment, check his prize cards so he can operate with the best information moving forward, just in case he doesn't close it out.
Yeah, what's scary here too is even if Hunter Butler doesn't just win, Henry Chow still going to be a little bit of a step behind. Does have TM Evolution in the deck, so Buddy Poffin, TM Evo. catching right back up with some Curlias in play could be very nice for Henry. But Buddy Poffin, as we said, finds 2 Comfeys. Those enter the bench immediately. Flower selecting already used on the active Comfey. Another one with Switch Car into the active.
And there's
a
the Cramorant. That's the one
rescue
piece Hunter
board,
needed.
and there is win. Game number 1 goes to Hunter Butler. Very unfortunate for Henry Chow, getting off to a rough start with only a single route.
It's the same thing we saw in the last round, right? A turn 1 win pretty much from the opponent. You know, after your opponent really just didn't do too much, Hunter's able to capitalize on Henry's slow start. I think Henry was really hoping that there would be a basic Pokemon for him to grab off the Hisuian Heavy Ball. It was not meant to be, though, and Hunter Butler gets the winning game 1.
And when we evaluate both of these decks against one another, this is kind of a historical matchup where Lost Zone was kind of at its peak at the same time Gardevoir was, and they were dueling back and forth, having the potential of these single prize early mid-game game plans, with Lost Box having to jump through a lot of hoops towards the later stages of the game, setting up multi-prize turns with Sableye, trying to find those angles. But in the modern era, it's Iron Hands all day.
Yeah, it is Iron Hands all day. It's kind of pivoted from like this V toolbox deck that we saw in the past, you know, when Dragonite V was still in the format. Of course, Raikou V is still hanging around, and Hunter is playing it in his list, but now more to those Paradox Pokemon, the Roaring Moon EX, the Iron Hands EX being kind of some of the main attackers here for Hunter Butler.
And if you are anyone else in the tournament, you know, you're going up against Henry Chow, see that he's still on the Gardevoir, and even after his big win in Baltimore, people kind of wrote it off. It's like, oh, that was a very intelligent reevaluation of Gardevoir, but it's developed a reputation, especially now, as a specialist deck. Only the biggest Gardevoir fans tend to stick on this list, and Henry Chow shows up and shows us what is the best part of this list, and that's starting Klefki in the active spot. Mischievous Lock, absolutely nuts, and a Buddy Poffin to get 2 routes. Henry Chow already off to a dominating position.
Yeah, that Klefki start is by far the best thing that Henry could have started in this matchup. That Mischievous Lock ability does turn down the abilities of all basic Pokemon in play, both yours and your opponent's. Henry's not going to mind too much. There's no basic Pokemon abilities on his side, save for maybe Radiant Greninja if he needed to rely on that. Doesn't look like he needs to here. But really, Klefki in the active shuts down the Lost Box deck entirely. You know, we see Hunter here is playing one of Tatsugiri in his list. He's not going to be able to use that Attract Customers ability. He's not going to be able to use Flower Selectings with Comfeys if he can get them into the active spot. So really, if Hunter wants to pull off an attack here, he's going to have to get Klefki out of the active somehow.
Yeah, even if he wants to play the game, hope you've got your prime catcher, sir.
Yeah. One of Boss's orders as well, but then you're not playing Colress for turn. This Klefki really does slow down the pace of the game entirely.
A powerful start indeed. But Hunter Butler does have Nest Ball. Going to look through the deck once again, see what the options are. Ironically, you know, all the basic Pokemon, even Raikou V, Blood Moon, Ursaluna EX, Klefki's shutting them all down with Mischievous Lock. It's going to be difficult for Lost Zone to do its early homework, as we like to say, to prepare for these mid-late game combination plays that it needs to win.
And it's really important here for Henry that he's chosen to play something like Klefki as opposed to something like Fluttermane, which is something people have played in their Gardevoir lists in the past, shutting down just the active Pokemon's abilities, not just basic Pokemon, but all of active Pokemon's abilities. Hunter does play the Iron Bundle in his list, which would normally be able to push something like the Fluttermane out of the active spot, but not going to be an option here because Mischievous Lock, of course, shuts down the Hyper Blower of the Iron Bundle.
Absolutely rude. Henry has gone from this, you know, secret box, hyper-aggressive, accelerated Gardevoir to settling back into its highest reaches of its fame when it was this reactive, pseudo-controlling deck. And I don't know if he specifically predicted that Lost Zone was going to come out to be a bigger player in this tournament, or if Klefki ends up being an all-rounder.
It's really good against all of the Teal Mask Ogre Pond decks, right? Just push that up turn 1, and Raging Bolt gets totally shut down in their early game. They just have such a hard time setting up if they don't have access to that Teal Dance ability. Now, the nice thing here for Hunter, the one thing you're hoping for when you go up against something like a Klefki or a Fluttermane in your opponent's active spot is I just hope I can find Colress early. It's the most important card in this deck. It fuels your Lost Zone. It's your draw power for your supporter card. So that's the one thing you're hoping as Hunter. Can I find Colress? And I do believe he already has one in hand.
One in hand. So this is 5 shots, maybe getting a prime catcher, getting this Klefki back onto the bench, opening up the rest of the hand.
Pretty ugly Pokestop there, just discarding 3 non-item cards. Going to be the Colress's Experiment now.
Yeah, with no rescue board, it makes it difficult to weave in these Comfeys, but first order of business is still the Klefki. Hunter Butler is going to have to play this very slowly now, just going for Colress into Colress, hopefully. Couple Super Rods in the hand. That's not going to be relevant until later on in the game. Even Mirage Gate. This looks like a pretty dead selection overall from the Colress's Experiment.
It does have the Lost Vacuum. Definitely quite a consideration here. Super Rod, Lost Vacuum, and Nest Ball, all pretty good cards. Lost Vacuum is one of the ways that he can get more cards in the Lost Zone without using flower selecting, so something I think he was really debating hanging on to, but he valued getting another Pokemon in play here with this Nest Ball. Let's see what he goes for. He may just have to manually power up an attacker here.
Oh, I remember those days versus, what was it, Galarian Weezing, having to attach to your Cramorant, just be sad. But Radiant Greninja was found off of Nest Ball. Once again, no ability, no concealed cards, but this just goes to show that Hunter Butler is going to try to set up as best as he can, get all the pieces into place, so that eventually, when he finds the card to get rid of this Klefki out of the active spot, he'll have that explosive turn to probably make up all the lost ground. An attachment for turn to the Radiant Greninja is just going to stubbornly start establishing the threat of Moonlight Shuriken.
We'll kick it over to Henry now.
Looks like he's figuring out what to discard for Secret Box, his signature setup card, I think, at this point.
Yeah, it's definitely his signature card. It's a great card, but there's just so many powerful ace-specs in the format. For a lot of people, it's hard to justify letting Secret Box be your choice of ace-spec, but Henry's one of the ones who popularized it. He's going to start off this turn with a Pokestop, and that is a really nice Pokestop, getting an energy in the discard pile, and then also finding a couple item cards.
And Hisuian Heavy Ball paid off, well, it didn't really pay off in the first game, but I mean to say in terms of time saved,
sure.
Not having to do a really thorough deck search, I think it's going to matter here, right? We're going to have a lot of single prize back and forth the way we saw in the first game, and there is always, and you know the players have this in the back of their mind, always the chance that the time is just going to get eaten up.
Yeah, definitely nice to grab a Ralts off of that. I think Henry is pretty satisfied there. If you can find a Technical Machine Evolution, we could see a couple of Curlia come into play. That's really what he'd like to do here to close things out.
Mm-hmm. Hunter Butler's trying to set up behind the Tatsugiri. Meanwhile, Henry Chow is absolutely fine with setting up behind the Klefki. By the time that Hunter Butler finds the out, Henry Chow is going to have a whole army of attackers with Psychic Embrace ready to let them unleash them onto Hunter's board. But just a manual evolution there to Curlia, no technical evolution, but that's fine. You still get to use Refinement because it's no longer a basic Pokemon. So Klefki's just oppressing Hunter Butler's setup, while Henry Chow is going to continue to draw tons of cards, get more Psychic Energy in the discard pile.
It looks like Henry's kind of shaking his head here, not really sure what to discard from the Secret Box. He's got everything he needs with the Secret Box in order to get the Technical Machine Evolution pulled off. He also has an Iono he could play as a supporter for turn, which would be really nice since Hunter just added a bunch of cards that he wants to his hand off of the Colress's Experiment. But Henry has to find 3 cards that he's willing to sacrifice here. He's debating getting rid of the energy, but if he gets rid of the energy, he doesn't have that piece in order to pull off the Technical Machine Evolution. So
yeah, Henry Chow is debating definitely discarding the Pheasantipity, maybe grab it back with a Night Stretcher later on in the game when you want to draw 3 cards. Putting Pheasantipity in play preemptively always feels like such a big liability.
Ooh. And this is interesting. We're going to see the Iono. Henry does not feel like he can give up 3 of the cards in his hand. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he would have been totally fine to lose the Pheasantipity. The problem is he's got to find 2 more cards to get rid of.
Yeah, and you want to keep those Night Stretchers. You want to keep those Bravery Charms.
Yes.
And just too many important resources. Henry Chow will let the Secret Box come around a little bit later on, hopefully. But after drawing 6 more off of Iono, both players will shuffle their hands, put them on the bottom of the deck, and then you draw cards equal to the prize cards you have remaining.
We're going to see the rare Joust for 10.
Just a little poke onto Tatsugiri. Oh no, 6 more turns, Chip.
Hunter's sweating over there for sure.
But Pokestop is going to be activated. 2 Pokemon go to the discard pile, and Buddy Poffin is added to Hunter Butler's hand.
And he's able to
Decking
find
Colress,
a Colress.
beautiful.
That is huge because a Colress was sent to the bottom of the deck off of the Iono, I do believe. So him finding another Colress here is really fortunate.
And if you are stuck under Mischievous Lock, getting the Colress back-to-back is your best bet to keep filling up the Lost Zone. Even though abilities are locked up, once you get enough in there, Mirage Gate's still going to open everything up that you're going to need.
Hunter's really thinking through if he can pull something off here. He does have Mirage Gate and a Lost Vacuum in his hand. He's got 4 cards in the Lost Zone at the moment. I mean, if he could play all 3 Lost Vacuum that he plays and, you know, have enough stuff to get rid of, he could technically attack this turn. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, though.
Yeah, just an attached return onto Radiant Greninja. One more turn, one step closer to getting a Moonlight Shuriken. Pal Pad to put 2 Colress's Experiments back into the deck. And now that he's got 4 cards in the Lost Zone, this is important, Chip. You can't just say, okay, well, now I can Cramorant. Nope. It's a basic Pokemon.
Yep.
Its ability, Lost Provisions, is also turned off by Klefki.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see how valuable the Klefki is for Henry Chow in this matchup. It is totally halting the pace of play, halting the game here for Hunter Butler.
And after a refinement from Kirlia, discarding a Buddy Poffin, I believe it was, to draw 2 more, finds a second Kirlia to evolve and use its ability. And if you are stopped from establishing your fast tempo, your aggressive game plan, Gardevoir is just going to style on you like this. Start drawing tons of cards, getting their entire deck thinned down, their strategy established. And I don't even know if Henry wants to start taking prize cards as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think you got to put on the pressure at some point. If you give Hunter enough time, he's just going to manually power up that Radiant Greninja and start Moonlight Shuriken all of your benched Pokemon. So I think he wants to go in with an attack at some point, and I think we are going to see that happen probably right now as this Ultra Ball can find the Gardevoir EX, and with the Scream Tail being benched, its Roaring Scream attack can target benched Pokemon, namely that Radiant Greninja that Hunter has been working so hard to power up.
Yeah, you could see that Henry Chow discarded the Technical Machine Evolution. There's no more time for that. It's time to get aggressive. And Gardevoir EX, with its Psychic Embrace ability, you can attach Psychic Energy to your discard pile as much as you like. Every time you attach a Psychic Energy, that Pokemon's going to take 20 damage. And with the Bravery Charm, plenty of HP on Screamtail to Roaring Scream and knock out Radiant Greninja. Hunter Butler's threat now headed off at the pass, but now with Klefki being retreated onto the bench, we finally have attract customers, finding Colress's Experiment, and now a couple of Flower Selectings to boot. This is Hunter Butler's turn to try to get a foothold in this game now.
Yeah, huge opportunity here. Hunter finally gets to play the game. He's been slowed down so much by his opponent up to this point. We're going to see a Pokestop being used. It does grab 1 Mirage Gate. That can lead to some plays potentially here. He does need 3 more cards in the Lost Zone, but with a Colress in hand, with a couple of Comfeys, it looks like a switch card as well. We should be able to see something happen.
And Colress is indeed played. 5 cards from the top of the deck. Pick 3. The other 2 go away. Prime Catcher picked up. Buddy Poffin and another Colress is going to go into the Lost Zone. Once you get over that hump, start getting to 7, start getting your Mirage Gates active. You don't need the Colress's Experiments as much. You can see with the cards in the discard pile from Pokestop, the cards in the Lost Zone from Colress's Experiment itself, you know that Hunter's deck is very thin right now, and you just, the same way Gardevoir does, sculpt your top decks for the late game. Lost Vacuum also being played. You send 1 card from your hand to the Lost Zone, and then you can pick a tool, a stadium, send that to the Lost Zone as well. Using it on your own stadium is so great. You get to double dip. Now we're on 8 cards in the Lost Zone chip. Super Rod to get the Greninja back and a couple energies. So now Henry Chow is going to be under a lot of pressure of Mirage Gate plus Radiant Greninja in these latter turns.
It's kind of interesting because Hunter does have some options here. We could maybe even have seen him go for the Iron Hands EX, using Ampu very much on the active Screamtail. It does require a pretty heavy commitment. You need to play 2 Mirage Gates in order to pull that off, whereas with this you only need to play 1 Mirage Gate. It actually does look like the Iron Hands is prized, so this is Hunter's really best option for sure here, using the Radiant Greninja, and it will be able to target a couple of Pokemon on Henry's side. Now the question is, what do you target? I think the Curly on the bench is the obvious one. what's the other prize card? Do you knock out the Ralts, or do you knock out this active Screamtail, take the attacker out of play, and force Henry to find another?
I think you can't just let Screamtail run around and start sniping your bench. It's very difficult to put up with that sort of pressure. We've got a switch cart first order of business. Comfey sending another Pokestop to the Lost Zone and an attachment onto Radiant Greninja. It is now ready to go. We just have to get it into the active spot with 9 cards in the Lost Zone. Cramorant is also found.
It does have switch. We could see Cramorant be the attacker as well, but I think while you've got Radiant Greninja, you want to use it. So let's take advantage of the fact that there's so many low HP Pokemon on Henry's side of the field. Let's take multiple prizes in a single turn and go from there. Ooh, actually going to bring up the Gardevoir EX, and this is, I think, Hunter trying to buy a little bit of time here. This Gardevoir does have 2 catcher. This Gardevoir does have 2 retreat, and there are no energy cards in Henry Chow's discard pile, so Henry might have a hard time moving this active Gardevoir EX.
So, brings up the Gardevoir EX with Prime Catcher, finds a switch to use on Comfey, bring Radiant Greninja to the active spot. Goes around the Gardevoir to knock out the Kirlia and the Ralts. Says, hey, if I can eventually deal with this Gardevoir, maybe with Roaring Moon EX, then it just won't have any energy acceleration.
It's really just a play to buy a turn. You know, Hunter was behind a little bit. You know, Henry got a lot more time to set up thanks to the Klefki, and he's just hoping that this Gardevoir is going to be stuck in the active spot. And then next turn he can go for another Moonlight Shuriken potentially and target more benched Pokemon, or go into something more powerful like the Roaring Moon, like you mentioned.
That is very important to know. Yeah, the Gardevoir EX has 2 retreat cost, if I recall correctly, but because all of the energy that had been put in the discard pile was then attached to Screamtail to damage it and power up Roaring Scream, this is potentially going to be stuck. Very high-level play chip. With 10 cards in the Lost Zone especially, there is the threat of Sableye eventually coming through. Henry Chow doesn't know when or where or if that Sableye is still available.
Yeah, this was really smart from Hunter. You know, he did exactly what he needed to do here. Now, Henry is kind of in a tough spot because do you bench another Ralts? If he puts it onto the bench, he's just asking for it to get Moonlight Shuriken right away. But you've got to put Ralts in play so you can get to Kirlia, so you can get to another Gardevoir in the future potentially.
Benched Ralts and pass. There is an attack. There is a concealed cards to draw 2 by discarding the Psychic Energy. Buddy Poffin is played.
Yeah,
He's going to whiff that.
I love the pace of play from Hunter. I've always enjoyed watching, you know, how quickly he plays the game. He uses this Buddy Poffin, knows he doesn't need to get anything, knows he just needs to shuffle the deck, right? Because good cards were put on the bottom last turn with the Iono. Shuffles up right away, and we're going to see him continue this turn. Looks like Colress's Experiment in the hand.
There is a Pokestop in hand as well. Could try to go digging for that Mirage Gate, get another Moonlight Shuriken, and Henry Chow was really caught off guard. I didn't see that play at first, but with all this energy stranded and with Kirlia down, you can't discard with Refinement, and Mirage Gate is indeed found from Pokestop.
Yeah, now the question is how many energy cards are there in the deck, and you don't have to worry about that if you play Super Odd to put up to 3 energy or Pokemon back into the deck. This will guarantee that a Water Energy and one other type of energy card go back in for Hunter to pull out with the Mirage Gate. We're going to see another Moonlight Shuriken.
This is exactly what we saw when the Greninja came back from the discard pile, right? Just Super Rod, put it back in, Nest Ball, bring it out, Mirage Gate to get the energies you just put back in. It just keeps going.
And now the question, I think, for Hunter is, do you knock out the Screamtail at this point? I think obviously it makes sense to have not knocked it out last turn, because if you knock it out, it kind of defeats the purpose of your Prime Catcher play, because then all those energies go, of course, to the discard pile. But now, do you knock that out because it is Henry's really only attacker? Get rid of that. I mean, knocking out the Klefki doesn't seem super good other than giving you a prize card. Sure, it would mean Henry can, you know, retreat this Gardevoir, but what's he going to retreat into would be the question.
I'm trying to look at the deck list for Henry Chow. There is potential for, what, Turo to scoop up the Screamtail, then you Secret Box to discard some Psychic Energy, try to power up this Gardevoir, because it can still attack with 3 energy, right? Use its Miracle Force. But now, with 2 back-to-back Moonlight Shurikens, Henry Chow has fallen very far behind in the prize race.
Let's see what Hunter chooses to knock out here. I think the Ralts is the obvious one, and it looks like it will be Klefki. He's going to force Henry to find a way to move this Gardevoir, or potentially just lose the game on the next turn.
The professor's research is there, and you would love your hand to be full of energies in order to discard. So evaluating the deck list, this is what Henry has to figure out, right, Chip, is, okay, if I Professor's Research, I'm drawing a ton of cards. I believe you still have one Earthen Vessel left. No, you already used the Earthen Vessel. I think you have an Ultra Ball.
I think for Henry here, you've got the Screamtail set up. Probably what he needs to do, and it's pretty low odds to get out of this situation. I mean, Hunter is pretty far ahead at this point in the game. 2 prize cards remaining to Henry's 5. Henry probably needs to try to reestablish some Pokemon in play and then go for the Secret Box to grab that Professor Turo. Use the Turo, get the Gardevoir out of the active spot. Hey, there's 1 energy going down, but just the 1 is not going to be quite enough. And now we'll use the Secret Box here, and I think Professor Turo's probably got to be grabbed.
If it's Secret Box for Turo, I would keep the Ultra Ball, right? So then you can discard 2 Psychic Energy. But Henry must have a different plan. There's
No,
Turo.
he's gonna Turo the Gardevoir in the active spot, right? Pick that up and then just attack with the Screamtail.
I see. Rather than bringing up the Screamtail and getting the energy onto Gardevoir instead.
Yeah, not quite. And then Turo does just naturally discard the energy as well. Turo discards all attached cards from the
I'm a penny addict. I always forget about that caveat.
Yeah, there is
me, Chip.
We've got a few too many cards that do similar things in the format. Easy to lose track. Yeah, Penny only picks up basic Pokemon as well, right? So wouldn't be able to move the Gardevoir. But here, Turo is going to get it out of the active spot. And he's going to be able to re-bench the Ralts. He's going to, try to reestablish something next turn. He actually is going to get rid of the Screamtail. Okay, so he's going this route instead. He does get those energies down. He's going to go for the counter catcher. Okay, this is actually decent. He's going to be able to KO this Roaring Moon.
After seeing the Roaring Moon EX, I think this is what really shifted Henry's play, knowing that the Roaring Moon is going to hit Gardevoir EX for weakness, has to try to get this out of the way first so that Hunter Butler can't take 2 prize cards as easily.
Yeah, I didn't see the Drifloon hanging around as a play here for Henry. It was hanging out in the hand, though. He's able to take 2 prize cards. Now, Hunter Butler could win the game this turn. He's got 2 prize cards left. He could win by either KOing the Gardevoir EX on the bench or using Iron Hands EX to KO this active Drifloon. And he doesn't have that many cards left in his deck, so...
Yeah, attract customers. There is a Chorus there, and 2 Mirage Gates are the final 2 cards. And if I look at the remaining prize cards, I think that Hunter Butler is only on like 1 Chorus in the prizes or something. Needs a couple Super Rods, certainly, to get more energy down for these Mirage Gates.
He would need a Super Rod here, and he does have one in hand. But I don't know if he has... Because he could Chorus for the 2 Mirage Gate and put them both in his hand. He also could Pokestop for the 2 Mirage Gate and put them into his hand. I don't think he quite has the play to just win right away.
Lost Vacuum.
That's pretty
to
good.
get rid of the Bravery Charm.
And that gets an
knocks
energy.
out the Drifloon.
I think he's got it now. He can... Oh, no, because now the Iron Hands doesn't really do anything for him. He can't get back the Roaring Moon. He could get it back. Okay, here's what he can do.
The Pokestop gives him both Mirage Gates.
It's kind of awkward. So he can Super Rod back the Roaring Moon and a couple energy cards. He can Colress to grab the 2 cards, but he then can't Mirage Gate because the cards will be put into his hand from the Colress. So it's close, but he doesn't quite have it. He doesn't have like a Nest Ball in his hand to just go grab the Roaring Moon. Blood Moon Ursaluna isn't doing enough to win. He may just have to Super Rod and then hit with Cramorant here.
What a bizarre turn of events. Hunter Butler has drawn through his entire deck, has been dominating ever since getting around that Klefki, getting the Moonlight Shurikens back to back. But Henry Chow with 1 big Gardevoir in play with 270 HP. This is the final boss, the final obstacle for Lost Zone box. And these big numbers of HP is something the deck has historically always struggled with.
Yeah, I don't think he can win now, so we're probably just going to have to see Cramorant hit for 110.
Is there a way to deal enough damage so that Henry Chow can't use Psychic Embrace to power up Miracle Force?
Could hit for 240 with the Blood Moon, but it's the same situation. He can't get the Blood Moon and leave the energy in the deck. It's the same situation he found himself in with the Roaring Moon not being able to close out the game.
All right, so just attaching an energy to Tatsugiri, so it's another pivot.
Yeah, Tatsugiri
does hit.
Tatsugiri, I think, makes more sense than attaching to something like the Comfey, because you know that if you get Iono'd, Tatsugiri would almost definitely find you Colress, and which would find you, hopefully, a game-winning combo of cards.
Pokestop being used. You look at the top 3 cards of your deck, discard them, and then you re-add any items you find. So all those Pokemon and supporters just stay in the discard pile.
It still feels so tough here for Henry Chow. We do see the Moonlight Stadium come into play, which can be used to heal this Gardevoir. I don't think it's going to be any number of relevant healing, though. I mean, it's still going to be able to be KO'd by Blood Moon Ursaluna.
160 HP remaining. Big Professor's Research just ditching that hand, trying to find something else.
Something, anything, but he doesn't find too much here. There's a Night Stretcher.
Just absolutely masterful for Hunter Butler to exploit the fact that Henry Chow had used all of the energy that were in the discard pile onto Screamtail and didn't have a way to retreat Gardevoir EX.
I mean, Henry can Night Stretcher back the Screamtail, or I guess it would be better to do the Drifloon and then Bravery Charm it, and then only put 2 damage counters on it, knock out the Cramorant, and hope that Hunter doesn't have a way to take that single prize KO.
So Night Stretcher finds Klefki. That is benched. Bravery Charm attached back to Klefki, and then retreats Gardevoir.
Okay, this is kind of interesting because now Blood Moon's ability isn't active. And maybe Hunter can't attack. I think Hunter can't win this turn again.
Yeah, is the Sableye still prized?
Sableye's in his hand, but I think his Psychic Energy is not accounted for. Oh, and he should have it here. If he has Lost Vacuum, does he have Lost Vacuum?
Mirage Gate, switch card.
Oh, I think he miscounted. I don't think he realized that the Bravery Charm got attached to the Klefki here. He has no cards left in his deck. He's played switch cards. He can go into the Radiant Greninja, but that doesn't do anything for him. I think Hunter is going to deck out and lose.
Oh no, he miscalculated there.
He could have just waited. Actually, I don't actually know what ways Hunter had to take
with the Klefki in the active slot. That means he has Cramorant is not an option as an attacker. Blood Moon Ursaluna is not available as an attacker. It forces you to have specifically Sableye, right?
I think Hunter probably just should have not used the Pokestop last turn. The turn that he milled his whole deck and drew those last 2 Mirage Gates. It forced him to play his Super Rod right away, but he couldn't win the game on the spot. So it forced him to play the Super Rod to put more cards back into his deck, and then because he had already used his Super Rod, Henry's like, well, I know you just put the Blood Moon back. Let me send up this Klefki and just hope that you don't have an answer. Really heads up play by Henry, playing to his like low percentage outs and still finding a way to close out a game number 2 and force a game 3.
So bizarre. We talked so much. The primary point for Klefki is that it stops the flower selectings and abilities of that nature, but it is effectively immune to Cramorant and Blood Moon Ursaluna, so it becomes this fantastic wall in the late stages of the game. This was the first Moonlight Shuriken.
I mean, yeah, this was Hunter's game to lose, to be honest. I mean, he
yeah.
got so far ahead after Henry slowed the game down so much early on. And I have to think that there was like a miscalculation or something somewhere along the way, and Hunter just ran out of resources, ran out of gas at the end.
That's a game that you have to evaluate because Lost Zone has always been this way, where a decision you make turn 1, turn 2 comes back to haunt you, if you'll pardon the phrase, in the late game. And I think that Hunter did actually discard 1 Lost Vacuum to Okoro's experiment earlier on, and if he had that other Lost Vacuum to take the HP off of Klefki, then Moonlight Shuriken would have got him there.
Yeah, it's so tough with Lost Box because you need so many cards like right then, right now, right? So I'm sure something that Hunter kept off that Colress was really important at the time, but then the Lost Vacuum not being available ends up being, you know, something that makes it so he doesn't close out the game. It looks like we are getting into this one, and Hunter has chosen to go first in this matchup.
Henry Chow, fortunately for Hunter, not starting Klefki. So Comfey's now in the active, going for a Nest Ball first. It's great when you're able to get that deck search first before you start flower selecting, but Iron Hands and Roaring Moon EX both in the prizes chip.
Yeah, and the combination of Monkey Dory and the 1 basic Darkness Energy in the prizes for Henry Chow, as well as Counter Catcher. Couple of awkward things for really both of these players. The Super Rod in the prizes for Hunter is kind of annoying and awkward. You know, it's really important for this deck to have full access to all of its Pokemon, all of its energy cards at basically any given time. And yeah, so one of those being down, a couple of switch cards there for Hunter as well, makes it a little harder to pivot around the field. But he's going to really try to take full opportunity of this turn, of this opening. If Henry gets a turn to put Klefki active and Hunter has not already established a few cards in the Lost Zone, we're going to see him have a really slow game once again. So he's going to want to try to get through as much of the deck as possible, try to use at least 2, maybe 3 flower selectings.
Yeah, when you choose to go first versus second, you're leaning even more on your Comfeys and their flower selectings to start filling up the Lost Zone, because you can't just immediately open your turn with the Chorus's Experiment, hoping to maybe get Prime Catcher to move that Klefki. But again, a thorough deck search coming through from Hunter Butler. This is an archetype that is 100% based around knowing exactly where all 60 cards of your deck are at any given time. We saw how important it was to use the Mirage Gates in tandem with Nest Balls and Super Rods, so that even your discard pile is live and is a mini deck for you to utilize. With 16 minutes left on the clock, these players are going to start going rapid fire. Pokestop enters play. 3 cards seen. That's going to be Lost Vacuum and Mirage Gate added to Hunter's hand, with Boss's Orders being discarded. Concealed cards being used by Radiant Greninja to discard the Darkness Energy to draw 2. And finally, Flower selecting to see 2 more. Do we want the Darkness Energy or do we want Lightning?
Yeah, these are the big questions. These are the difficult spots you find yourself in as a Lost Box player. You don't really love Lost Zoning any of your energy cards, to be honest.
So there's 2 Lightning Energy in the deck, so there is still hope for a potential Ampy very much down the road.
Yeah, and it can depend on which energies are prized as well, right? Hunter needs access to 2 of his 3 basic Darkness Energy to be able to attack with Roaring Moon. So if he, you know, even though Roaring Moon is prized, you know, he could Heavy Ball for it potentially at some point. Actually doesn't even play Heavy Ball. That's something I'm so used to seeing in these Lost Zone decks.
And Pokestop to find a secret box. This puts Henry Chow once again in that position to maybe set up this TM Evolution, these more aggressive Gardevoir plays. There was game 2, right, where Henry just slowed things down with the Klefki, but here in game 3, Henry could show his signature play style from Baltimore of getting an early Gardevoir established and just start swinging for the fences.
Yeah, Henry also has an Arven in the hand, so that can get the TM Evolution. It's another way he can find it. Of course, Secret Box could let him pop off a little bit more, right? You know, Secret Box for the Evolution and then research away the hand. It kind of depends on what else is in Henry's hand. You know, what cards does he want to make sure he has access to maybe on the future turn.
And he's doing a deck search right now.
It looks like we've got a conversation with the judges happening.
Was there maybe a way that he handled the deck or the Pokestop that...
Yeah, I didn't see anything wrong with the Pokestop.
And then he played Buddy Buddy Poffin. Maybe a sleeve broke?
Yeah, we're going to try to... Looks like we
Yeah.
got a technical issue going on the stage. Something with the headsets potentially.
Okay. Yeah, so just the headsets are being sorted out. We got to be a little bit quiet, Chip, because the players can hear us.
The joys of live broadcasting.
Yeah, don't worry, both of you. The audience loves you. We're rooting for you. This is a great game 3.
Yeah. And it looks like they've gotten it back and we're resuming play. No problem at all. Henry here resolving this. Buddy Buddy Poffin looking for a couple Pokemon.
And of course, while you're in the deck, you're going to take stock, see how many routes I've got access to, etc. Klefki's in there. And Klefki, you know, this is the opportunity. If Henry doesn't want to go for this Technical Machine Evolution play, can Buddy Buddy Poffin now for Klefki, just retreat the Radiant Greninja and try to put a stopper on Hunter Butler's setup. There's only 1 Comfey in play in the active spot. No Chorus's Experiment potentially to get out of this bind. And it's just a matter of how Henry wants to approach this one.
Yeah, Henry's got a bunch of...
counting the vessels.
Yeah, it has the vessels, so that can guarantee the TM Evolution play here. It is going to just be the Arven, maybe saving Secret Box for next turn. Has a few pieces that he'd like to hang on to. Looks like Rare Candy already in the hand is an option potentially.
Discards Counter Catcher to the Earthen Vessel to find 2 Psychic Energy out of the deck. Add those into the hand. Earthen Vessel's so good. Just trade out 1 card from your hand to get 2 energies. And this can be a combination. They don't have to be the same. And yeah, so many decks utilize this card. I think a lot of players in the audience are very familiar with it at this point.
Now, we may see Henry here, and I think I would like this play a lot. Just attach to the active Greninja and then retreat into Klefki. And then go for the TM Evolution maybe next turn. try to slow Hunter down as much as possible. You've already seen that Klefki slows him down so much. So even though you can't pull off your TM Evo play, he's got it set up where he can do it next turn. He can attach the TM Evo to this active. He can secret box for a research and draw a bunch of cards. And he knows that based on last game, this Klefki is really tough for Hunter to deal with.
And of course, seeing your opponent's entire deck last game, you know that this isn't one of those Lost Zone builds that's trying to use Roxanne or anything. These disruptive cards that are built for the late game aren't too favored in the current meta because of Pheasantipity and the like. A lot of these aggressive decks are very easily able to draw out of those supporters in the late game. But on Hunter's side, Radiant Greninja is still there, of course. Couple more Comfeys found from Buddy Poffin, and I just love this card so much. Just a beautiful setup. Any basic Pokemon with 70 HP or less, you just grab 2 of them, put them on the bench, and he does have Corals' Experiment to look at the top 5 and find an out against this Klefki.
Yeah, looking for an out, and there really is only one out. It is the Prime Catcher. It doesn't have it just yet, but at least having a Colress turn after turn after turn lets you slowly build up that Lost Zone and slowly get to a position where you can get to the 7 in the Lost Zone, even with Mischievous Lock in the active spot.
This is lining up to be a repeat of game number 2, right, Chip, where you have the threat of the Greninja, you keep attaching those energies and putting a clock on your opponent, and Hunter Butler is just going to get rid of the Pokestop immediately with Lost Vacuum.
Hunter has got the pieces to attack with Radiant Greninja here. He can put this rescue board on this active Comfey, retreat into the Radiant Greninja, and Lost Vacuum away the rescue board. That would get him to 7 cards in the Lost Zone, and he's got Mirage Gate. He's going to go for Moonlight Shuriken right now.
Absolutely unreal. The triple Lost Vacuum play that Hunter Butler didn't have access to last game now can go in.
Yeah, being able to play 2 of them here, of course, Lost Zoning a card from the hand as well. Now activating the Mirage Gate. As long as another water energy is in the deck, which it is, he'll be able to Moonlight Shuriken. And now there is a little bit of a question. Target down 2 Ralts, really try to stunt Henry's draw power through the game. Or do you get rid of this Klefki that is so pesky and so annoying to deal with, but give your opponent an opportunity to set up multiple Kirlias into play?
I like taking out both routes, I think. If Henry is forced to take that middle step with a Kirlia and try to discard more Psychic Energy, it might allow Hunter to get in another Moonlight Shuriken. And if there's a single routes available, it forces Henry to rare candy it to try to be aggressive and knock out this Radiant Greninja before it's too late.
And another thing as well is that Hunter has already gotten to 7 in the Lost Zone, so the Klefki, while it is still annoying, right, you would still like to use Flower Selecting, it is nowhere near as impactful. Now that you have access to Mirage Gate, you can still power up attackers, even with this Klefki in the active spot.
And with Hunter Butler having the 3rd Lost Vacuum, this is going to be really important to keep our eyes on, folks, is being able to get rid of a Bravery Charm so that the Screamtail and the Drifloon are knocked out by an item card. 2 prizes now taken, Iron Hands EX entering Hunter Butler's hand and into the fray.
Now Henry has the secret box, which can find him Night Stretcher, which would actually be really good because if you remember all the way back to turn 1, a Gardevoir was discarded from Pokestop. So he could use the secret box, go find that Night Stretcher, bring back the Gardevoir, and he's already got rare candy in hand, so he can get a Gardevoir EX established right now.
Hunter did opt to knock out that Klefki. It's not just a matter of, well, my Lost Zone's already filled up. It's this Pokemon makes it so difficult for me to use my Cramorant and my Blood Moon Ursaluna. So it's the same way how you try to knock out the Manaphy, force your opponent to go back into their discard pile to find it. Henry Chow, at some point along this journey, has to take a pit stop to get the Klefki back in play.
He's going to need to make sure he can find 3 energy cards. I think there are just 2 in the discard pile right now for Henry. Don't know if he has 1 more available, but he needs to have 3. I have to think that Gardevoir EX is probably going to be his best attacking option here. You know, Hunter does, of course, have that Roaring Moon EX, but in order to attack with Roaring Moon EX, he's going to need to find it. He's going to need to get a Mirage Gate plus a Darkness Energy. He's already got a Darkness Energy in the discard pile. And then, even though Henry doesn't know that the Roaring Moon is prized, but he should play like the Roaring Moon is still a threat available. Hunter doesn't have access to it, but Henry needs to keep it in mind whenever he's prepping everything he's doing.
And especially earlier on in the game when Hunter had the choice, sent that Lightning Energy to the Lost Zone, kept the Darkness Energy. So Henry already recognizes that in this matchup, Hunter is going to try to use that Roaring Moon EX whenever possible. And because of Mirage Gate, the potential to burst out with these attackers is so great. Refinement being used on Curlia now, discarding 1 card from the hand to draw 2. And Pheasantipity is now found as well to use Flip the Script after a Pokemon has been knocked out to draw 3 more.
Yeah, another one of the signature cards, I think, for Henry from his run in Baltimore. A card that I think most people wouldn't think to include in their Gardevoir deck, but it's served him well up to this point, and it's doing pretty strong for him here right now, too.
And so 3 Psychic Energies were assembled in the discard pile to be reattached to the active Gardevoir EX using its Psychic Embrace ability. In exchange for taking 60 damage, those 3 energies are attached directly to it, and now Miracle Force takes the knockout versus Radiant Greninja.
Now, Henry is definitely just crossing his fingers here, hoping, okay, please don't have the response with Roaring Moon EX. And we know that Hunter doesn't because it is prized, but yeah, that's really what Henry is crossing his fingers for here. Hunter does send up the Comfey, it looks like.
And so with Comfey in the active, no Klefki can finish off getting the final handful of cards in the Lost Zone, maybe try to start sprinkling around some Sableye plays. Henry Chow showed the Moonlit Hill last game, and this is a card that kind of ebbs and flows within Gardevoir, so is going to be much more specific about where the Lost Mine damage counters are going to go.
So Hunter has Nest Ball, and he has Mirage Gate. He also does have Hisuian Heavy Ball, I think. Did I see? Yeah, there is Hisuian Heavy Ball. Okay, so I misspoke earlier. I didn't see it on my first pass over the list. So he does have Hisuian Heavy Ball. That is a way he could get the Roaring Moon EX right now. He would need to find another darkness
goes to
in
the
it.
Lost Zone. And so after the Hisuian Heavy Ball is played, this means that Roaring Moon EX can be picked up. So this is Henry Chow's nightmare. He was hoping not to see this Pokemon, but Hisuian Heavy Ball provideth.
And it looks like Hunter already has a Darkness Energy as well. And with Super Rod in the hand, he can put back the other Darkness Energy that's in the discard pile. I think there actually is still one in the deck as well even. So he'll have the ability to power up the Calamity Storm. And the other huge thing as well here for Hunter is that he was able to find a Stadium off of that Iono. So now he can use the Calamity Storm instead of having to go for a Frenzied Gouging and put himself down to just 30 HP remaining.
Very tough choices while being made by Hunter. Dark Energy, 100% is going to be picked up. Radiant Greninja. So this was the choice, right? Do I want to get Greninja and Water, threaten more Moonlight Shuriken? Do I want to get this Lightning back and also try to lean into Iron Hands to close out the game after this knockout? But then after the Mirage Gate is being played, these are going to be 2 energies pulled directly out of the deck onto Roaring Moon EX.
Yeah, so that's the question for Hunter is like, yes, this is how I'm getting these 2 prize cards. How am I getting my next 2 prize cards? And I think that's why we saw the Radiant Greninja go back into the deck. If Henry benches another low HP Pokemon, Radiant Greninja can close out the game. Iron Hands is a way as well, of course, but that does require both of the 2 remaining Mirage Gate for Hunter Butler to be utilized. Could be a little difficult to pull off.
And not to mention the fact that because Henry Chow does not have Manaphy in this list, we kind of spoke earlier, Chip, about the falling off of Manaphy. The Radiant Greninja's Moonlight Shuriken is an omnipresent threat. And as you said, Calamity Storm to knock out Gardevoir EX to take 2 more prizes. This is a healthy Roaring Moon EX still living in the active spot, and Henry Chow is tapping his discard pile in consternation, thinking about how to respond to this massive Mon.
Yeah, what does he do at this point? If he can get a Gardevoir EX, you know, he could knock this out with a Drifloon, but then that opens him up, of course, to, you know, getting Iron Hands EX'd. And I think that's the thing. He's just going to have to take a knockout and just cross his fingers and say, I hope you don't have it, Hunter.
Curlia's on the bench. This can be evolved into another Gardevoir, but hitting 230 damage is going to require not just a Gardevoir, but a Scream Tail or something to get this Pokemon out of the active spot, because now it can just start swinging. Even if you Frenzy Gouging on this Pheasantipity or the Gardevoir EX, you're taking your last 2 prize cards. So Henry Chow is going to hopefully, you know, at least try to put some chip damage on this to try to take that play off the table.
Yeah, could have even just still go for the Frenzy Gouging. I don't think Hunter would mind too much. Just go for the Frenzy Gouging. Sure, Henry gets a couple prizes, but if it's taking Hunter's last 2 prizes, it doesn't matter too much.
There's 2 Gardevoir EX in the deck, so there's 1 in the discard pile now. Refinement and Concealed cards, discarding more energy, drawing more cards, finds the second Gardevoir EX. So that's part 1. Now the next attacker needs to be established to try to trade up into Roaring Moon EX. Drifloon is there being eyeballed by a Nest Ball. Needs a bravery charm as well. There's so many pieces that Henry Chow does need, and because Hunter did such a good job of just knocking out those routes, knocking out those potential Curlias, right? There hasn't been enough card draw here on Henry Chow's side to have these pieces in hand already.
Yeah, needs an energy as well to retreat this active, which it does look like he has. And he'll be able to retreat.
Oh, and there is a bravery charm in hand. Okay, Henry's putting it together.
Yeah, has the pieces to get this knockout. And I think, has he, yeah, I don't think he's played a supporter yet, so we could see Iono being used. But the problem is that Hunter has set himself up pretty nicely. You know, he's not gotten through quite as much of the deck as he did in the last game. He is down a couple of Lost Vacuum, like we mentioned, so the Bravery Charm getting discarded or Lost Zoned is something to think about, but there's really not much Henry can do about it. He's just kind of got to swing, and he's just got to hope here.
Yeah, puts the Moonlit Hill in play. You see he was really struggling with this just to get it out of the hand. Doesn't want it back in the deck off of Iono, but you're putting a bit more fuel onto Calamity Storm. There's only a little under 3 minutes left on the clock in game number 3. Henry Chow has a lot of ground to cover with 5 prize cards remaining, with Hunter Butler needing only 2 more. It looks like things are falling out in his favor, certainly.
The Flip the Script finds a couple more cards, and here comes the Drifloon. It's going to take a one-hit KO, and the big question here is, what does Hunter have access to with just a couple of cards? Can he piece together the win on this turn? With 3 minutes left, now up down to 2 minutes, I think we should see a conclusion to this game. Of course, we'll go down to time and then plus 3 more turns.
Yep, and I love the Buddy Pop in there just to shuffle up the deck after Iona. There were some good cards that Henry wants, but after 80 damage being put on the Drifloon, then Balloon Blast does 30 for each, that's 240 to knock out the Roaring Moon EX. Back over to Hunter, Colress's Experiment.
I think he's got the 3 perfect cards in his hand to start with. He has the Iron Hands, he has the Colress, and he has a Switch, so that's a pretty nice start. And off this Colress, we do see 1 Mirage Gate. That's 1 piece he definitely needs. He also could win with Prime Catcher plus Blood Moon with a Mirage Gate to put some energies onto that. Something he's going to think about here. I expect to see him keep the Blood Moon because that is a play that's available.
Yeah, with the early knockout on the Klefki, Hunter Butler had already cleared a path for the Blood Moon to be part of this late game symphony.
He's thinking of Lost Zoning it. I think keeping Blood Moon seems pretty good. Yeah, you want to have that as an option to just close out the game right away as well. I also don't know how many energy are left in the deck. It looks like there's 5 in the discard pile, 1 in the Lost Zone. He
just has to find Prime Catcher, right, and then just attach to Blood Moon, try to knock. Well,
he needs 2 energy on the Blood Moon because Henry's only taken 3 prize cards. So
yeah, so it's a Mirage Gate
on it. Yeah, it needs the Mirage Gate. It needs to make sure there's enough energy in the deck. We do see Flower Selecting here. It's a Boss and a Nest Ball. Boss could be a way to close it out. Is there enough energy in the deck? That is just the question here.
Switch card has to keep digging. Another Flower Selecting to see 2 more. And energy, and there's Prime Catcher.
Yeah, Boss can't be used, of course, because Colress's Experiment was already used here. So he does find the Prime Catcher. He's keeping track of all the cards
here.
You
can see how much he has to calculate here. With 30 seconds left on the clock, Hunter Butler keeping an eye on where every energy is.
And if he has 2 energy cards in the deck, he wins the game right here. And there's 7 accounted for, 5 in the discard pile, 2 in the Lost Zone. That's 7. So as long as he's checked his prize cards properly, he's double checking here, wants to make sure he doesn't have a mishap like in game number 2. All he has to do is bench this Blood Moon, play the Mirage Gate, and then play Prime Catcher to
His hands
win
are
the
shaking.
game.
He
wants to make sure.
Is my math right? Yes, 2 energy. So now Prime Catcher brings up Blood Moon Ursa Luna, brings up Pheasantipity for Hunter Butler to take his remaining 2 prize cards.
He just wanted to make sure nothing happened like it did in game number 2. He had a misstep there, a game he probably should have won, gets away from him. You can see him rolling his eyes at himself. He knows that he maybe is getting away with one here after making a mistake like that. But he does come away with the win in the match.
That's a lesson to carry forward in the tournament, to carry forward in his Pokemon career. Henry Chow probably was not expecting to go up against Lost Zone, but this is a matchup that has played out time and time again since Gardevoir EX has entered Standard. And Henry Chow still showing us that Gardevoir has a lot of life still in this metagame.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is a matchup that's probably a little tough for Henry after we see those few games play out. It seems like Lost Box in this meta with these 2 lists specifically against this build of Gardevoir, it does feel like Lost Box is is a little favored. But yeah, Henry, I think, played really well. I mean, to find that win condition in game number 2 was super smart. Bravery Charm on the Clef Key was a great play, and Hunter does end up decking out. And that's what separates good players from great players, being able to find those alternate win conditions.
So this puts Hunter Butler at 6-0, which is a day 2, folks. Remember, based on the number of competitors for this tournament right now, 6-0 will do it.
Yeah, only 8 rounds today, so a 6-2 record needed to make it into day number 2.
So many Moonlight Shurikens, my goodness.
Yeah, and the Moonlight Shurikens were about to be the story of game number 2, but what ends up being the story of game number 2 is this Pokestop right here. I think he shouldn't have used it, and then he played the Mirage Gate and had no cards left in the deck, and just was like, yeah, I can't win. I have to concede. I guess I'm going to deck out next turn.
We have to go back and reevaluate what the choice was off of Colress or Flower Selecting that forced him to give up that lost vacuum, because if you have that to get another fresh knockout on a Drifloon or a Screamtail, you're sitting pretty.
And then game 3, you know, Henry, I think, got off to a really strong start, but Hunter's early game was just so good. That turn with the double Lost Vacuum, adding 4 cards to the Lost Zone out of nowhere, seemingly, in order to get the turn 2 attack off with Radiant Greninja. Imagine being able to get off a turn 2 attack when Klefki is your opponent's active Pokemon. That is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I loved the way the Pokestops just facilitated this heavy Lost Vacuum build and the decision to knock out that Klefki in game number 3 to clear a path for Ursaluna to be this final win condition. 2 energies, the final 2 energies, if I recall, left in the deck for Mirage Gate and Prime Catcher to seal the deal. Hunter Butler advancing to day 2 with Lost Zone Box.
Yeah, well played for both of our players. You know, Hunter, I think, is going to want to shake that one off a little bit. He does get the win, but there was a little bit of rocky roads there in the second game especially. And then in game 3, he had it, and he was just like, I just got to make sure. He counts all his energy. He's like, okay, double checks his notes. Did I prize any energy cards?
Triple check the energy.
I don't think I did.
Checks
his notes again. I don't think I prized any energy cards. And sure enough, he had 2 left and gets the win.
And you know me, oh God, how many, where's all the energy? And that's Lost Zone. It's a forgotten art, I think, at this point. Now the deck had fallen off for so long, the OGs are coming back like, oh yeah, Lost Zone's good again. Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? This deck got completely pushed out of the meta at Worlds. You know, it just won NAIC. Andrew Hedrick gets a win with the Lost Box deck. And then at Worlds, it's totally
that was versus Gardevoir too, right?
It was versus Gardevoir, yeah. And it's but at Worlds, it gets totally pushed out because that new Kyurem comes out from Shrouded Fable. Regidrago becomes the most played, most popular deck. Kyurem is just too much for the deck to deal with, and so, you know, Lost Box kind of just totally falls out of the meta. But as the meta has continued to evolve, as a new set gets added into the format as well, things open up. The meta shifts. The decks that people are playing ends up changing. And while Regidrago is still reasonably popular, I think around 7% of the room today, you know, it's not that dominating 18% meta share that we've seen in the past, so you have room to play a deck like this. Even though you might have a bad Regidrago matchup, your matchups into everything else feel so favorable.
Exactly. A deck has to be strong, but also has to be popular for you to really consider it for your matchup spread. But we can actually hear a little bit more about Hunter's thoughts on the metagame and his matchups he's seen so far today. We kick things over to the lounge. Take it away, Wancho.
Thank you, casters. Wancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by probably one of the most exciting players to really watch on stream, Hunter Butler.
Appreciate that.
Hunter, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling, well, today or that round?
Oh, okay, let's just, right now, let's say.
Right now I feel okay. I made like a couple mistakes and then an oversight, so I was a little flustered, but the day has felt good. I'm just low on sleep. You see these bags, man. I got bags right now. I'm tired. I stayed up way too late helping some friends with their decks when I should have been sleeping, playing Lost Box.
Oh, no, I feel that. And yeah, you're playing Lost Box too. That's something that's very tough to play, even with full sleep, you know? Yeah. All right, you mentioned it earlier. Let's just get the elephant out of the room. You did misplay that game too.
Twice, I thought. But I guess Kyle said that he saw a second Rod too. I thought my deck was Rod, Gate, and they said they saw it on the screen. I don't know what happened. Maybe it went to the Discord. I don't know what happened. So we're going to find out. But yeah, I just misread my deck. And then also, I thought I Rodded back the Psychic. So when he did the Klefki play or whatnot, I'm looking through my discard pile and I'm like, oh my God, I put back Water instead of Psychic. And yeah, it just gave me the chance to lose. And of course, you know, then I didn't see the Bravery Charm, even though I know he grabbed it. Just felt like I got too relaxed, and then I just overcooked. I didn't play great, but I've been playing Lost Box for about 2 years now. I've had a lot of finishes with it. I've had a lot of success. I've been playing it in this specific format for the last couple months. So I'm just glad I finally pulled the trigger on the tournament that I thought it would be best at. So.
Yeah, I think so. And yeah, again, mentioned earlier, you did misplay, but let's not focus on that. You did win the game. Tell us about that mentality. How do you pick yourself up after knowing you did misplay on in game 2, and then you have to win this game 3?
Yeah, I've been playing this game since I was 11 years old, so I've kind of got the nerves out a long time ago. I was never a very emotional loser. I've always been a good loser. So in that type of scenario, like me and my opponent, I told my opponent, yeah, I threw, and then we laughed, and we were talking about how the games were going and such. So you just kind of got to reset. It's another game. That was already past me. Just don't make a mistake game 2 or game 3, excuse me. And that's why, I played a lot slower than I normally play. I'm a pretty fast player. So even on the last turn, I'm like, I know I have water. I know I have 2 energy in my deck for this Blood Moon. I'm like reading my notes. It looks like a 4-letter word. I scribbled quickly. I'm like, could this possibly be water? And I'm going to throw again. And then he said he called time, and I was like, all right, we're just going to check. I'm pretty sure I did this right. So then I ended up winning the game. So just had to tighten up my play game 3. Game 1, obviously a donk is nice in this matchup. The longer this matchup goes, the worse it is. So the quicker I can get off the ground, the better off chances I have of winning the matchup.
No, I agree. It's not every day you see a game 3 really finish between Lost Box and Gardevoir, of all things.
Yeah.
Also, what format are we in right now? No,
me and Henry are stuck to our comfort deck, so we're just hanging out while everybody else is trying new stuff.
No, definitely, and sometimes that works. And again, I think I love the mindset you just explained. Really shows your tenure in the game, right? Like, we see how fast you really play. You play lightning fast. Very interesting to watch, really.
Yeah.
And yeah, just your mindset is just amazing. With that, I do want to ask though, why Lost Box in this format?
So the first big indicator of why I want to play Lost Box, I was gonna play it in this format several times, Baltimore and Worlds. I left both of those tournaments up to flipping a coin. So Palkia was a coin flip choice, and so was Iron Thorns at Worlds. But once the Drago started declining, and most of the format was dedicated to beating good players playing Drago, like Raging Bolt, Lugia, all the Roaring Moon, all these decks. Lost Box just pieces all of these decks up. They're very favorable matchups, especially with my list having multiple ways to take knockouts on multiple Pokemon. So I thought Regidrago would be sub 10%. I was right, it was 8.5, so I made a good call there. I also figured Raging Bolt would be the biggest deck in the room. That was right too. That's one of my most favorable matchups. So it was time to play some matchup roulette and let the computer help me out. And luckily today, the computer's been on my side, so it feels good.
I like it. I mean, yeah, playing a deck you're comfortable with. And I think, yeah, you brought it to literally, I think, the perfect metagame.
Yeah, it was either this or it got spoiled for Latin America, which I would have liked to play it there. Unfortunately, some of my teammates, Andrew Hedrick and those guys, separately came to the conclusion that they were going to play Lost Box. So once I kind of found out that they were going to blow the secret for me, I decided, well, I guess it's just time to play it since someone's going to do good with it, and then it won't be good for Latin America. So I'm getting my points while I can.
I like it. I'm going to play it first. Let's make my name attached to the Lost Box first.
And I think I'm doing the best out of all. My list is different than they all played same 60. I played a different list. I think I'm doing the best, so maybe I'm getting lucky, even though I'm playing bad. But seems to me that I'm doing. My list is the better list at the moment. We'll see how that shakes out.
All right, fingers crossed. We still see more of Hunter Butler.
Yep.
May you dodge all the Curums, my friend.
I'm about due for a Drago, but it's 6-0. I'll take my one Drago.
We can take one.
Try to win the last one. I'm due for my Drago.
That's for sure. Before I let you go, anyone you want to shout out?
Yeah, shout out to my grandparents who have supported me since I was a little kid. Without them, I would have never been playing Pokemon. Shout out to my fiance who held it down during the hurricane, and somehow I ended up here out of all the Floridians that got stuck. So I'm fortunate that no damage has happened, and all the people that had problems with the hurricane, just shout out to you guys. I hope things get better and it gets better down there. So just shout out to Floridians.
I'm glad you're doing great.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the desk, though, for more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, everyone. We do have another order of business we have to get to. The next stage of our community choice bracket. We're trying to figure out who you in the audience think is the spookiest, scariest Pokemon? And we got to see what our next two choices are, Chip.
Yeah, of course, Boo and Kyle argued earlier. I think it was Kyle getting the win there with the Dusknoir. And next up on the docket, we've got Sableye and Bayonet. What do you think here, Skarzig?
I mean, I think from, the games, Gen 3, I really liked Sableye when it debuted, but Bayonet has really captured my attention in the modern era. I think it was my caster pick for Baltimore, actually. It was like this sleeper pick from Worlds. The players were very keen on its ability to combo and wipe the board with Dusknoir. That idea has carried forward to other decks, but it was sort of the progenitor. And I can't think of anything scarier than getting item locked by Everlasting Darkness.
So are you going to argue for
absolutely.
Bayonet?
I'm already starting. I'm getting some bonus time.
We gotta start a timer, buddy. This guy's getting in some extra seconds here. Calm down, man.
I mean, Bayonet doesn't play fair. That's another very spooky aspect of the card. It's you can't even remember just Bayonet EX. You got to remember Puppet Offering, the ability to send itself to the Lost Zone and get a supporter back, the threat when your opponent has a Shuppet in play to say, okay, what if they get a boss's orders back? The pressure that this Pokemon puts you under is completely different from any other Ghost in the game right now. And I think, was it another Bayonet that could devolve your opponent's Pokemon that we were trying to make work a couple
There's
seasons
been
ago?
some good Bayonets over the years, but that's your time for now. Now it's my turn, and we're going to talk about Sableye. And what a great game to talk about Sableye after, even though it didn't make much of an appearance, but Lost Box in general is, this card has been so dominant in the game over the last couple of years, and really Sableye dating back even further, back to like the 2010, 2009 timeframe. There was a Sable Donk deck that ended up, forcing an emergency rotation in the middle of the season because of how scary it was to play up against it. I think that just alone should make it a shoo-in to be the choice here. Sableye way spookier, way scarier than Bayonet.
Emergency rotated card or scary puppet? It's still up to you to decide, members of the audience. So log in your votes, and we'll see who advances in the bracket. The winner of this one is going to have to take down Dusknoir.
Yeah, and that's a tough one. Dusknoir is pretty spooky, not only in the TCG, but just in general. It's pretty massive, which, I think just adds to the spookiness factor of it. But, let's be real. All these ghost Pokemon, and, I think there's some other non-ghost Pokemon on this list as well. They're all spooky in their own rights.
Yeah, I mean, if you have some time, if you're late at night, by yourself, look up some of these spooky ghost Pokedex entries. I don't think it's been confirmed if ghosts are funny little buddy creatures that want to be your friends, or if they are some sort of spirits from beyond, or
some of them like to lure you into that
drainers.
Yeah, they like to lure you into that false sense of security almost.
Even
it's like
Gengar.
you feel like they're so kind and fluffy, but
then you end up missing. I mean, it's pretty. I'm getting the heebie-jeebies just thinking about it, Chip.
It's been fun to watch some of those like spooky tales from the Pokedex, or like spooky ghost stories, Pokedex entries and stuff this weekend. There's some scary stuff in the Pokemon universe.
Yeah, I know. If you're just relaxing playing Pokemon, and then suddenly you got to go to Lavender Town. I mean, that was a pretty spooky thing for me when I was a kid. The Lavender Town theme. It had its own, internet urban legends around it.
I was personally just upset I couldn't catch the ghost. I tried so hard to catch the ghost. I threw so many Pokeballs at it. I was trying to figure out what I was doing wrong, and I just couldn't catch it.
Yeah, and you have to go to the Silph Co to get the scope to actually be able to view the ghost's true form. I don't think that's a mechanic they used in any of the later games. People just kind of got on that next level, and they can just see ghosts now. And then the final ghost in the tower was Cubone's mom. Man, very, very spooky story indeed.
I think we've got the results here, Skarzig. Let's see who won. Who's moving on to face Dusknoir in the semifinal? It's going to be Bayonet. Oh, well done, sir. Well done.
The people were just a little too freaked out by Sableye's reign in the past. Maybe too many Zoomers in the chat don't know how much terror that it brought to the game back then. But Bayonet has that spooky zipper mouth, and will it take down, I think, pretty much its rival, right? The Bayonet line, I think, is kind of like other side of the coin to the Dusknoir line, because that's a new evolution. It used to just be Duskull, Dusclops.
That's right, yeah, and then Dusknoir gets added somewhere along the way. But, you know, Banette's been around for quite some time. We'll see if it's able to take down Dusknoir as we move on with the tournament. And speaking of moving on with the tournament, we've got more Swiss rounds coming up. But in the meantime, Wancho checked in with our vendors here at this event, and we're going to find out what some of their best items in the booth are.
Welcome to the Louisville Regional Championship. It's currently day 0. That means no competition is happening right now, but there's still so many things to do. And one of my favorite things is shopping. Let's go check out some vendors. All right, tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
So it'd be these 2 cards here and this graded copy of Heart Gold.
Those are pretty cool. Pokemon players are shiny hunters after all. Thank you so much. Let's go check out another booth. All right, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Big side duck.
All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. What have you got?
Full Grip Games has everything you could ever want or need for GLC. So if you are playing in any Gym Leader Challenge side events, come give us a holler.
All right. If I'm playing some sides, I'm going to need some cards, that's for sure. Thank you so much. Let's check out another booth. All right. Tell me, what's the coolest thing you've got?
Besides our color-coded cuties, we've got Jumbo Plush.
I like that Buzzwole. All right, thank you so much. Let's check out another one. Last one here. All right. Show me, tell me, what have you got?
Listen, we got cards for days, but you cannot beat the PAC 10 Shadowless Charizard signed by the artist. You just can't beat it.
Wow, okay, I need that one. Thank you so much. With that, those are all the booths here we have at the Louisville Regional Championship. Make sure you check them out before I buy everything. With that, let's get to more Pokemon action.
And let's welcome up our champion here in Indianapolis, Andrew Hedrick.
I think I started playing in 2011 because I know my first deck was like a theme deck that was the superior theme deck from Black and White base. When I was younger, I would collect the cards, but then my dad encouraged me, if you're gonna collect the cards, you might as well play the game. So I kind of learned how to play the game against my parents, and then eventually I started attending local league. And I kept getting better from there. I still wasn't very good for a while, but the first deck that I think I played that was really a competitive deck that I brought to events was Night March in the, I think 2015 or 2016 season. It was the best deck in format, but it was like the first time I really invested in having a competitive deck, so. I would have to say that my favorite memory is when I won my first regional, because at that point, I hadn't really put up very many results yet. I wasn't really expecting that out of myself. I knew I was gonna come in and play the best that I could every set, but I was pretty surprised to win my first regional, and it gave me a lot of confidence moving forward.
No, he's got the Evital in the hand.
Evital, Primal Turbo, he's scrambling,
Yeah.
he sees the play chip, his hands are shaking, he's salivating, he sees the win, so does Isaiah Bradner, and that's gonna be Andrew Hedrick, the back-to-back champion. Luminion V into boss's orders.
In just a matter of 2 weeks, can anyone stop him?
The last couple times I was in finals, I was playing like the undisputed best deck in format, Lugia. It was just completely insane. But this time I was playing a little bit different of a deck. I was playing a more unique deck that I've been working on for a while, Dialga V-Star, paired with Matang. I really wanted to prove that my deck was just as good as all the other meta decks. And it's been a little bit since my wins last year, so definitely feeling pretty excited to win this regional.
Dialga V-Star and Andrew Hedrick are making their way to a 3rd regional championship here in Indianapolis.
Absolutely phenomenal to bring a breakout deck like this to Indianapolis.
So actually this season, recently, I wasn't feeling too good. Some of my events recently hadn't been too great. I had a few where I'd missed day 2 in a row. So at that point, I kind of thought, okay, I need to start practicing more, putting in more time again. It kind of brought me back to having fun in the game, to play a little bit different, more of a unique deck that I wanted to prove. So put in a lot of time with it and it worked out. I think the player who has helped me get better a lot is Caleb Rogerson. Over the online era during COVID, him and I would a lot of times play in events together. We'd talk about stuff, we'd work on decks, and I definitely feel like I got a lot better talking to him throughout that time. He's doing pretty well too, so.
Congratulations. I mean, what a tournament run. 9-0 day one for the 3rd time.
I love coming to tournaments because it's fun to have a chance to get to be the best at something. Obviously, not every time you're going to win, but even when you don't, you still get to have a fun time hanging out with your friends, going to dinners. Then also, sometimes you'll get the opportunity to go up there and do something really special.
For the peace of mind.
Okay.
Since hopefully this will be a game.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like one.
I hope it's not. Hopefully this Cleffy just bricks you. But
My poor fish gets camera time. Can't even use them, bro.
Nice. Like the sound of that. Hopefully there's no chorus in there already.
Oh, there's chorus.
Oh, boy, how could you even complain then? That was one of the most insane games I've played of all time. I didn't think I did anything. I just sat there and hoped your deck exploded.
I mean...
Phantom is a stump possessed by the spirits of children who died in the forest. Their cries sound like eerie screams with a voice like a human child's. It cries out to lure adults deep into the forest, getting them lost among the trees.
Welcome back into Louisville, Kentucky. It's nice and spooky here for our regional championship here on the trading card game side of things. Of course, we're not very spooky. We're more buggy over here. Kyle, you look a little scared, actually.
I don't want to go back to the forest.
You live in the forest, buddy.
I'm not going back. I'm not going back.
Welcome back to the TCG desk here in Louisville, Kentucky. I'm Shelby Boo here with Kyle Sablehouse, Kyle the Caterpie. We're happy to be here with y'all. We have a match coming up very shortly. Honestly, the players, they're looking set to go. So I think we can go down to the table, see what we got here. Who are we going to see? Whoa, a star-studded player. We saw her in Baltimore, match 1, won the Baltimore Regional Championship in a previous season. Piper Lapine here on the right side of the table. Piper is going to be piloting Gardevoir EX, but it has a pretty hefty bayonet line.
Yeah, that'll be interesting as Austin Ellis has to find a way around what could be a difficult challenge in that bayonet. It can lock out a lot of opportunities. We know there's a lot of items going around when you're trying to set up this Terapagos deck. It's going to be very interesting to watch. And Austin's pretty notable himself, too. Has played a lot of Pokemon, been playing for years, was one of the indie locals for a while, and then moved up to Canada. So shout out to him for continuing on the journey and putting up some pretty solid results along the way.
Well, Austin Ellis definitely notable for me. Bringing Terapagos here to our table. We get to cast over the turtle. Kyle. I'm super excited for this match. I'm sure our players are excited to get into it as well. Let's kick things off here in our Swiss rounds. Of course, we're in round 7 here. Things are really narrowing down in this tournament so far. We're going to start off on the right side of the field here. Just a Ralts with an energy for Piper, and that's it. We're passed over to Austin now, going second.
This is why you can't unified beatdown right now, because games would end and people would cry. That is not a great start for Piper. Just energy, Ralts, pass. And for Austin now, huge opportunity. You've learned that your opponent's deck is relatively slow. It's just the stage 2 Gardevoir. It takes a little bit of time to work, and not only that, but it's a slower start too. So pull out the fan and let's get zooming.
Exactly. Fan Rotom. So great to see here with the fan call. It turns on its little fan engines and it gets some Pokemon out onto the field. 3 colorless Pokemon, 100 HP or less. This is a perfect card here for consistency to get all of these Pokemon out. We saw Hoot Hoot, we saw Noctowl in our matches before, but we're going to see it once again here. But now there's quite a few of them, which is a huge part of this deck to get those item cards out that you need down the line. Terapagos, the turtle of the day. Basic Pokemon, like you said, Kyle, can't use Unified Beatdown turn 1. That would be wild, but it's going to start. It's on the bench now. It's ready to go, and now we're back over to Piper's side. We had the Ralts with the energy. Now we're going to jump into the deck with a Nest Ball. Get some more Pokemon out here. What is the hand? Because we didn't even see a single card played in our previous turn.
You have to think that the Nest Ball was the top deck, or else you would have played that on the previous turn, established a Shuppet, and had an opportunity for a turn 2 Bayonet. Instead, it's going to be a slower approach, maybe a turn 3 kind of situation. We're hoping it's just not teleportation burst. we got to do something this turn.
Oh, no. Yes, we need to see something happen here. So we know Gardevoir. I mean, we just saw Gardevoir on our stream in the previous matchup that we saw on the stream, but Piper is playing a very different variation of it, as we said. There's 4 Shuppet, there's 3 Bayonet, gives you a little bit of outs, different strategies here for Gardevoir. How do you think that factors into this specific matchup? And is it going to be that impactful here, Kyle, or is Piper going to have something else up her sleeve?
Certainly. This is a matchup where you could really disrupt an opponent and just keep this Bayonet around for a long time, dealing 30 damage and slowly but surely working that damage onto your opponents, and then start to manipulate it. You have Monkey Dory, you have Radiant Alakazam, and you can take prize cards at your pace instead of when your opponent's expecting.
Yep, well, we're flying through cards now. Trekking Shoes going to get us an additional card to the hand. That Gravity Gemstone as well coming out onto the field, increasing the retreat cost for both Pokemon in the active position. That Shuppet is there. It's got an energy attached as well, but Piper's not done. We also have a Buddy Poff in here, which is huge to get out these Pokemon that are needed for down the line. Of course, that Kirlia was evolved into from that Ralts that was played down previously. And now we're kind of establishing a board here for Piper Lapine.
You can see the strategy with this deck. If you can continue to just deal 30 damage to a Pokemon that's stuck in the active spot for a long time, then you just put all the damage on board. You can set up a spot where you have 1,000 damage and you just wipe out your opponent easy peasy.
Easy peasy. Well, I'm excited to see what happens here. Of course, these Pokemon joining us. Monkey Dory is still an inclusion here. It's a very fantastic card in this this match. Enveloping Shadow is going to be rolled there on the Shuppet. But I believe it was just a Tails and a was it a Tails?
I didn't see.
I didn't see it.
It moved so quick.
Yeah, well, we have the 10 damage at a minimum here, so Austin gonna put that Area 0 under depths into play here. So expanding the field, and now we're jumping into the deck from this Noctowl, that Jewel Seeker.
Yeah, the first NA Area 0 for us, and it's cool to see. We've had cards like this before, the Sky Field, where you can add those additional Pokemon into play, and once more it's happening again, and you get a lot of resources available. We've seen some strategies with players. You can work in the Bouffalant and start to limit some of the attacking power that your opponents have, but this is a more clean strategy of, well, I just want to set up Noctowls and Duskulls and do cool things.
Yeah, exactly. It does utilize the Dusk Nor line, 2 Dusk Nor in this deck here for Austin. So you see those Duskull in there looking dangerous on the field for Austin. And wow, look at that bench. So we have the possibility to bench now 8 Pokemon on Austin's side. And then that turtle, that giant turtle pops up there and does that unified beatdown, as you said, Kyle. It unifies all these Pokemon together, 30 damage for each of them. And that's that can take some huge knockouts there as well for Austin. So you're taking knockouts with the Dusknoir, manipulating the prize cards a bit, and then you're responding with Turtle as well. Double turbo energy, the only energy here needed for that Terapagos.
Yeah, we saw the Prime Catcher was searched out, so an opportunity maybe to target that Curlia, go after the heart of the draw engine here and slow your opponent down. It's already been a slow road.
Yep.
You can make it a little slower.
Ooh, yes. That pink card, the Ace Spec, you can only have 1 in your deck. That Curly is coming up into the active. Terapagos all ready to go here. And then we're going to see an Iono as well. So both players going to draw a new hand here, up to 6 for their prize cards. And then whatever was in their hand is now at the bottom of their deck.
Yeah, not much else you really need here if you're Austin. Just continue to attack, get those prize cards, and hopefully your opponent doesn't find a way to play down that Bayonet and start to put some pressure on you in other ways, but it looks like it's coming.
Yep, it does. Well, that's 1 prize card down here for Austin Ellis. Now Piper Lapine promoting that second Shuppet up there into the active position. Curlia is wiped off the field here, but we have another Ralts on the bench for Piper as well.
You have to think about your bench as Austin in these spots. There's some Pokemon that you don't want as liabilities, and even Fan wrote him, potentially thinking, oh, sometimes you just attack with this bad boy. You got to do something.
That's true. That is true. Well, we see the Bayonet EX evolved in the active position here. The Luminous Energy, which counts as that dark energy for the Adrenabrain, onto the Monkey Dory as well on the bench. Artisan is in play as our stadium as well for Piper. Oof.
Not a bad turn, but there's just that piece missing. We don't see the Curlia. The draw power is lacking, and you hope that this is enough, but you're still dealing with a Terapagos that's unchecked. It's attacking in, and it's putting a lot of pressure on that Bayonet right now.
Exactly. I've played some item locking action before against Terapagos, and it's a toss-up there, but that's what we're seeing from that Bayonet EX. 30 damage, locks the items from Austin, and Austin already has that Terapagos ready to go, swings back at that Bayonet EX. And we're back over to Piper now, who's going to utilize his boss's orders, bring up a Duskull as one of the liabilities out there for Austin, and looking scary indeed. So that's going to be taking 30 damage here in the active position now, and still having those item cards locked down from that everlasting darkness on the Bayonet EX from Piper.
And there is no Dusclops that I see here. So Rare Candy's being shut off. That means this Duskull is trapped right now.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
You've got to use your resources in order to get out of here, and it's the double turbo, thankfully in hand, so you can move this Pokemon. But those are limited.
Exactly. How many times can we actually see that if Piper has other ways to disrupt Austin on the left side? That's going to be interesting to see. Well, the turtle comes back.
Piper just found another one right there. It finds the counter catcher there as a resource that could be used later on.
Oh, yeah, you're so right. Well, Duskull is going to be wiped off the field now here into the discard pile. That's a prize card there for Piper.
Oh, we're at an even prize count, right? So that's a little awkward there to see.
That is awkward, actually. You're so right. So with the knockout there of the Duskull, both of our prize cards are tied up between players, and that does turn off any counter catcher plays. Adrenabrain, Monkey Dory going to come out onto the field. That's our second monkey on the field. Only one has that Luminous Energy, counting as the dark, to be able to utilize that Adrenabrain, take some knockouts. But will we see another one potentially come down? Ooh, Cypher Maniacs code breaking here. 2 cards.
Yeah, great to search out those energies, the luminous energies, so you have that opportunity to use the Monkey Dory and spread those damage counters right back to your opponents. but we haven't dealt with the issue, which is Tarapago still is attacking for a knockout.
Exactly. I know, that's really all it needs. It's a basic. It slams down, it gets that energy on, and then it's swinging every single turn consistently at you. So Piper going to add a little more consistency on the right side here with that Safer Maniac, so you can kind of draw into those cards, usually with your Curlia, but this time they're just lined up at the top of the deck here. And then we're just going to see, once again, that everlasting darkness here from that Bayonet EX. An additional 30 damage. Item cards are locked down right now for Austin. So we're going to see just more cards pile up into the hand here for Austin. And Piper just churns through these turns continuously.
You can see the importance of that item lock, sacrificing the Bayonet at this point. There's no real value you're getting other than just keeping the item lock in place. Your opponent's going to knock out this Pokemon. You have the Bayonet to follow up from this point, and it's really about setting up a situation where you can use the Monkey Dories, put pressure on the right basic Pokemon, and then maybe at that one pivotal spot using Poltergeist to knock out a Tarapago, surprise your opponent, and get them on a one-turn clock to where you can clean the game up.
Yeah, you want to take a big knockout there. But speaking of knockouts, Austin Ellis down to prize cards Bayonet EX, wiped off the field. That is going to activate that counter catcher now that Piper is behind in prize cards. Bayonet EX coming up here, counter catcher being utilized. And now we have that Iono as well.
Yeah, this is what the turn that Piper was looking for. So, oh no, I kind of shot myself in the foot with that last one, but thankfully my opponent has to take prize cards in order to play the game. So there they are. Hoot Hoot now back in play. It doesn't really matter that the retreat cost isn't going to be increased at this point, just so long as your opponent has to continue to find double turbo retreat, which is disgusting.
Yes, exactly. You want to have your opponent utilize all these resources up until they can't even play anymore, potentially. So, Luminous Energy, the second one that was lined up from the Cypher Maniacs, code breaking now coming down onto that Monkey Dory. It's going to lock an additional Adrenabrain as well. So that's more damage stacking up here for potential prize cards down the line for Piper Lapine. We're seeing these refinements fly through now from this Curlia that's now a Gardevoir. It drew us some cards. It's now a big Gardevoir EX. We're seeing more cards from these refinements here from the Curlia on the bench for Piper. And then these evolutions are coming into play. We now have several Bayonet down. We're switching into a fresh one.
This is the strategy right here. You can just continue to load your Pokemon up, retreat them,
look at that.
and then move the damage counters that you dealt to yourself. This is the loop right here.
Yeah, that is the loop indeed. Now that Gardevoir EX can deal your own damage counters, accelerating those psychic energy from the discard pile, you can start taking out your opponent's Pokemon with those Monkey Dory, transferring those damage counters with the Adrenabrain. So that's what we see here. Another knockout on that Duskull going down. We see more damage counters flying around here on the field. That Hoot Hoot still stuck in the active position for Austin. And that bench, it was looking big, but now it has slimmed down quite a bit, Kyle.
Yep, and we're not that far away from the game closing out. You can potentially, in the matter of 2 turns, spread enough damage to both Hoot Hoot, Boss's Orders, Terapagos, clean up with Gardevoir, and this game is over.
Yeah, that is pretty brutal. I guess this is how it goes. We were kind of discussing this matchup, Kyle, and this is how it looks.
Yeah, you need to disrupt Piper a little more, and unfortunately for Austin, just did not have enough time to set that up, and that's what happens when you don't have the additional pieces like the Dusclops or Dusknoir rare candied out early on to
just couldn't get
disrupt
there.
your opponent.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. And now no disruption there. Piper Lapine is running away here. More refinement. We see the knockouts here from Piper. That's another Hoot Hoot. Poor Hoot Hoot going down once again. That's an additional prize card as well.
I mean, it looks like it's still a turn away, but you might as well continue to add the additional resources, get these energies in play. You have the knockout on the Terapagos.
Yeah, look at that. Insult to injury here. We see that Prime Catcher, A-Spec, coming down, bringing up this Terapagos, this Gardevoir EX being lined up with these energy accelerated from the discard thanks to that Psychic Embrace ability. It's going to take some damage of its own. But now we're going to have another knockout here for Piper, and that is a lot of pressure to now be placed on this game, especially after transferring even more damage counters as well. Oh, this is just brutal here, Kyle.
Oh, don't feel bad for Austin. He gets to play items.
Yeah, that's true. We're on lock.
Yay! He's back.
Hey, now that I'm this far ahead in the game, go ahead and have your items, right?
Yeah, good luck. There is a lot you need to piece together. 3 prize cards remaining. That is a brutal number because you can't really make that work when you don't have Duskull. You can't give up a prize card anyways, and you're really just struggling right here. You got to find double turbo to at least get an attack off, but how do you knock out a Pokemon of Gardevoir's caliber?
Exactly. I mean, I wanted to see Terapagos EX so bad here, but this is just a matchup where it has a difficult time, I guess, here from Austin. Just from the get-go, as soon as Piper was lined up, ready to go with all of these Pokemon, it has just been debilitating here for Austin. So just a lone Terapagos doesn't even have an energy just yet here from Austin. We're going to see an Ultra Ball discarding a couple of cards here in that Night Stretcher, as well as a Buddy Buddy Poffin. Oh, well, Pheasantipity is a start.
Flip the script, find some
Flipping
cards, find some resources to help out, but
anything.
if it doesn't clean up this Hoot, I don't know what you're doing.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, there's really nothing there. Hoot's got 10 HP left. It is injured there on the deck.
Help.
Yeah, help me. I guess we could, yeah, I don't know. Austin's drawing into these cards, but what do we see that's helping out here? We do see the Night Stretcher, an additional one. We had one go away from us from that Ultra Ball, but now here's another one to bring that Noctowl out. That is going to buff its HP up a little bit there from that Noctowl, but still just 40 HP remaining.
Looking for some help, but you need to
what do
remove
you do?
damage counters
how do
from
you
the
do
board.
that?
Your opponent has access to double Adrenabrain with Monkey Dory to spread onto that Noctowl. Take the knockout.
Yeah, I mean,
Got bench spaces, you've got counter catchers, you can take prizes.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, but what's it get you, you know? Oh, I guess you could take away one of those Monkey Dory now in the active position here for Piper. Oh, looks like Austin's still going through.
Just needs to continue to put some Pokemon in play, I suppose. You've got plenty of turtles to go around, but where's the energy?
Yeah, where is the energy? That's what I'm asking here, Kyle. We have the stadium. We've had a lot of cards played. We had a couple evolution there with a Noctowl. Pheasantipity drew some cards. We got a couple turtles out, but no energy.
There's,
let's see.
What, 2 remaining? We need last card help.
Oh, I don't think that was it. Was that it?
Nope.
No, it was not. We would have seen that come down. And that's going to be it. Unfortunately for Austin, just could not work a way to, no energy there to take out a Monkey Dory. And even then, Piper was down to only 1 prize card left. So probably would have seen some response there from Piper. And I guess that's how this matchup goes here, Kyle, between a Gardevoir EX, heavy line of Bayonet EX. I mean, there, it seemed to be pretty heavy on the Bayonet. I feel like that's a Bayonet deck right there.
That is. You're simply using Gardevoir to assist you in placing damage on yourself. You don't care about any of the energies.
Exactly. I mean, that was fantastic there from Piper. We saw the double Monkey as well come into play, and that was fantastic. But let's take a look at this replay here. This is how things started out for our players. I mean, Austin had a full board there, and just slowly, as these turns whittled down these Pokemon, we were only seeing those Duskull, but they were being taken out before ever even being able to evolve from a rare candy into a Dusknoir and get some knocks for themselves. But taking down that Bayonet, but it had done enough damage there. Item locking Austin Ellis throughout this entire match here from Piper's side, putting these damage counters around, has those double Monkey Dory to be able to spread those damage counters, but back at Austin's side, take those single prize knockouts consistently, and the Gardevoir EX cleaned up a turtle on the back end, and that was it for Austin. I mean, the fact that Piper was also able to delay with the Hoot being stuck in the active was brutal there, because you're forcing your opponent to use those energy to be able to retreat, and that's just not where you want to be for Austin.
Yeah, it just does not work. We've seen some Terapagos decks start to feature jet energy, just any help to promote these Pokemon into the active, be attacking with the right Pokemon, but you need the Pokemon in play first.
Whoa.
Oh no.
Oh my gosh. Okay, there's a lot of Pokemon here. That's what, 3, 6, 7 Pokemon on both of our players' sides in the prize cards. 2 Duskull, a Noctowl, the Fan Rotom, and the Pidgeot EX. And then 2 Shuppet on Piper's side.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess there's 4 of them, though.
I mean, it's not the worst news. It's not great, though. If you get a lot of mileage out of these Shuppet, then you're in a good spot. And
exactly.
This is the kind of start that you'd like to see. You've got the Buddy Buddy for your Treater and the Mew, an opportunity to lock out items turn 1. Sign me up. It's a lot to ask for, but it'd be nice if you didn't have to deal with any Noctowls getting cool cards.
Yeah, if there's a will, there's a way, I suppose. I mean, Austin had a pretty solid setup there with that Nest Ball as well as the Fan Rotom, bringing all these Pokemon out. That's what we saw in the last game, too. That's going to be a consistent start there for Piper, but on this, or sorry, for Austin, but Piper's starting out with the Mew EX this time in the active over here, and we're going to see, whoa, look at that. Wait, what? Weren't 2 Ultra Balls prized, and we just saw 2 more
they're
Ultra
gone.
Balls. Yeah.
Yep.
Like that's, yeah, look at that.
It might be tough sledding
goodness.
to find our Pokemon, but double Bayonet in hand along with what
that's
looked like either a research.
wild.
Like that's a fantastic hand. If you get the heads too,
Oh, she does. Yes, the heads here from that Shuppet. I don't think we saw it in the last game, but the Enveloping Shadow is going to hit this time.
yeah, it did not work last game, and you could see that Austin needed that turn.
Yes.
This time, not so fortunate, and there's not a great road out of this.
Yeah, that is tough. Not only, I mean, that's just one step ahead, locking those cards down again for Austin, and that's it. It's just going to be a double turbo onto that Duskull. Piper now going to have the double evolution into the Bayonet EX. I mean, that is incredible here, Kyle. As you said, that's brutal. We didn't even need Ultra Ball at that point. Professor Research being played now, discarding a couple cards here, but going to draw into a fresh 7.
Yeah, we see.
Ooh, Monkey in hand with the Luminous.
Wombo combo.
Absolutely, Wombo combo. Monkey Dory now with that energy attached, ready to Adrenabrain down the line here, but we're going to continue with this item lock. Everlasting Darkness, placing an additional 30 damage, but no items are able to be played here. You can search them, but you can't play them. So Austin gonna, I mean, how ironic.
It's not great. You just, you're thinning your deck. I suppose you can get some stuff, but if you don't want to grab items,
yeah, exactly.
You're just gonna juice up for Poltergeist on the other side.
How quickly do I want to get knocked out here by a Poltergeist? For sure, every single one of those items is more damage.
Yep, trainers will be the word that we really focus on at that point now, and boss's orders could be a little bit disruptive, hopefully helping out Austin here to come up with something.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing the pieces come together. Like, if you were playing a different matchup, this would be pretty solid here. I mean, besides having that Duskull stuck, but it did have the pivot because of that double turbo energy from the last turn. So it's going to jump out there. The Terapagos does have a double energy attached, so it's going to be able to take a knockout on that Monkey Dory that served up so much damage in the last match that we saw. So Mew EX, the pivot card into the active position now here for Piper to kick things off for this turn. Now it's going to start off with an Iono here.
Now this is not a matchup that automatically is locked in for Piper. She lost this matchup previously earlier in the tournaments, so that is the one loss of the day, but clearly you can see the strategy works pretty well when you get it set up. And this is a point that Austin needs to focus on. Is I just can't let this lock happen right here. If I can't find another double turbo to get this Hoot Hoot out of the active spot and put pressure on Bayonet, I'm in for a world of pain.
Yeah, we're seeing the same strategy play out here now. Counter Catcher being behind just slightly in the prize cards here, being activated. Hoot Hoot back in the active. We already had to waste one of those double turbo to get that Duskull out. Oh, we got another one.
He's cooking.
Very nice. Oh, wait.
There's only 2 left and found one of them. So it just depends if you feel comfortable going for it. And I think you have to.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to feel comfortable at this table. Your opponent is doing crazy disruptive things.
Yeah, you gotta come out of your shell as this Terapagos EX back into the active here, hitting back into this Bayonet. once again, reacting to that counter catcher play from Piper. Now Piper moving quickly here. We're going to see some refinement happen from that Curlia.
Yeah, I don't think Austin's going to love the news on this side of the table.
No.
There's Prime Catcher and Boss's Orders. There's
From the refinement?
Well, we already saw the boss in hand, but
that's
you should
brutal.
act like you top decked it.
Yes, I guess that's true. Well, it's actually going to be the Professor Turo being utilized here for the supporter for turn from Piper, scooping up that Bayonet EX back into the hand, but that Prime Catcher coming back out. That Bayonet EX on the bench, of course, coming into play in the active position, and we're back at the same spot we were, thanks to that nice, beautiful pink card, as well as that Professor picking up that Pokemon, putting even more obstacles in the way for Austin. And not only that, we're also going to have a Cypher Maniacs code breaking here.
Yeah, when you start to think about the resources that you can accrue at this stage of the game, you can set up all of the Monkey Dory shenanigans. You can have the Radiant Alakazam at some point as well too. And if you're spreading to 3 different Pokemon in a turn, if your opponent ever opens up and gives you the stadium and you can just clean up and play with all the cool dudes on your side of the board, you can take 5 prize cards easily.
Dudes. Yes, absolutely. Well, 2 cards to the top here now for Piper that are able to just be drawn into, of course, that Monkey Dory Luminous Energy combo. Wombo combo, as you put it, Kyle, on the bench now here for Piper. Doing a lot of damage. We're seeing Bayonet just fly around from back and forth from Piper here, but just continuing to get these damage counters out. And we're seeing multiple knockouts that are going to happen from Austin's side. If we don't see any change here, it's brutal to watch, Kyle. It's brutal to watch.
I mean, if there was ever a deck that did not like the strategy, it's the one that plays 1 switching effect and 4 energies. You're stuck, buddy.
You're stuck. Yeah, unfortunate here for Austin. Of course, we do have that double turbo energy in hand, which is pretty wild that we've been seeing all of them so consistently throughout this match, but you can't waste them. You cannot waste them, and unfortunately, Piper's just had all the outs to that, so these Hoots are just stuck here. Piper, once again, manipulating these damage counters over on the right side of the field, transferring some damage over to that Hoot, taking that first one down. But that's not all we got.
Yep. It's just once more, Austin says, well, take out the other Hoot for me too while you're at it. I'd like you to take a knockout and allow me to bring up this Tropicos without having to waste one of my double turbo energies.
Yeah, you can be my my out here to not be stuck anymore.
Knocking out is retreat.
Yeah. Well, Piper gonna turn through this turn here. Looks like trying to decide what to do. The Hoot's gone, finally. That is another prize card here, but it's out of the active position. It's knocked out. So Piper down another prize card. 4 left to take. Austin Ellis still sitting at 5. Terapagos EX is in the active position here now. We had that plenty of cards in hand, but you could use a couple more here. Flip the script, got a Vitality Band, a Dusknoir, as well as a Spiritomb being drawn from that Flip the script, but we still just got a turtle with an energy, and that's it.
I mean, that is the best option for Austin at this point, is to continue with the Terapagos and attack into the Bayonet, but you have to accumulate enough damage, and it's so difficult to reach that threshold. I don't know how you hit 240.
Yeah, exactly. Right now our bench is limited here. There's no stadium in play. We just have these Pokemon out to 5 maximum. We did see the Vitality Band come down onto the Terapagos, swinging into that Bayonet, trying to get the damage out onto the field. Now just 100 HP left. Piper on the other side. 4 prize cards left to take. The race is on here, Kyle. We're going to see that Curlia come down to be able to draw into some additional cards. The deck is looking pretty slim here. Piper has a lot of options still. We still have that Monkey Dory with the Luminous Energy as well to be able to manipulate some more damage counters. So we're going to see some more prize cards going down.
Yeah, you can move that damage onto the Duskull, take the knockout, and go down to just 4 prize cards remaining? 3?
3 now, yeah.
And
took an energy.
It's getting close at this point. Do you feel comfortable going for Poltergeist?
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. Like how many, you have to assess, how big is my opponent's hand? How many trainer cards are in that hand? Can I take a knockout on this 230 HP Terapagos? Ooh, yeah, we're gonna risk it here. Count those trainer cards, Kyle.
Looks
That's
like
enough.
enough.
Yeah, that's a lot. That is a lot. We didn't need to count. That was plenty here. Everlasting Darkness has been stacking up those cards because Austin's unable to play item cards from the hand now. Piper swinging a huge Poltergeist there, knocking out the Terapagos, 2 prize cards down, no more well, until now, another turtle on the field for Austin, and we already had the double turbo, but now Piper's just sitting at 1 prize card left.
You need more from this turn for Austin. Yes, you can bring up this Terapagos, potentially knock out the Bayonet EX and start to add some Pokemon to the board, but hand disruption, something to slow down your opponent from continuing to just do this simple strategy of
it is simple.
Move
it
damage
really
and make you cry.
Yeah, it's a damage spread deck in this Gardevoir EX, Bayonet EX combo. And really Monkey Dory, I feel like they're all 3 kind of pulling their weight in this matchup. Austin, on the other hand, unable to utilize all the strategies being locked for so long. But now we have that stadium out onto the field. We have all these Pokemon, up to 8 coming down. So that is a lot of damage stacking up for a unified beatdown from that Terapagos EX. They all unify to beat down. Here, flip the script. Gonna draw into 3 additional cards. Oh no, that is a supporter there. Ooh, is that the Ursaluna, Blood Moon Ursaluna coming out as well onto the field for Austin.
Yeah.
And there's a disruption in the Iono. At least that's 1 step to take here to put in Piper's way, but we just need 1 prize card from Piper.
Yeah, and you're dealing with 230 hit points, so Gardevoir attacking for 190, Monkey Dory moving to 30. You're still another Monkey Dory away from being able to take the knockout there, and it's also just the 1 final Luminous Energy, I believe. You're asking a lot, but you have that Mew and the Curly as well. If you can incorporate all that with a Night Stretcher, then maybe you got something rolling. I'm not seeing Night Stretcher.
Yeah, it's just
It's Super Rod here.
Yeah, it is a lot. It's a lot to put together here, but you're so close. But for Austin Ellis, gonna try to remain in the game. Bayonet EX going down, 2 prize cards, only 3 left to take here for Austin to be able to win this game in our game 2 and go to a game 3. Piper, Mew EX in the active position. We see a Nest Ball here now coming down. Ooh. What are we gonna see? This is a basic Pokemon in that Radiant Alakazam. Painful Spoons, really cool. I mean, we're talking about damage counters and manipulating them around. You get to move 2 damage counters from your opponent's Pokemon to their other Pokemon, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, if you want to go back to the lock once more,
Ooh,
maybe you can move that damage onto Pokemon like Fan Rotom or Hoot Hoot and try to work out the knockout there.
Well, Curlia gonna get us a couple more cards, discarding that Luminous Energy. Now it's in the discard pile. Of course, the bench is full now, so just that single Monkey Dory on the field here. Free retreat from this Mew EX into this Gardevoir EX, our secondary attacker here in this deck. Psychic Embrace gonna line up these energy, take some damage there from that.
Yeah, it doesn't feel comfortable, but it basically is checkmate at this point. You move the damage. I would argue you can move it onto Terapagos, honestly, if there's
true,
no way to
yeah.
move this Pokemon. You get up to 220, and then either Monkey Dory or Radiant Alakazam could try to work it out. But I suppose with Radiant Alakazam there, you can move the damage over too.
Yeah, wow, we haven't seen that card in quite a bit there. That Feather Ball for Austin. Hoot Hoot gonna come out onto the field, evolve once again into that Jewel Seeker. That's 2 additional item cards in that Prime Catcher, as well as the Rare Candy.
Just not used to seeing him use items.
I know, right? Oh, we got items? Whoa!
Making a little bit of a comeback now.
Yeah, I know. You can see how powerful this deck really functions when it's actually able to use half of its cards, or really more than half of its cards within those trainers. But yeah, Austin Going through here this turn, we have a heavily damaged Terapagos EX in the active here. The Prime Catcher was sought out. We have this Blood Moon Ursaluna being thrown into the active against the Monkey Dory here, and that Monkey Dory is going down into the discard pile. That's another prize card for Austin Ellis from that Blood Moon Ursaluna with that Blood Moon attack, but Piper's rolling fast
wow,
here.
yeah, we could
That's
genome hack. That's something else.
Genome hacking. We're going in. We're Cypher Maniacs code breaking the game here against Austin Ellis with the genome hacking on the Mew EX, just copying that attack and taking the last prize cards needed to win. Piper Lapine 2-0 here in our Swiss round 7.
That's a good attack. I think I'll steal it. It works out flawlessly, and man, you have to feel for Austin. There's not much you can do in a match like that when your opponent is just manipulating every piece about your deck. You can't retreat, you can't attack, you can't use items, and he still almost figured it out. Let's check out how.
Yeah, I want to see a little more of that manipulation here. I mean, that bayonet carried so much weight in this matchup. And this is our first game, so we didn't actually see the Shuppet utilize that lock early, but still, once we got into that lock, Austin was just hindered the entire time. Those Duskull remained Duskulls. There was no rare candies. There was no evolutions. All of these Hoots and Duskulls slowly went down over time from Piper as we just maintained that lock. Losing a Bayonet EX, but that was not even a thing here, Kyle, because you see just the consistent knockouts with the double Monkey Dory. I mean, that was just brutal to see with those luminous energy, spreading those damage counters and taking all the prize cards needed here in this game 1. Gardevoir EX cleaned things up on the back end toward the end of that game for a big checkmate. Now we're in the game 2. Things were looking a little different here.
Yeah, this was where you see a little bit of that vulnerability. There were opportunities for Austin if he's able to find the way to retreat these Pokemon, and often he was able to find a way to move around. But Piper didn't have a lot of those resources that we saw in Game 1. The double Monkey Dory really opens up for you to set up those multi-prize turns. Instead, you got to play a little bit riskier in spots like this. After you take this knockout, you got to go for Poltergeist, and it opens up a path for your opponent to start making a comeback. The item lock is no longer in play, but for Austin, yeah, this prize was felt very nice, but it was not enough to close out in a spot like this. You see the Blood Moon Ursaluna, and I think we got plenty of energies here.
Yeah.
Great Mew, giddy up.
Yeah, we have the shifting of those damage counters, the genome hack to take the knockout, the exact damage needed on that Blood Moon Ursaluna. Saying, oh, that was cool, you took me out, but I'm gonna take you out. Using your own Pokemon against you. That's what Mew EX gets you, which is pretty cool to see, Kyle. Interesting way. I mean, we saw the utilization of every single Pokemon in that deck.
Yeah.
We saw the Bayonet, I mean, the Shuppet to lock the items.
Shuppet's attacking.
The Bayonet to just keep up that item lock, get those damage counters down. The Radiant Alakazam to switch those damage counters around at the end to take the knockout. The Mew EX to genome hack. The Gardevoir EX to clean things up. I love this list.
Yeah, I mean, it's the most interesting toolbox because it's all just psychic dudes having fun.
Exactly.
But they get the job done. It's truly enough. And you've got one strategy of, well, I need to move around damage and keep my opponent at bay. It works out so well. It's not the cleanest lock. Obviously, it looks like more of a soft lock kind of strategy, but you get yourself to a point where you can set up checkmate on board, go down to 1 prize, and your opponent's not taking 5 prizes in a turn.
Yeah, it's like a damage spread deck with options, you know? You got lots of options.
I want to hear about those options.
Yes.
See what Piper Lapine has to say about that.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, Piper Lapine. How are you feeling after that round?
Feeling pretty good. Nice to be locked into day 2 because we only have 8 rounds today. But yeah, it's always fun to play some Banette, and it was a pretty solid matchup for me, and I drew pretty well. Got a bit lucky on some flips, but yeah.
No, definitely. Honestly, you felt very in command in that game. Some would say in complete control, you know? Tell me about your deck. Like, how did you get to this deck choice?
Well, I saw Mateusz play it in Dortmund a couple weeks ago. They got top 16. The Polish people have been playing the Banette for like a year now. It's really impressive what they've done. I've been testing the deck on and off a lot, but I've never had like the full confidence to bring it to a major, so I'm really happy I did today. The deck's really fun and it's really strong.
No, definitely. It looks very powerful, especially when you get everything down. The double Banette, you had double Monkey at one point, and the Gardevoir. I was like, that has to be the perfect board, right?
Yeah, pretty much. The double, like, it's just like with Gardevoir in the past, like at NAIC, you set up double Monkey and you just win the game. It's so good. Like, Monkey Dory is just so powerful. You get such a good loop going where you like move, you retreat your Banette and keep getting damage on each one, and then you spread a bunch on your opponent's board until you can just like take a bunch of prizes in one turn and either win the game or get to a spot where your opponent can't like win the game. Like both games, I got to one prize, so my opponent couldn't Briar. They couldn't Dusknoir.
Yeah.
Like all that stuff was just prevented. So it didn't really leave much room for them to get back in the game at the end.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I do want to expound on that. When do you decide to pull the trigger? When do you decide to, let's break this item lock, let's actually go big, let's poltergeist or even knock out with the Gardevoir?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is just removing a lot of threats. Like, in Game 1, they had no other energies in play, and they were down a couple. I think it was, like, that was their third energy at that point. So by knocking out their Trap Ghost, it was going to be really difficult for them to pull off another attack, especially with no Pidgeot in play. That's really the big thing in the matchup. Like, if they go first and they're able to set up Pidgeot, it gets a little shaky. But Game 1, they didn't go for a Pidgey. And then I'm assuming it was prized, but Game 2, they didn't go for a Pidgey either. I don't know if it was prized again, but it gets a bit scarier when they set up Pidgeot, but they weren't able to set up Pidgeot, so I was kind of just able to do my stuff. But yeah.
That's for sure. It must feel good, too, like sometimes getting that very risky coin flip for the turn
Yeah.
one item lock. Ooh, you must have, are you positive or negative in that record?
I'm slightly positive. I think I'm about 50-50 on like starting coin flips for each round. Obviously, I want to go first, and then I'm like a little over 50-50 on the shuffle flips. I've had to do more than I wish. Like in Game 1, I didn't start any. I went first, but I didn't start any shuffle. So turn 2, I had to go for the flip, and then I flipped tails. But my opponent had a pretty lackluster start, so it wasn't really too impactful. But then Game 2, I was able to flip the heads going second, which just put me in a really strong spot for the entire game. And they retreated their Duskull with the DTE and just started bleeding energies, so that just put me in a really good spot.
No, I agree. I mean, being able to just item lock on your first attack, essentially, especially something that needs to evolve, like any rare candy deck, which there are a lot of, must feel great for sure.
Yeah, like they have their Knocked Owl, which is so great at searching out so much stuff, but like there's only a couple supporters. Like they have the supporters like Chorus sometimes to get the energy, but Lawless also aren't playing the Chorus. They're so reliant on those like items like the Energy Lotto or the Ultra Ball, Prime Catcher and stuff, but they aren't able to use those and pressure my board. So I just kind of like steal the game while I set up the like 1 or 2 monkeys and just get rid of all their hoots and then Duskulls, and then eventually I break the lock and just win from there.
No, I have to agree. I mean, you played it flawlessly. I have to admit, so my caster prediction for the weekend is literally Terrapagos Dusknoir. But being item lock and you have this hoot that can find any item you want, but you can't use it.
Yeah.
Feels like a good call into like these big combo decks, right?
Yeah.
And how have been your matchups so far? What decks are you favored against or not favored against?
I mean, nothing really feels too bad. Like Iron Thorns isn't great, Guardy isn't great. Those are both pretty bad, but those are like so nobody's playing those decks. Lugia is a bit shaky, but it's definitely winnable, especially now with the Monkey Dory. You're able to put one of the issues in the past was you weren't able to get enough damage on their board, but now with the Monkey Dory, you're able to get a lot more damage, and there's a lot of interesting lines you can take against them. Trap Ghost has felt pretty good. It is my one loss, but like in Game 3, I had to research 2 Luminous and attach my third to Banette, so I wasn't able to set up any Monkey Dory, so I just wasn't able to pressure their board much. But other than that, I've beaten 2 Dragos. That matchup's it's close, but it's gone well for me today. And then I've only hit 1 Raging Bolt, which is unfortunate because that matchup's very good. Half their deck is items, and it's like it's the items that search for their energies that get their energies back. So I Iono the energies in their hand to the bottom of the deck, and then item lock them, and they like can't find the pieces that they need.
No, that definitely makes a lot of sense. But it definitely sounds like you do have to work for a lot of your games.
Yeah.
It's a very big brain deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot to play. So I'm definitely happy with only 8 rounds. I can get to bed early for the second day tomorrow. But yeah,
definitely gotta rest up. Do you have any advice you want to give to any aspiring Banette player out there, or any aspiring trainer out there?
I mean, at least with Banette, I guess with all decks, honestly, learn to scoop. Ties are really bad right now, so being able to complete 3 games is pretty good. I haven't done a great job of scooping my rounds today, so I've gone close to time, but I haven't tied yet, which is nice. But yeah, I think it's just learning to scoop. And then with Banette specifically, I mean, learning to break the lock and like what you should be looking for, like what resources your opponent is out of, like what you should be looking for that is a pretty good skill. But I guess that's also for every deck, but more so with Banette.
No, I have to agree. I think really time management, right? Especially
Yeah.
in a control deck.
Yeah, you're only doing 30 each turn, so yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Great advice. Hopefully everyone was taking notes there. Anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Shout out to my parents for supporting me, Cindy for driving me, and all my friends for testing. But yeah.
All right, sounds good, sounds good. Well, again, Piper Lapine, one of probably the best players out there. I know I've lost a couple of times too. Best of luck with the day 2 and the rest of and your last round.
Yep.
With that, we're going to throw it back to the casters for more Pokemon action.
Well, Wancho, I was definitely here taking notes here. I know how to scoop now, Kyle.
I love
strat?
scooping. I'm great at it. I do it all the time.
It's more so when to scoop for sure. Some incredible words there from Piper Lapine with such a cool deck. I guess, as she said, the Polish squad's been playing it for like a year now. So I trust that they've refined it quite a bit. Taking it here now to a major, I think is really great. And then showcasing it so well on our stream from Piper. So you can see why this strategy plays really well into our format currently. So fantastic job once again from Piper Lapine, and hopefully can carry into some more wins. Again, we only have 8 rounds today, so that was our 7th. That's the day has just flown by.
Yeah, it's zooming. I'd like to take a minute to talk about the Bayonet again. We've been trying to figure out the best way to play Bayonet for a long time. We saw it in Giratina V-Star, Lost Box. Like it showed that it had some importance there and was able to do fairly well. We've seen it as a standalone deck with the Dusknoir, trying to incorporate some really cool strategies at the World Championships and then also at Baltimore. But maybe Gardevoir figured it out. Hold up.
Hold up. Yeah, I mean, I really like it. I think this would be super fun to pick up and play down the line for sure. So that definitely be looking out. Maybe build the deck, go to your locals with it as well. But of course, Bayonet was the showcase, the star of that last match there. But playing against Terapagos, unfortunately, we didn't get to see it in all of its glory there. Unable to play so many of its cards being locked down from that Bayonet. But the card itself is new to our stream, Terapagos EX. This is its stellar form. That's why it has that beautiful rainbow border there. It's a colorless Pokemon, which is also really cool to see our colorless Pokemon shine. We saw the unified beatdown. That is the big move that you're looking out for. It kind of sneaks up on you because when it's paired with the Area 0 under depths, it's able to hit for 240 damage, with, of course, without any modifiers added to it, which is huge for Terapagos. I mean, it's a big turtle. It has a lot of support Pokemon and some other Pokemon that can clean up on the back end too. What do you think about this card or just this deck, Kyle?
Yeah, well, not only just this card by itself sets up a world of pain for a lot of strategies. We see that the Noctowl, really just one of the cleanest Terra Pokemon to incorporate into a lot of decks, is just going to be Terapagos at this point. Allows you to Jewel Seeker and do all sorts of cool things. The fact that you have that Area 0 under depths to add up the bench for you too and start to deal a lot of damage. It's not the sweetest number, so I get why you need Dusknoir in those spots, but sometimes it's enough to put a lot of pressure on opponents. We've seen it do work, just not in the last one.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of people are coming out here to Kentucky as well, playing Terapagos. They're following Tord Reklev, the greats, piloting the turtle. And now more refined lists are coming out too. So we still might have a bit of a path to pave potentially for Terapagos down the line, but it's come out swinging and it's winning things for sure in other tournaments. I think it was a special event that Terapagos won. So it is definitely a threatening deck to face, just not in that particular matchup face off against that Bayonet.
Yeah, well, we've had a lot of players that have found success with the Terapagos. We've also seen some players doing fairly well with that Lugia deck.
Another colorless Pokemon.
Have you heard of this kid Rahul Reddy? He's kind of on the hottest tear of all time, and we sat down with him yesterday. Wancho got some great words from him. Let's check that out.
Hello, Pokemon fans, and welcome back to the Louisville Regional Championship. My name is Wancho Saldana, and I have a very special guest with me here today, someone who is no stranger to the stream stage. You're probably more comfortable here than I am. Rahul Reddy, how you feeling?
I'm feeling great. Juancho, thank you for having me. What's up, everyone?
How does it feel? How are you feeling? You've been on an absolute tear the past couple of tournaments. You made cut at literally every tournament, past 3 tournaments you've attended. 9th at Worlds, so making asymmetrical cut. 5th at Baltimore, and then 2nd at Dortmund. Yeah? Basically single digits every single time. Tell us about that.
Honestly, kind of surreal. Every single time I don't go into it expecting that I'll have an amazing finish, but obviously I'm not going into a tournament hoping I'll lose, right? So every single time I get a win, I just, chalk another one up, keep working towards that next win, and all of a sudden I end up finding myself in these pretty awesome situations.
No, definitely. I mean, getting 2nd at Dortmund, so close to getting that win. I'm sure maybe, magic can happen here at Louisville.
Incredible. That would be like the most insane storyline.
That's something I definitely need to see. You can't break the streak now, Rahul. No pressure.
Yeah, at this point, someone made a joke to me that they were like, your day 1 streak can only get better. And I was like, I haven't lost a game in day 1 in 2 tournaments. I feel like that is like kind of unreasonable. I like surely will hit variance. That's so bad for me that I will lose at least 1 game. But I'm hoping to continue the streak, obviously. It's not like something that's going to weigh me down. I'm just going to take each game at a time. But I'm just hoping that I can just put on another performance that I'm happy of and proud of.
No, 100%. I think, as a professional player, you couldn't have put it better. So you played Lugia V-Star, I believe, to all those events. Yeah. Did I ever mention you're my hero? I'm a huge fan of Lugia V-Star. How does that deck feel, though, in this metagame into Louisville?
So going into Dortmund, the change from the Worlds metagame to the Stellar Crown metagame, it felt like Lugia was still pretty powerful, but everyone was kind of tinkering with all those brand new tools. Dragapult obviously did win the regionals. You saw how powerful it is with the new A-Spec. We had Terapagos being that deck that can win in 2 to 3 turns, setting up these incredible checkmate boards, these puzzles that need to be solved. And you saw me against Palkia in top 4 as well, a very cool deck based off of Grafton Roll's deck and Stefan Ivanov took it to a incredible finish. So I was kind of evaluating everything, and I was like, oh, maybe I should try Water Ogre Pond, maybe a second Mist, all these fun cards to make Lugia just a little bit stronger. And I realized my Raikou tech from Worlds just happens to be really, really good right now because of these big benches, Palkia being popular in the metagame. The only scary part is Dragapult, obviously, but I think the natural predators to Dragapult are something that Lugia preys on.
No, I agree. I think, the Raikou at Worlds, that blew my mind. I thought it was genius. And now even, you put it right. In this metagame, there's so much damage.
It gets so much value. Like a lot of the times in testing games, I will realize very quickly that Terapagos has to fill its bench to get to that number to knock out a Lugia V or even something bigger. And it takes very few bench Pokemon from our perspective as Lugia to just one-shot it back with Raikou. And if you do it with a Legacy Energy, you've created this one-prize board sometimes, and Terapagos gets really sad because now they can't use those Dusknoirs the way they want to. Now they're trading a weird prize trade, and from that point onwards, the game just feels really nice.
I feel it. Hopefully you guys took notes there. I know I have. I know I want to become a better Lugia player, that's for sure. But, what deck would you be playing to this tournament? I don't want to ask what deck you're playing in this tournament. What deck is there to watch out for, let's say?
So personally, I'm playing the same 60. I think the bit is too good to keep changing it up. At Dortmund, a lot of people are saying like, oh, I think I know exactly what you're playing. And I was like, I literally haven't changed the card. It was not like an ego thing. It was just kind of like, I don't think there's much you can do to stop me, even if you know my 60. And then if I think a deck that I think will perform really well this weekend is Terapagos. I feel like in Dortmund, people got a first taste of it, but it didn't really reach its full potential. But now that we have a couple lists that are fleshed out, people have had a little bit more time to work with it. It's a deck that really rewards puzzles, deck building, kind of just like you're sequencing all the basic aspects of Pokemon that make you a good player. It rewards all of those. So I think Terapagos will have some pretty deep finishes this weekend.
I respect it. I respect the foresight there, and Terapagos is definitely on my watch list as well. With that, before I let you go, any last words? Anyone you want to shout out?
Shout out to my parents. Shout out to my testing group as always. Shout out to Victor Ung for the broken deck. He built it for me 3 tournaments ago, and I haven't changed the card, even though he's been doing whatever he wants. It's been doing its job. Coaches don't play for a reason sometimes. And shout out to Justin Bakari and Will Jenkins for the Ultra Balls, the Plasma Freeze Ultra Balls. I told Justin that he could take them back when he comes out of retirement.
Okay, I see the reason of your success now, backed by so many of these amazing players and playing the correct Ultra Ball.
Of course. I can't afford them myself, so just take them from a friend and give them back when he comes back to the game.
I respect it. With that, thank you so much, Rahul. I'm sure we're going to see you on this stage sometime over the weekend. With that, let's go ahead and throw it back to more Pokemon action. It was definitely great hearing from Rahul yesterday. Hopefully, I haven't been able to check up on him yet, so hopefully he's doing well with his same 60 with the Lugia. Right now, you're joining me here in the lounge. My name is Wanjul Saldana, and I'm joined by a couple of very special people, Adam Watson and VGC caster Joe Brown. How are you guys doing today?
Great. I'm doing great. Thanks for having me. I figured if Rahul can't play on the TCG stream today, then I might as well get him covered. I'll play a game.
Very well said. I'm happy to be here in the lounge, and as we prepare for the final Swiss round of the day.
No, definitely. We have some time, so I prepared a little game here. So you must be wondering why there's TCG and VG. I'm gonna make them compete here. It's gonna be TCG versus VG. Don't let me down, Adam.
Okay.
No bias, no bias.
They're just gonna have to guess the Pokemon. I prepared a couple of slideshows here. It's a bunch of emojis, and if they can guess the Pokemon, they get the point. All right.
I think I'm younger than Joe Brown.
First, I'd like to say good luck, have fun.
Oh, yeah, GG.
And then I'll be super salty if I lose.
All right. So hopefully everyone at home can see this is the first emoji here. Again, maybe you guys can beat our casters here as well. Make sure you guys guess. Put your answers down below, and let's go. Who's this?
So are we guessing one at a time, or are we
first
bringing
one
the
to
buzzer
say.
in? Oh, all right. Well, I'll guess that's the VGC staple. That is Mousehold.
Okay, this was a lot easier for you guys.
Yeah.
I built this for the TCG people.
Yeah.
I gotta let VG have the Mousehold just to give them a little bit of a head start, folks. The Mousehold was very, very hype in Baltimore.
Definitely a great Pokemon. I wish it was better in TCG.
Oh, we'll get there. Mousehold EX believers. Don't worry, we'll prove.
Imagine there's a Mousehold card that lets you attack 10 times in one turn, because that's what happens in VGC.
That would be cool. Okay, card designers out there, we need that. All right, here's the next one.
Pikachu.
I was thinking, it's the same Mousehold emoji.
There are only many mouse
That could
emojis.
be so many different
That
ones.
could be Pachirisu, that could be Palma, that could be
Dedenne.
Dedenne.
Yeah, but Pachirisu's a squirrel, so, this is Pikachu.
Okay.
Well,
One
it
for
was
TCG.
Mousehold about 10 seconds ago.
All right, one for TC. That was the free one. All
Yeah,
right,
we get one freebie. Now the real game begins.
this is it. This is the real stuff.
Lechonk?
Nope.
Q-Fan?
No.
Is that-
Paparaja?
No.
Is it Oinkoloin?
No. Say it.
Teapot
What are
pig?
these?
Pot
What are these?
pig?
Tepig.
Yes!
The fire first partner Pokemon from Unova.
Oh,
it is
man.
Tepig. All right, good job. 2 points.
Okay, so this might be a little tougher than we
Yeah,
first thought.
Q-Fan is like an elephant. I'm getting ahead of myself.
Well, it Teapot knows. I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe I didn't have an elephant emoji after all, but here we go. Here's the next one.
Is that Mana or Musharna?
No.
Moonpig.
I'm trying to sound it out, but then I don't want to give you hints, right? But
Pig
we're both
moon.
saying Moonpig. We're saying the same thing
Oh, that's
here.
my favorite Pokemon.
I'm thinking of just pig Pokemon. Is it Grumpig?
No.
Why?
Say it out loud. Say it out loud.
There are 1,000 of
Pig
these
Moon,
Pokemon.
Pig
if you
Moon,
think about
Pork Moon.
Pig Knight.
Pig Night. The moon does come out at night. Yeah. Rude. That one was free. Adam, what are you doing?
A stage 1 Pokemon, I believe, is what your terminology.
Okay, yes,
Trying
it
to
is.
fit in, Adam.
All right. all right, here we go. The next
You'll
one
fit
is...
it after you replace me, apparently, on the TGG cast. Oh, Love Disc.
Yeah. It was really hard to find a disc emoji, okay?
That's cool.
That one's flying. That was good job, Adam.
Thank
Good
you,
job.
thank you.
All right, might as well no time like the present. This one's hard. This one's
That's not Iron Hands.
This one's really tough.
That's the hands
too,
emoji.
right?
And what's that middle
Yeah,
thing?
what's that middle? Can we get a
It looks
camera?
like a bird
Camera back
or a
Thank you.
dragon or something.
Yeah, it's a dragon.
Okay. Poison
That third
dragon
photo
hand.
is really
Dragon radioactive.
really throwing me off there.
This one's a tough
Ganondale?
one.
A
No.
poison
It's like I keep
dragon?
thinking electric because it's like yellow emojis. You know?
I'll give you guys a clue. It's more of how it looks for the first two.
Eternatus?
It is Eternatus.
Oh!
It's a giant hand dragon.
Yes.
That's poison.
Yes. Okay.
I got you.
And Adam, just like that, Adam ties it up 3-3. Joe, the Turnus isn't even poison in our game. So
don't get me started on your game and your typings.
He's a dark type. Oh, give me a sec.
I believe it's darkness. Okay, darkness energy.
All right,
as Chip has taught me.
This one's one of my favorite ones.
For alligator.
Sound it out. Sound it out.
Croc, cross, cross, cross.
Yeah, right after the oh my gosh, this is.
I mean, there's only a few alligator Pokemon. There's Totodile. There's Croconaw. If the X is Gnaw.
Skeledirge.
No? Why would that be a Dirge? 3X?
I don't know.
Alligator 3X. Reptile 3X's.
Like crocodile.
You're close. You were close. Someone said the right words already. Just didn't put it together.
Oh my goodness.
Croc 3 Cross? That's not a real Pokemon.
Crocolore? No,
I'm sure Twitch chat has got it already.
Yeah, we look very silly right now.
Yeah, okay. We're gonna pass on this one.
Pass.
You're gonna pass?
We both pass.
What is it?
Croconaw?
Then that counts because I got it,
You
right?
said Gnaw. Just Gnaw. Did you say Croc? Did you say the Pokemon?
Check the tapes.
Croconaw. I mean, I'm willing to give Adam the point just in blind faith. I don't remember him saying.
I did hear him say cross could be Nah, but you didn't say Croc.
Oh man. Okay.
Okay. Sorry. I'm hearing from the judges.
That's a hard one.
Hearing from the judges, they said you didn't say the full word, so keeping the tie.
Okay.
Next one.
Oh gosh. Okay.
Ooh, Weeping Bell.
Yes.
That's cute. That's a cute emoji combination.
I showed this one to Boo earlier. She was like, cry, Bell.
Oh, my favorite Pokemon, Boo.
Yeah. Having the 2 crying emojis to throw me off.
All right. This one, if you get this one, I will be very impressed.
Delibird.
No.
Aw.
It's not Delibird. This one's a really tough one.
Sandy Shocks.
No. Whoa, that one's
That's
so
a good idea.
It's not.
Shocked? Sandy? Bruh. That's bonus point.
I should give you the point.
Gosh, I'm trying. Because the Santa is throwing it off if it's not Delibird. Right?
Okay.
And that's clearly not Iron Bundle either, right?
Because Santa has so many different names, like Kris Kringle or Saint Nick, Saint. But there's no Pokemon. I don't think they have a Chris or a Saint in it.
All right, clue time. What does Santa say?
Ho-oh?
Ho-oh! Man.
Okay,
man.
I worked hard on this one. I was just like,
okay.
Ho-oh.
We're going to split that one because Sandy Shocks is actually
Sandy
way
Shocks
better.
is a better answer.
Sandy Shocks is. It really is.
We got to split that point.
All right. I think I have a couple of more. This one's tough.
All right. Well, let's zoom in on this.
Yeah, let's zoom in on here. Ooh. There we go.
This one's tough.
Nidoking.
Okay. Well, I said it was tough, Adam. You got it right. I was hoping we could.
I almost said Knee-Bread King. Knee-Bread.
Cancel Pokemon.
Knee-Bread. Yes, of
course.
You
got that one too fast.
Is there actually a hurting knee emoji? I'm going to have to start using that one because I'm getting old.
Oh, don't we all? All right. This one.
Mankey.
Oh my God. Adam.
Oh, I'm saying Klefki because I cast a Klefki match.
We had Klefki on stream earlier.
I see the key, so I'm like, well, that's not a Clef.
It's a man and a key. Yeah. All right. Adam, you're getting these too fast.
Oh yeah.
You got it.
Adam is very smart.
All right.
Your emoji clues are just so great. But I mean, hopefully Twitch chat's probably getting them even faster than we are. Because they are
I wouldn't give him too much credit, Adam.
All right. I almost forgot the password here for a second. Okay, here we go. 3, 2, 1. This one.
Rock Strong?
Yeah, Rockstrong, my favorite Pokemon.
I'm trying to think. Yeah, what is the muscles in the rock? Like Geodude?
It is Geodude.
Okay.
He's all rock and he's got muscles.
Okay, that's good. That's good.
I think that ties us up here. I don't know if
Rock Arm. I mean, my favorite Pokemon, unreleased.
All right,
This one's good.
Doduo.
Oh.
Adam, you're too quick. I want it to simmer for a sec. I want to enjoy the pain.
If I let it simmer, then Joe Brown's gonna get it.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, they're like Dodo Bird.
It is the Dodo
emojis?
Bird,
Okay.
and they are a duo. Thanks. Duo. All right. And
This is just how my brain works, apparently.
This one's tough. We might have to zoom in on this one.
Egg baby. Was it like?
Yeah. Also
Egg baby.
Chansey?
No, that could be though.
It's an egg
That's a good one.
Pokemon, right?
It's Togepi.
No.
It's a little baby.
It could have
I
been.
think we came up with better answers for Poncho's emojis.
So egg is the baby supposed to be cute? Is it execute?
It is. It is execute. It was eggs in a cute.
Oh, that's like a little baby chick or something.
I think it's just a baby.
It's like wrapped in a burrito. I think it's supposed to be a pacifier, but it looks like a beak. Show the people.
It does look like a beak, yeah.
It does. Don't judge my emojis.
Egg burrito bird, my favorite Pokemon.
All right, I think this is my last emoji, so let's see.
Iron Bundle.
Yeah, that's his Iron Bundle.
Oh, that's a good. Ooh. Okay.
You're ready.
So Iron Bundle, I think it was really good in VG for a while.
Yes.
Is it back on top or?
Well, if you have an Iron Bundle on your team here in Louisville, they're gonna escort you out because it is not legal.
Oh.
It is a Paradox Pokemon. Paradox Pokemon are not legal in Regulation H, so it's currently not very good.
Yeah. Well, at least Iron Bundle's kind of legal in ours. It's still.
You guys have a good one, right?
Yeah,
With the
Hyper Blower.
Yeah, going to the actives. See, I have a Charizard EX deck. I know how to play TCG.
Yeah. You definitely. We should just play TCG right now. No.
Don't tempt me with a good time, Poncho.
Oh my goodness. I was at the vendor trying to get my Terapagos EXs to finish my deck, and everyone here bought them all up. Everybody, some Terapagos believers out there in the crowd.
No, definitely. I got to pass through all the shops yesterday. I might have bought them all out. No.
I actually heard you bought the PSA 10 Shadowless Charizard. That's
signed by the artist.
I heard Wancho bought it.
Wancho Saldana balling. You can tell by the suit.
I might have started the rumor on the VG stream like 6 hours ago. I might have said that you did that, but the rumor has it that you did buy it.
I did not. But hey, you know what? Just back to my emoji game here. You ended up tied. I wish I had one more emoji to be the tiebreaker, but I guess we'll have to end it there for our little TCG versus VG. I don't know, just shake hands here. We're all tied. We're all equal, which is great.
We'll do a fist bump 'cause we got, good games.
Good games.
Well played.
Well played indeed.
With that, thank you so much for joining me, folks. This was really, really fun. I'm going to think of one more emoji, maybe pull you guys back in.
Just for one.
Just for one. And hopefully everyone at Twitch chat was able to guess as well. With that, we're going to go on a quick break. We're going to throw it to a break here, but there's going to be more Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
Another day, another moment you can't wait, 'cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. 'Cause you'll never stop. Triple Cross gets the knockout. Escape room on the same day.
History from Dunesburg.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
My introduction to Pokemon was back in around 2011. I started watching the TV show,
from there, I picked up the video games and kind of discovered the card game, and then very quickly found the competitive scene for the card game and got welcomed in with open arms. The community is awesome, and I've just been going at it ever since for over half my life now.
Tell me about your love for Pokemon.
I love Pokemon because all the players are nice, and it's just a really fun game to play.
Who is your favorite Pokemon?
My favorite Pokemon is Goomy, because it's Goomy. Goomy's the best. It's just like...
My earliest memory playing Pokemon's got to be going to my first tournament. It was a city championships, and I had an entirely illegal deck. So many cards that were rotated out, and scrambling right before round 1 to build a legal deck to play. I didn't do very well in the tournament, but it's definitely a good story to tell now.
Burn and confused, and he's gonna have to hope no mixer, but there it is, and he'll be able to double blaze for the knockout 4 game, and John takes game 1 in pretty decisive fashion.
Honestly, in terms of Pokemon, what keeps me going is the community and like being able to come to tournaments with my friends, like, you know, preparing and building a deck. I just love that whole process, and you know, when I do well or when one of my friends does well, it feels really rewarding, and just being able to do that over and over again is awesome. Something clicked with the card game that made me really want to compete in it. I'm a very competitive person by nature, and ever since my first tournament, I've had the drive to win.
Is this how it all ends?
Is this how we're gonna end this tournament? John will check the deck with his nest ball. Let's see how many energy cards are there.
There's the
Psychic,
grass.
water, grass, all the pieces are there.
This is
Jet
the moment.
energy.
John Eng has been working for so long to get that big win, and here it is, Mirage Gate, gonna power up Giratina V-Star, and John Eng is the Portland Regional Champion.
I've got no words. I'm ecstatic. This was like a long time coming. I think this is like my 12th top 8 at a major event in Masters, and my first win, so I've been really gunning for it for a long time. I think the biggest lesson I've learned from playing competitive Pokemon is just to like, if you lose, you can just get back up and go to the next tournament. Like honestly, it's like not the end all be all. There'll always be another one to compete in. Yeah, just taking losses with stride and then keep moving forward.
Does he have the Serena? Yes, he does. Brings up Lugia, and John Eng will advance into top 4.
Look, even though he's younger than me, I look up to Isaiah Bradner. He's my best friend, my main testing partner. He's my rock. Ever since we were kids and seniors, you know, it started off as a rivalry. We would compete against each other. When we both aged up into Masters, we started working together, and we've made some really cool decks. We've both seen our own rightful success, and I'm just glad that he's here with me for every step of the way. Genuinely, my favorite moment in Pokemon history, for me at least, was going to Japan this past summer for Worlds with all my friends. We got to spend a month out there. You know, at the tournament, it was really fun. I managed to get top 32 there, which was nice. That was actually my first Worlds finish in Masters. And, you know, just city hopping, exploring the country with friends was just amazing. Coming into the season, my #1 goal was to win a tournament, because in the past I had had multiple cuts. I had reached #1 in North America before. The thing after this would probably be to win internationals, win Worlds, or finish the season in #1 in North America. Hopefully I can get another one.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Walter Sedana again here, and we're live at the Louisville Regional Championship, and I'm interviewing Enzo Perez, who is a local. I have one question, very important first question. Did I say it right?
Well, it's Louisville, because when I came here, like, I guess 2 years ago, the first thing I learned is how to say it correctly. It's not Louisville, not Louisville, it's Louisville. Kind of like roll it a little bit.
Rolling the tongue.
Yeah, try to make it sound like you're chewing on it a little bit, so it's Louisville.
Louisville. Yeah. Am I doing it better?
Yes, better.
All right, I got the approval, folks, from a local. Thank you so much. With that, tell me a little bit about locals here. Like, what is Pokemon like playing in Louisville?
Well, we have a very good local scene. It's very active here. I think there's like 3 or 4 local spots. And if you combine them, you could play at least every day of the week in each day of the locals and not get tired of it.
You're telling me you can play Pokemon every day here in Louisville?
That is correct, Juancho. Every single day of the week, from Sunday to Sunday.
All right, now I need to start finding an apartment here in Louisville, apparently. No, amazing stuff. And the people here are extremely nice. You invited me to a league challenge yesterday, so I got to meet a couple of the locals for sure. A ton of fun. With that, you know what? Let's focus it back in here. You know, are you ready for the event?
Admittedly, not so much. I've been trying to balance this in school. I have to be completely honest. I am somewhat underprepared, but I'm here to play as best as I can, win or lose. I just want to play, have fun, take my mind off school and work. So I guess I can say that. Yeah.
I love that answer. You know what? Yeah, it's you got to focus on what you have to focus on. Yeah, at the end of the day, this is a competition, but it's also a ton of fun. It's our pastime, a great way to meet a ton of people. So yeah, thank you. Great answer. Quick question though, what do you think is going to win the Louisville Regional Championship?
That's a tough one. I know people like to say Turtles, but I'm a huge believer of the Jet Bomber Dragon Dragapult. I just believe in that deck. Like, it won Dortmund. I feel like someone can pull up a similar 60 and run it back again.
And the someone could be you. No, Dragapult, great answer. With that, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out to my locals over at Cardinal Gaming. Hi.
All right, thank you so much, Enzo. With that, we're going to throw it back to the Pokemon action. Don't go anywhere.
It is whispered that any child who mistakes Driftloon for a balloon and holds onto it could wind up missing. Because of the way it floats aimlessly, an old folktale calls it a signpost for wandering spirits.
I like the laugh. Hey everyone, welcome back to the desk here. Adam Skarzik-Watson joined by Chip Ritchie for the finale of our spooky Pokemon Day 1 action here in Louisville.
I think Wancho was a little too good at that laugh. That was a little spooky, I'm not going to lie.
I really did like that. It was a nice touch with the spooky flashlight and everything. It's great to lean into the bits, certainly, the way we have here on the desk. But I want to lean in to some fantastic Pokemon gameplay. And, I guess while we're at it, we can lean into the standings. For those of you who are just joining us, we can get a little update on how our players have landed here in Day 1.
Yeah, this is going into the last Swiss round. We only have 8 rounds of Swiss today, and you can see there are 7 players who are undefeated so far in the event, and tons of super notable names in that classification as well. So we could have 3, maybe even 4 players in Day 2 starting off with an 8-0 record. This is kind of interesting because the threshold to get to 9 Swiss rounds is 2,048 players. We ended up having just under 2,000 players at this event. So because we have so many players with just 8 Swiss rounds, we end up with a lot of undefeated players going into the next day.
And that's got to feel good, especially getting into Day 2. These match points are even more important. And when you have a buffer from such a strong Day 1, you have that higher chance of getting into top 8.
Yeah, and one person I want to shout out here on this list, the 15 spot right there, Owen Dallegard. He is a first-year Masters Division player, someone who's been playing the game for a very long time through the younger age divisions. He is playing in just his, I believe, second. I'm pretty sure he went to Baltimore, second regional championship as a master, and he is sitting at 6-0-1, locking up a spot into Day 2 already.
I love it when these younger players, age up into masters or just pick up the game right away. There's so many resources nowadays to just get such a strong start, get a great grasp of the game, all the learning resources, all the advice from our top players. They're going to put you on the right deck and make sure that you're sequencing appropriately and getting to this spot. But when it comes to top performances, consistent performances, the players that we have selected for this round for the stream are certainly at the top of that list.
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to this one. We've got 2 pretty amazing players for this final Swiss round today. But the Pokemon action this weekend is far from over. They will be playing 4 additional Swiss rounds tomorrow. And then, of course, we will be cutting down to our asymmetrical top 8. So anyone who has the same amount of match points as the 8th seed will also get in. I'm expecting this to be a pretty sizable top cut. Maybe even 14 players, something like that.
Oh my goodness, I could only imagine, Chip. And we can fill in the players now, perhaps, the people now, about some of the notable matches that we've got going on for this final round, as well as the one that we've selected to showcase here on stream, Xander Perot versus Ian Robb.
Yeah, very much looking forward to this one. Xander is a multi-time regional champion. You know, he got top 8 at the World Championships back in 2017. Ian Robb, a multi-time regional champion. He got top 8 at this most recent World Championships. So, I mean, this is just a super exciting game without a doubt. Both these players are 6-1, so they are both going to be in day 2 of the tournament, regardless, win or lose. But, I mean, this is such an exciting match to get to see just 2 of the best players in the game, 2 super accomplished players, and a deck, 2 decks that we haven't gotten to feature yet today. Raging Bolt Ogerpon, the most popular deck in the room, and then Origin Form Palkia V-Star Dusknoir, a kind of surprise contender now in the format. It's something that's kind of elevated itself from that rogue status to a true meta deck.
The deck wasn't as popular as I was expecting it to be. There are a lot of different ways to play any Dusknoir build. You just pick whichever one you like, but this one has the specialty of getting this early aggression, the sort of combo potential. And Ian Robb, who's been playing so much Regidrago V-Star lately, probably gravitated more towards this style because it suits his normal game plan of getting some early explosive combo plays to get a stranglehold on the game.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. Ian's deck aims to utilize Origin Form Palkia V-Star for the most part, but he also has that thin Greninja EX line as an attacking option. Reduce the prize cards going out. Xander prizing 1 of each energy type, 3 different energy in this list. And Ian Robb with the 1 Blood Moon Ursaluna, the 1 Mew EX on the prize card.
It's really unfortunate to prize that Klefki. You talked about it earlier, Chip, how important it is for Klefki in these sorts of matchups to just shut down the Ogre Pawns and keep these Raging Bolt decks under control. But if you're forced to just go pound for pound, blow for blow into these decks, perhaps Palkia might fall a bit far behind, but there is still the hope of Hisuian Heavy Ball.
Yeah, there is 1 Hisuian Heavy Ball, so that's what Ian Robb's going to have to be looking for here. Klefki would be super good, and I have to imagine this is one of the main reasons you would play it in the deck is for this matchup specifically. Here we go. Our players are getting into this game, and it looks like Ian Robb is going to kick things off.
Duskull in the active across from Teal Mask Ogerpon. Ian Robb using Ultra Ball to kick things off. You discard 2 cards from your hand in order to search your deck for any Pokemon. Iono also being given up to the Ultra Ball. The rest of the hand must be gas.
Yeah, he's probably got some pretty good cards to work with. And with getting rid of the Iono, you have to assume that there is a follow-up supporter for the next turn, or he's just accepted that he's going to discard this hand with a Squawkabilly EX. We'll have to see what he grabs off of this Ultra Ball on this first turn of the game. He definitely would like to get an Origin Form Palkia V established. He'd love to get down a Froakie so he can threaten the Greninja on the second turn of the game. And speaking of Greninja, Radiant Greninja also is an excellent option in order to get some extra cards drawn with concealed cards, but it can also be a really good attacking option in certain matchups. This one, not so much, but not surprised to see Froakie being one of the first grabs.
Yeah, grab the Froakie with Greninja EX. Just discard that if you'd like. Finding Palkia V. Already a lot of thinning going on by Ian Robb. Get Palkia V down. You have that threat of turn 2 evolve into Palkia V-Star, Star Portal to attach some water energies. Because it only attacks for 2 energy, right, Chip? You get this, this tempo that a lot of decks really can't keep up with sometimes if they're trying to play a slower strategy.
One of my favorite things about watching Ian Robb play is how clean and how fast he plays the game. You know, he doesn't take too much unnecessary time through any actions. He's flying through the deck. We already see that Squawk and Season. He actually chose to discard the Froakie, recognizing that maybe it's not that good in this matchup specifically. A Pokemon he's happy to discard there off the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, very clean. Puts down the Pokestop into the Squawk ability to just seize with an empty hand, just draw 6 cards. Finds Buddy Buddy Poffin to search the deck for 2 more basic Pokemon. Picks up more Duskulls. Already, you can see a sort of macro game plan from Ian Robb. Wants to have tons of Duskulls in play, so you have that threat of Rare Candy Dusknoir, Night Stretcher, Dusknoir to take down multi-prize turns. Pokestop offering up a Rare Candy, absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, Rare Candy plus the Night Stretcher equals Rare Candy Dusknoir. Next turn, he's already got one in the discard pile. An attachment will be down to the Origin Form Palkia V. And now it's over to Xander Perot, who's going to want to try to get his own board established. Oftentimes with this Raging Bolt deck, you're just looking to attack on turn 1 as quickly as possible. And I think a great target, if he can find all the pieces, would of course be the Origin Form Palkia V on Ian Robb's bench.
This is a very strong but nebulous setup from Ian Robb, right? The potential for that turn 2 explosiveness with the evolution into Dust Noir, augmenting damage, taking out your opponent's support Pokemon, with Palkia V potentially being able to strike the active, is how this deck wants to operate. And when we combine that with Xander Perot, who also wants to get established and begin attacking, it becomes a little awkward when you're forced to start swinging down into these single prize Pokemon in the early game. But after the Earthen Vessel discards one fighting energy, finds two others, Nest Ball maybe grabbing a second Ogerpon, but no, picks up Raging Bolt instead. We get an attach for turn. I don't think there was a Professor Sawdust in the hand as of yet.
And that is the card that really activates this entire deck. It's your draw engine, and it's also your energy acceleration, that Ancient Supporter allowing you to do both of those things all at once. He looks like he has a few Pokegear in the hand, and Trekking Shoes will hope to find something a little bit more helpful here.
And is there a difference between going for Trekking Shoes first, Pokestop first, doing some thinning?
It kind of depends what you want more of. Using Pokestop is always a little nefarious, a little risky. Whenever you've got a bunch of Professor Sada in your deck, you never want to mill them. He's looking for one here off this Pokegear. Last card.
Wow.
Doesn't find it.
Off of Trekking Shoes, off of Pokestop, into Pokegear. No Professor Sada's Vitality in those top very thick slice of the deck. So without that energy acceleration, Xander Pro is going to be a step behind. If this is his only board remaining going into Ian Rob's turn, there's a chance for double Dust Noir and plus a punch to take down Ogerpon, and that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, Ian does it, or excuse me, Xander does at least have a supporter in hand. It looks like it is the Iono. Normally something you want to save for the end of the game and try to slow your opponent down, make a little bit of a comeback when you have a slower start like the one we're seeing here. But he's going to be forced to use it now. He did not have much else going on in the hand.
Picking up the Bravery Charm for the Raging Bolt is also great. Means that double Dust Noir won't knock it out. Trying to get some resiliency to keep an attacker in play. And who knows, off of Iono, with just drawing 6 cards at the beginning of the game, is there a Nest Ball, get another Ogerpon, Professor Sada's Vitality for next turn.
Yeah, I think we do see a Nest Ball, but there's no energy cards in the hand. So he could Nest Ball, go get Greninja, and then Night Stretcher for an energy to draw a couple more. He's going to choose to just play it a little bit slower, pass things over to Ian. And this is a pretty big opening here. We'll see what Ian can do. It's going to be difficult to deal with this Raging Bolt. There's not a lot of Pokemon in play, so Palkia's attack's not going to be doing nearly as much damage as it potentially could.
That is true. Palkia V-Stars, a subspace swell, 60 base damage and then 20 for each benched Pokemon.
On both sides of the field, and so that's one thing with Xander, only putting one Pokemon in play and leaving this Bravery Charm on the Raging Bolt. It's going to be very difficult to deal with. But one of the things that helps you with some of those numbers when your opponent tries to limit their bench is the Dusk Noir.
Rare Candy evolves into Dust Noir for the active spot, finds a Hisuian Heavy Ball. This can pick up Klefki, and if Ian Robb doesn't have such an explosive strategy for this turn to almost win outright, maybe you do just bench the Klefki, use Cursed Blast to knock out your own Dust Noir. You get to promote another Pokemon thereafter. Just put the Klefki in the active spot and see what you can do from there.
Now, it is actually perfect math with a Dusknoir to be able to knock out the Raging Bolt with 5 total benched Pokemon in play. If Ian got just one more benched Pokemon, he'd be able to Cursed Blast into Subspace Swell, knocking out the Raging Bolt. Looks like he did not quite have all those options and just is forced to Cursed Blast the active. Xander does get a prize card for that.
And I don't think Ian Robb has used the Pokestop yet. Could maybe dig just a little bit more, look for Counter Catcher or Prime Catcher to bring up this Raging Bolt.
It's going to be a little harder now that this Palkia has been sent to the active spot. He'd have to use another Dusknoir. It is actually technically possible for Ian to win the game this turn. It would be pretty unlikely. It would involve using all 3 Dusknoir. He had 3 Duskull in play, so if he can Dusknoir this active Ogerpon twice, and then fill his bench up and attack with Palkia, and then Dusknoir the Raging Bolt. Again, that's exact math, 290 to take the knockout and just win this game.
And with all of this, Ian Robb plays Iono. Still, after all of our speculation around the Dusknoir, does still need to find a Palkia V-Star to evolve now.
Yeah, it looks like the hand wasn't quite strong enough to piece anything near like what I was speaking of together.
And after that Iono, that means that Xander Perot's losing out on that Professor Sada's Vitality that was in the hand. picks up an Ultra Ball in this new hand, discarding an Earthen Vessel and a Pokestop to get Origin Form Palkia V-Star. If there's not another energy in hand, it was attached to Ursaluna, actually. This means that Ian Robb can just use Star Portal to get some water energy out of the discard pile and attach to the rest of the board.
We are going to see the
water
Star
energy?
Portal utilized, a couple of water energy in the discard pile.
Okay, so that's going to be one on the active Origin Form Palkia V-Star, and just takes the knockout with Subspace as well. Getting rid of that draw power is beautiful. Just a Raging Bolt in the active spot. Whenever you think you've got the upper hand on Raging Bolt, however, you know, Pheasantipede comes through, draws 3 more cards, but Xander Peros is going to do a bit of thinning first. Earthen Vessel discards a basic fighting energy to get 2 more out of the deck.
Yeah, I think Xander is okay with this spot. Obviously, Ian's taken the first 2 prize cards, so he's got the lead, but it's not by too terribly much. Xander did get awarded a prize card for that Dusknoir KO, so if he can piece together the knockout here on this active Origin Form Palkia V-Star, he would need to get 4 energy cards in play in order to achieve that. You know, he'll be ahead 3 prize cards to 4, and then if he can limit his bench enough, it's possible Ian, you know, I guess he's going to be leaning on this Blood Moon Ursaluna, and the fact that Xander now has this Bravery Charm attached to the active, I think he's feeling okay.
Ian's Pokestop is also giving Xander a lot of help, just thinning down through the deck. Trekking Shoes to take another look.
Needs
Doesn't want the
Sada.
Pokemon Catcher. Radiant Greninja can help out here, though.
That's really the missing piece here at this point, is the Sada.
Nest Ball. I love the way that these players, they're always pulling as many cards out of the deck as they can, so when you eventually sequence to start going for your card draw, you hopefully draw into the supporters and the other missing pieces that you require. Pheasantipede picked up off of the Nest Ball that was gained from Pokestop. Flip the Script is active, its ability. If one of your Pokemon was knocked out last turn, then you can draw 3 cards.
Yeah, and while Pheasantipede is really, really strong, the problem with all of these solid support Pokemon that Xander has is that they have low HP, and they can be knocked out very easily by something like the Blood Moon Ursaluna over on Ian's side.
And with 1 energy attached to it, Ian is ready for Xander to swing in and potentially activate that Blood Moon attack. And you can even force your opponent to take even more prize cards with Dusknoir so that the Seasoned Skill ability is active way earlier than your opponent can anticipate.
Looks like we're having a discussion at the table with the judges. Something between the players. Looks like we're having another technical issue with the players losing their white noise. So hopefully we'll get that sorted out shortly.
Yeah, I don't think I was...
I'm glad they mentioned that, because I was just about to mention something about Xander's list, so I will not do that now.
But the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, this is a card that typically tends to lurk within the deck or even the discard pile for most of the game, and then come out as this surprise attacker later on in the game. The fact that Ian Robb has the wits to put it in play immediately, start powering it up, means that you can see the pressure, right, Chip, where this deck has so much potential threat and is attacking you from so many angles simultaneously, whereas Raging Bolt, its specialty is getting established and punching straight through.
Yeah, Raging Bolt, much more, just drawing from the top, playing from your board. You want to have a ton of energy cards in play. The Origin Form Palkia V-Star has a lot more plays available. You can do a lot more unique and cool things. Dusknoir just enables so many different possibilities.
It's fascinating as well because Raging Bolt, using Pheasantipede, using the Radiant Greninja, things of that nature, you're able to draw out of disruption like Iono. That used to be the main way that players would shut down these aggressive decks. In the mid-late game, you take your big knockout, put them down to 1 or 2 prize cards remaining, and go from there.
Looks like we are back into the game. Our players are continuing to draw through. Xander just used the Flip the Script, and I think I do finally see a Professor Sada's Vitality.
Double checking the discard pile.
Lots of energy cards in there.
So there's only an Iono played, right? No Professor Sada's got milled from the Pokestop. Second Raging Bolt also being found. And Professor Sada, this is great as well. Not having 2 ancient Pokemon in play means you get 2 energy attachments with Professor Sada, and then you get to draw 3 cards from the top of your deck.
Now, one interesting thing about Xander's list here, which definitely deviates from the norm of these Raging Bolt lists, is he is playing 4 copies of the Bravery Charm, really valuing in this current format the ability to raise the hit points of his Pokemon in play. And that is a way that he could ensure something like Pheasantipede EX or the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX on his bench is not KO'd by a Blood Moon from Ian Robb. Now, the issue is that he need to find all 3 remaining Bravery Charm in this spot, since all 3 of the Pokemon on the bench could be KO'd by Blood Moon, so it's going to be a little difficult.
Yeah, there's always been a debate around the Bravery Charms in this list because they're incredibly useful, but no way to search them out. And we're just relying on pure draw power to get there. Pal Pad, however, is another item played by Xander Pro. There's only 1 Professor Sada's Vitality to shuffle into the deck, which looks pretty thin, not too shabby. Yeah. Ups the odds for a nice draw to get it back, or even off of Pokegear.
Chooses not to use the Pal Pad to get back the Iono. I think he recognizes it's pretty unlikely he's going to be able to play Iono. In order to keep up in this game, he's probably going to need to use a Sada every single turn for the rest of the game.
Shuffling the Pokemon around. Looks like he's going to bench one more thing. What would you like to see here, Chip? Maybe another Ogerpon?
He's got the Greninja. That is an option. The Greninja would just be freely KO'd by a Cursed Blast from a Dusknoir, but I don't think you mind that too much. I don't think Ian would really want to take a single prize card knockout.
Thinking about discarding the boss's orders, yeah, and Switch Cart.
The Switch Cart's really strong against the Dragapult decks in the format. Not as good right now. In this specific matchup, Ian's probably going to be not leaving too much damage in play. When he's using Dusknoir, it's usually going to be on the Pokemon he is KOing, or he'll be using multiple Dusknoir to KO multiple, or 1 Pokemon with multiple Curse Blasts.
And seeing the utility that Xander Perot is demonstrating with the Raging Bolt deck is very cool. This deck has gotten a reputation for being just very straightforward, very one note, but there is a lot of utility with the build to help some of these bad matchups that you're starting to see nowadays.
We are going to see Raging Bolt taking the KO. 4 energy cards must be discarded here to get to the 280 damage with this Bellowing Thunder of the Raging Bolt EX. Now, the question is, where does Xander want to leave the energy? And I think the active is a fine place to leave it. That's the most protected Raging Bolt with that Bravery Charm. Now it's over to Ian, who actually could win the game this turn. And that is a really good start, finding a Rare Candy and a Night Stretcher. If we see a double Cursed Blast onto an Ogerpon, and then like a Boss's Orders or Prime Catcher to bring up one of these low HP Pokemon on the bench, Blood Moon Ursaluna can just win the game right now.
With the double Curse Blast that turns on Counter Catcher as well. Pheasantipede was found with Nest Ball put on the bench. Flip the Script is used to draw 3 more from the top. Concealed Cards, no.
Yeah, is the Concealed Cards drawing 2 more.
Concealed Cards to draw 2 more.
Yeah, is piecing everything together. He's got quite a lot of cards in hand.
The Rare Candy's already there. Night Stretcher to get Dusknoir back. There's 4 copies of Night Stretcher in the deck. 2, oh my goodness.
Both Dusknoirs being brought back. I think Ian's probably going to have the pieces here. Rare Candy, Dusknoir, Rare Candy into the other Dusknoir, and Prime Catcher on the Pheasantipede. Double Cursed Blast will KO the Ogerpon, and then Ian is able to Blood Moon KO Pheasantipede EX for a 4-prize turn. Ian Robb takes game 1.
What a combo. That is the explosive power that this Palkia deck is known for. And Xander Perot got off to just a little bit of a stumbling start, and it gave Ian all the time to get this crazy Dusknoir combo established. Even with Palkia going down and no seemingly secondary attacker to take over, benching the Blood Moon ahead of time, having that 1 energy attachment makes this play possible. Thinking ahead and getting the win.
Yeah, that was huge from Ian. You can tell he has really tested this matchup. It actually looks like he's played against 4 Raging Bolt today thus far before this round. So, you know, he knows exactly what his lines are, what he needs to do to get a win.
And when you're playing Raging Bolt, you think, oh, is there a way for me to adjust my game plan to try to mitigate these Dusknoirs? And no, I'm afraid not. Raging Bolt is required to put these Ogerpons in play in order to accelerate additional energy for Bellowing Thunder and draw cards. After that first one, a Raging Bolt goes down, or even that first Ogerpon goes down, you've got to bring Pheasantipede into the mix to draw cards and keep up with your opponent. Keep finding Professor Sada's Vitality.
Yeah, I think Xander saw his kind of potential in that game, you know, playing from a low board size, only having his highest HP Pokemon in play, utilizing the 4 Bravery Charm he has to their fullest effect, but he just wasn't quite able to make it happen in that last game. I'll be interested to see here if Xander chooses to go first or second. I think you could definitely make an argument for both, but it does appear he's chosen to go first, which I actually do like a lot.
Because if you let the evolution deck go first, they're going to establish all the Duskulls, and then that explosive threat potential of Rare Candy, Dust Noir, Night Stretcher, too much to handle. But Ogerpon using Teal Dance right away to draw 1 card, Radiant Greninja to use concealed cards to draw 2 more, Trekking Shoes doesn't want the Iono draws again, finds Raging Bolt and an attached return with the Bravery Charm. Looks like a pretty solid foundation to me. The prizes don't look too detrimental from either side.
Yeah, I think Xander is totally fine with that turn 1. He didn't quite pop off maybe as much as he would have liked, but he's got the, you know, more than the bare minimum, I would say. He's got the Raging Bolt with an energy on it. He's got a Teal Mask Ogerpon to draw more cards next turn. And we're going to kick it over to Ian Rob's turn now.
Earthen Vessel is the opener, discards Froakie to get 2 water energies. I do feel bad for people in the audience, and myself included, who maybe wanted to see Greninja EX jump down for this game, but it's just a, you know, it's a plan C, plan D.
It's just not the matchup for it, really. You know, it's really good in some matchups, and it can be fine in this one as well. Cursed Blast plus the Greninja attacking can lead to 1-hit KOs on the 2 prize Pokemon on Xander's side, but it's just not quite as strong in this matchup as it is in some others.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I mean, is that the saying?
Yeah, I think so.
But Mew EX also discarded with a water energy thanks to Pokestop. And normally this would be bad, but you need water energy in the discard pile for Star Portal. Ultra Ball extends this turn, discarding a switch and another water energy to find Squawkabilly EX.
We're going to see the Squawk and Seas 2 games in a row for Ian Robb, and seeing it not at all for Xander Perot. We're definitely much more used to seeing Squawk and Seas come out from the Raging Bolt player, but it is just such a powerful card in this format in general. Really no surprise to see Ian is utilizing it as well.
Benched in Origin Form Palkia V. Looks to be 2 or 3 more cards left in the hand before going for Squawk and Seas. Seems to be some hesitation here. Maybe our white noise cut out once more.
I think he's just thinking what he wants to do. He's got an energy card here. He's got Pheasantipity EX in his hand. I think he's debating does he want to bench that Pokemon. He's also got Blood Moon Ursaluna in his hand. So debating which other Pokemon can come into play. Does he want to attach this energy somewhere? Does he want
that
to
is
bench
tough.
Both of these Pokemon.
Because these are Pokemon that you love to bring back with Night Stretcher when the opportunity arises, but they're...
You need bench space for Duskulls for this deck to really function like it's meant to, and so Ian is going to have to give up on the Blood Moon Ursaluna here.
Yeah, keeps Pheasantipity EX, says, hey, if you're going to go through a bunch of hoops to bring this up and knock it out, then I get to keep my Duskulls and evolve those. I get to keep my Palkia V.
Xander was able to draw into Asada already, but he's going to need a little bit more here.
Yeah, the Squawk and Seas didn't yield much, so it is back over to Xander Perot. Another Teal Dance attaching to Ogerpon and a concealed cards to draw 2 more. A couple more Earthen Vessels in the hand to keep thinning. Get these energies out of the deck to increase your chances of getting Professor Sada's when you need it. I believe there is one in the hand as of yet. No, oh my God, I think it was just an Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, no, he does have Asada as well.
Okay.
So he's got that ready to go, but he's only got the 1 ancient Pokemon in play, and I think that's what he's kind of thinking through here. He's probably going to use Pokestop, I think, before he does anything else from this hand. He's already used Concealed Cards. He's already used the Teal Dance. He'd really like to get 1 more ancient Pokemon into play in order to get more value from the Professor Sada's Vitality, I think.
The energy attachments are so important for this deck, Chip, certainly. If you can get a double Professor Sada's this turn, then you don't need to get one perhaps later down the road when it's going to be much more difficult after you get Iono'd or some such.
I think the other thing that Xander's really going to be looking for here is a Prime Catcher, something he would have tried to do in game number 1, couldn't quite piece things together. But if this game looks totally different if Xander can turn 1 KO a Origin Form Palkia V.
Then Ian Robb has no attacker to truly respond. It's you don't have Star Portal to accelerate that attacker. And with Pokestop offering up the chances for 3 items, this could be it. Trekking Shoes gives him one more look.
Again.
You can see 2 more cards potentially from the top of the deck. And this is after so much energy already thinned out.
I think the main thing he wants here is an ancient Pokemon.
Oh, when it decided not to keep the Night Stretcher. What was that second card, though?
I think it was another Sada? No, Pokegear, which would find another Sada potentially, which is not what he needs. He's not going to be able to get full value here. He can go for the Sada still. He actually could. Ooh, something interesting here. He could. Oh, I don't think it quite works out. He discarded a switch card, I'm pretty sure, with an Earthen Vessel. If he had kept a switch cart around and could switch cart this active, he could use Pokegear here to look for the boss's orders that he plays as a one-of, and boss's orders could have been another way that he could knock out an Origin Form Palkia V.
Mm-hmm. And you can't just manually retreat the Ogerpon. You need a certain amount of energy in play to get this knockout.
4, yeah.
So very, very important. And there is Pokegear played after all. Boss's orders found.
Now, if he has another Ogerpon, he can still get one more energy card into play. I don't know if one has gotten milled on Pokestop. I'm pretty sure he has Night Stretcher in the hand, so there is a chance that if there's another Pokemon, he could maybe still get enough energy in play. He needs 4 energy in play in order to knock out the Origin Form Palkia V. He also could just boss's orders the Pheasant, or not the Pheasant, or I guess it could be the Pheasantipity. That would be pretty good here. It does have 210 HP. Takes 2 prizes, and it makes it so that Ian won't have access to using it on the next turn.
You are denying that potential card draw from Flip the Script, and you're forcing your opponent to already have these combo pieces in hand with the Dust Noirs, Rare Candies, Palkia V-Star.
You also could just attach an energy to the active and knock out this active Duskull. I think that would be, like, okay, to be honest. It does put you on the odd prizes, but it's not the end of the world in this matchup because your opponent is going to need to use another Dusknoir at some point anyway.
But decides to retreat. There's boss's orders for Pheasantipity. Attach for turn onto Raging Bolt EX. Pheasantipity enters the bench. And in order to knock out Pheasantipity EX, Xander Pro has to discard all 3 energy that he has in play.
And he will do just that, taking the one-hit knockout. And what Xander is hoping to do here is hope that Ian cannot take 6 prizes in 2 turns, right? Because now Xander's kind of put on a clock. He's got the first 2 prizes. If he can just go 2-2 on the next 2 turns, he'll win the game. So Ian is going to feel a little bit of the pressure and need to find a way to piece together multiple KOs in this game.
And if you blinked, you missed it. Night Stretcher brought Pheasantipity EX back from the discard pile. Flip the Script to draw 3. Pokestop to get double Trekking Shoes and another item. This is going to be a lot of resources, a lot of dig. There is a rare candy in the hand. I quickly spotted their Chip.
Yeah, I think I saw the Prime Catcher as well. That's a way you can get around the Bravery Charm on Xander's active Pokemon.
So many cards in hand. You have to double stack it.
He's really thinking through what this first card is off of Trekking Shoes. It is Radiant Greninja, which is going to hit the discard pile.
The Greninja is very cheeky to weave in, I think, if you have just a little bit more tempo in the game.
Yeah, it's not as super good as an attacker in this matchup specifically, but really just important for the draw power. But Ian has so many cards, so many options already in his deck.
At this point, you're forced to use Star Portal to get your attack with Palkia V-Star, so you can't use a Moonlight Shuriken to soften up a Raging Bolt for something down the road. Evolves into Dusclops.
Yeah, we don't see Dusclops quite as often as we see Dusknoir, but it's got the same ability, Cursed Blast.
Deals 50 damage.
Correct. A little bit weaker, but it can still help you activate things like Counter Catcher, which of course are already active in this exact instance, but it means you can get some extra damage in play without using a rare candy.
And you can see there's so many different ways to approach this current puzzle that Ian Robb is trying to solve. Constantly consulting this huge hand, consulting the discard pile. Star Portal finally activated. You can take up to 3 water energy to attach them to your Pokemon. Just 2 going on to the Palkia V-Star and a Buddy Poffin to get another Pokemon to fill out this bench. Another Duskull is grabbed. So the chain of Dusknoirs are still being kept alive and well. Pheasantipity was used. Pokestop's already been used, folks, with the Subspace Swell hitting for 220 plus the Dusclops. Nope, but he's going to keep that in play, use it for a combination a little bit down the road, perhaps.
Yeah, I think Ian's going to try to he's going to really need to take, I think, all 6 prize cards next turn, or just really put Xander in a tough spot maybe and hope that Xander whiffs an attack at some point. Because if Xander can attack this turn and then attack next turn, he'll just win the game, right? That's 2 prizes, 2 prizes. So
by not taking the knockout, you deny that those extra cards from Fezzendipity's flip the script. You saw that there's no energy in play currently, so it needs to be double Professor Sada's, has to be another Ogre Pawn found, and perhaps Xander just doesn't got it like that.
Yeah, Xander is going to need to find a way to get a lot of energy into play here. I mean, and things are set up for Ian to take a 6-prize turn. He's got the 3 Duskull, or 2 Duskull and 1 Dusclops. If he gets 3 Dusknoir, that's a KO on this active Pokemon that he just hit. That's a KO on an Ogre Pawn on the bench. And then he can use Blood Moon to close out the game.
A little bit of a risky gambit besides, because if Xander Pro is able to pull off the miracle, get a really big attack, goes down to 2 prize cards remaining, it means that your Duskulls, you can't use as many of them as you would like per turn. You're just giving your opponent too many prizes. So it would be a maximum cap of 1 more Dusknoir and maybe Blood Moon Ursaluna coming in as that superhero in the 11th hour.
Looks like we're having another technical difficulty with some more white noise being cut out, but hopefully it'll be fixed very, very soon. One other thing that this attack from Ian does do is by not taking a KO, he's not activating Flip the Script, right? So that's not going to be 3 extra cards that Xander gets to draw.
Pokestop does grab a Pokemon Catcher, and Xander Pro opted to bring up the Fezzendippity the other turn to get an easier knockout. Pokemon Catcher with the heads could bring up Squawkabilly. It's a horse apiece, though. You need to discard 3 energy, but the difference between 3 and 4 energy is pretty big, considering when you look at Bellowing Thunder, what you need to do additionally to get that many energy in play.
Yeah, I honestly don't know. I think Xander had potential here if he could have gotten all 4 of his Bravery Charm, which is not super high odds. But if he had a board that was just 2 Raging Bolts, 1 Ogre Pawn, and then the Fezzendippity, he could potentially, withstand the next turn from Ian Robb. But by putting this other Ogre Pawn in play, he's probably going to have to put another Raging Bolt into play just to get energy cards out with this incoming Sada. Now there's guaranteed to be a target for Ian Robb to go for a knockout on with the double Curse Blast.
And there's just too many weaknesses, and that's what Ian Robb's deck is trying to exploit. You can't protect all of your Pokemon. Dusknoir is going to find that sneaky angle to try and get a knockout where you least expect it. But because of the extension that Xander Pro has gone for, with 2 Ogre Pawns entering play, both Teal Dances used, Professor Sada finding 2 ancient Pokemon to attach to, and then 1 more energy attached to the active. This will be enough energy in play with Bellowing Thunder to knock out the Origin form Palkia V-Star.
Yeah, just needs the 1 more Lightning Energy to fulfill the attack requirement, which I actually don't think he has just yet. He's going to need to find a way to get it. Or has the Sada, I guess, right? We haven't seen Sada. Or did we see Sada be played?
Yeah, Sada
was played. So that has been used. We have to find either an energy retrieval or a Night Stretcher. I don't think I see it.
Oh, no.
I think he's missed the attack this turn, and that is really, really bad.
Oh, my goodness. Ian Robb just took the hit, didn't want to activate Fezzendippity, lowering those resources just enough.
Wow. That's wild. Xander saw so many cards that turn. I cannot believe he did not find a Night Stretcher or Pokemon energy retrieval. Like, there's so many things he could have found.
Tails on Pokemon Catcher, goes for another one, gets heads. What do you bring up? Squawkabilly, okay.
And we're probably just going to see the Burst Roar, discard the hand, draw 6 cards, cross his fingers that Ian...
And this wasn't a missed sequence with the Sadas where you should have attached Lightning. It was just that you don't have any way to get one or the other.
Yeah, he didn't have a way to get a Fighting or a Lightning. Didn't matter. And yes, sure enough, Burst Roar, discard the hand, drawing 6 cards. Now, Ian could win this turn, but now he doesn't have to win this turn anymore. Xander missing an attack here gives Ian 2 turns to pull off this massive play.
But Ian opens up with Pokestop, discards a Dusknoir, maybe get that back with a Night Stretcher if the rest of the combo pieces are there. The hand was not disrupted, of course. So I'm seeing a Prime Catcher, 1 Night Stretcher. He's looking through the hand so quickly, Chip, evaluating the resources, already piecing together a big combo.
Yeah.
And I think he might have taken that as a challenge. Oh, you don't think I need to win this turn? Might as well pop off and take a 6 prizer.
Yeah, he doesn't have to, but that doesn't mean he can't. He definitely could win this turn.
So first things first, going to be Night Stretcher for Dusknoir.
And one of the nice things about putting the Dusclops in play last turn is you can just evolve into Dusknoir. Now you don't need to use a rare candy in order to get that extra evolution piece. Looks like he's got Prime Catcher, so he has his choice of what he would like to KO here. He also has an energy, so worst case scenario, he could attach Retreat and still get a knockout and just leave his board set up as it is.
And I know a lot of viewers in the audience right now who have been really playing this Origin Form Palkia deck with the Dusknoirs, or any Dusknoir deck in general, have already calculated a bunch of different lines and combos that can win the game here. And I'm thinking,
it involves using 3 Dusknoir to win the game this turn. And then also benching enough Pokemon that Palkia can knock something out. That could be probably part of the issue here.
First things first. Ogerpon comes up due to Prime Catcher that also allows Ian Rob to promote Palkia back into the active spot. It's going to be an Iono.
2 Night Stretcher plus a rare candy is game.
Let's see it then. Has already used the Pokestop. Has not used, doesn't have access to flip the script, of course. The Hisuian Heavy Ball just checking these prize cards, getting it out of the hand. 1 Dusknoir would need to go onto the Raging Bolt EX to get the knockout there, and that's 2 prizes.
Yeah, it might not quite would be there for game because you would have to be able to refill your bench, right? You need to put a bunch more Pokemon in play, and then also your opponent's Pokemon are being removed from play, so Subspace Swell is going to be weakened quite a bit.
But 2 prize cards taken now with the first Curse Blast. Xander Pro also gets a prize.
Now, Ian did take a rare candy off of that prize, so he can now rare candy into another Dusknoir.
Opens up a bench spot for Blood Moon Ursaluna EX plus an energy attach for turn.
Yeah, and I think this is totally fine here. Just attach for turn to the Blood Moon. You can attack the active. This is fine too, just like hold everything else. You have 2 prizes left, your opponent has 4. You are in just such a good spot here now as Ian Rob.
And yeah, not being greedy. Recognizing I can set up a pseudo combo and just have so much pressure. I've got this beautiful Pokemon in the active spot in Palkia that can attack. Blood Moon Ursaluna ready to take over. If you take any prizes, it's just 1 energy attach and you're off to the races. Dusknoir already established, and Xander Perot can't jump through the hoops to gust up a Dusknoir and knock it out with so many threats in play. Looking now through the hand, has Bravery Charms a little bit too late. There's a Trekking Shoes as well.
Has that Lightning Energy a little too late as well.
And because of the knockouts, you know, Flip the Script, of course, is going to be active once Xander is done thinning down.
Yeah, really just a tough break for Xander in this one. Missing that attack last turn. I think he probably would have been in a good spot to win this game. Would have put so much pressure on Ian to try to find everything last turn. Ian did, to be fair, get kind of close because that Blood Moon Ursaluna could take the last knockout, right, regardless of how many benched Pokemon are in play. But
yeah, Xander Perot had the right idea. You see with the deck build, with all these Bravery Charms.
This is pretty good here. This could be what Xander needs to hang on. Of course, Cursed Blast does kind of mess with all of the potential ways that Xander could hold on. He's just going to swing for the knockout, go down with some dignity. And I think as long as Ian Rob has an energy card, he should be good to close this one out.
Yeah, and I believe he showed it. He was considering attaching it last turn, but has the Water Energy in hand with Xander Perot down to 1 prize card remaining.
Oh, yeah, Xander only has 1 prize card remaining, so this is actually interesting here because now Ian cannot use the Curse Blast. Yeah, with I think our counter did not quite get updated there because, yeah, Ian using, he can't use too many Curse Blasts because then Xander just wins the game on the spot.
So it was good that he, you know, hesitated that last turn, not using that other Curse Blast.
Yeah, Ian's way more aware and ahead of all those things. He's debating here what to send up. He doesn't have an immediate win condition because Blood Moon Ursaluna can't knock anything out.
Very impressive. Yeah, even the Bravery Charm on the Vezendipity, there's no Flip the Script angle. Vezendipity is promoted for Ian Rob, however. Ultra Ball to discard, Earthen Vessel. And what is that second card, by the way?
That is a Professor's Research, the Professor Willow Professor's Research. That was a exclusive promo card you got for ordering something on the Pokemon Center when the Pokemon Go mini set came out.
Okay.
You didn't know that, Skarzig?
No, I've never seen that card be played.
It's not very often played. It actually has a code on it that you could redeem in Pokemon Go.
I saw the little white box there. You can see a little peek. I was like, wait, what is that?
It has a code you can redeem on it to get like a special research task in Pokemon Go, I'm pretty sure.
And Ian Rob is getting rid of it with the Ultra Ball.
Disgraceful.
Uses Pokestop here. Picks up another Ultra Ball and the rare candy. But without Dust Noir being a valid play, you can see how it really puts the brakes on this deck. And with Origin Form Palkia knocked out, there's not a really great attacker here.
Yeah, I don't know what the move is here from Ian. I mean, there's a chance Xander just doesn't have it. Ian may just need to like go for a hit into the active, but I don't even know what he would hit with is the issue. If you attack with Blood Moon, it can't attack 2 turns in a row. Ian would need to find like
there's only one switch.
card
The
plus
Prime
boss
Catcher
or
was already
something.
used.
This deck typically doesn't even play boss's orders, so that's not even an option. We see another Professor's Research, Professor Willow hitting the discard pile.
And this is where Greninja EX would maybe be a fine play. Has high HP, can attack with just 1 energy.
It also hits Pheasantipity EX for weakness.
Oh, that's right. But
he does have the Greninja in hand, and he just drew into a Night Stretcher, so that could get back a Froakie. He's got Water Energy plus
the Radiant in the Rare Candy was found from Pokestop. If you want to go that line. But Xander Perot has already used both Pokemon catchers this game.
He's already used, I think Ian has also already used his Prime Catcher, right?
Yes, that's correct.
So he actually doesn't have a way to bring up the Pheasantipity. That could be part of the issue here. I think what Ian's best play is going to be here is to just like, he's going to have to just hope Xander doesn't have it next turn. We're going to probably have to see a pass, but I think Greninja EX is probably going to be his path to victory just by being something that has a lot of HP that is difficult for Raging Bolt to get a 1-hit KO on, and he's going to have to 2-hit KO it. So, I mean, Ian's going to need multiple turns here in order to win this game.
Froakie, who was discarded early on in Game 1 and in Game 2,
he says,
comes all the way back around. Look who came crawling back.
Yes,
Froakie coming back.
Put some respect on Froakie's name here.
Night Stretcher brings it back, so next turn Ian can evolve that with Rare Candy, but Xander Pero's opening up with concealed cards to draw 2 more. Professor Sada's Vitality is there.
Big card. He has Night Stretcher. He can bring back another ancient Pokemon. I think he should have it all here. Night Stretcher brings back one of those Raging Bolt that's hit the discard pile through the course of this game, and Professor Sada can attach energy to both of them, and then all he needs is an attachment for turn to deal 210 damage to knock out the active Pheasantipity EX.
Draws the whole deck. There is Prime Catcher, and that is going to be Game 2 going to Xander Perot. Had the cards after all. The Bravery Charms doing their job to hold Ian Robb back from taking that final KO with Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Yeah, I think a lot of the really good players who chose to play Raging Bolt to the tournament this weekend were leaning heavy into Bravery Charm for the tournament, recognizing how valuable it is, how much of the math it can help fix. One of the main strategies for multiple other decks out in the metagame is to target down your weaker support Pokemon while your Raging Bolt sits in the active with 240 to 290 HP. So if you can increase the hit points of your benched Pokemon as well, you give them no targets to try to close out the game.
And I can only imagine how much Bravery Charm affects the mirror match if you're anticipating Raging Bolt to continue to be as popular as it has been. And if you were curious on how a player playing Raging Bolt, a deck with a massive target on his back, is able to go 6-1, this is why. Xander Perot has already begun editing the deck to account for shifts in the metagame.
Yeah, Xander is someone who's known for having his own unique twists. He's also known for, building and piloting tons of crazy, wacky decks. I think one of my favorites over the years was his Naganadel Checkmate deck that he played to 2019 World Championships. He ended up winning the DC Open at that event, an event that took place adjacent to the World Championships during day number 2. So I have to say, based on that history, all the cool decks Xander has played over the years, I'm a little disappointed to see that he's gone with Raging Bolt for this tournament. Pretty vanilla choice, but he's brought his own unique spice, the heavy Bravery Charm count, and it's definitely made a difference so far.
Somehow he has this underdog energy, but Ian Robb is kicking us off with a Froakie in the active. Pokestomp into Buddy Poffin to grab Klefki, another Pokemon that we have not seen. It was in the prizes in game number 1, didn't show up in game number 2, but this is the opportunity for it to really shine now that Xander Perot is stuck with a Squawkabilly EX in the active spot.
We're going to see exactly why Klefki is in the deck right now. It's going to totally shut down Xander's turn, and he's going to have a slow setup now just naturally because of the Mischievous Lock.
This turns off Squawkabilly Squawk and Seize. You're seeing less cards turn 1. You can't use Teal Dance to draw more cards or to get extra energy accelerated into play. You have no access to flip the script later on in the game.
Can't even use Radiant Greninja on this first turn either. It turns everything off.
And Ian Robb is going to make a massive adjustment now in game number 3. Going to set up 2 Palkia, recognizes how valuable that is, and switch into Klefki.
What a top deck there. The Prime Catcher, the absolute perfect card. I was about to start talking about how that's the one thing he'd like to find here. He's got a Trekking Shoes, he's got the Pokestop, but how about just top decking it for turn?
We just got a real match, folks.
Can bring one of those Palkia up from the bench, and now that is a huge opening for Xander to potentially take a 2-prize lead in this game.
Trekking Shoes discards a Lightning Energy, picks up Nest Ball for a Raging Bolt. Ian Robb doesn't even know what's about to hit him.
Yeah, that is the best possible thing Xander could have found. Literally the best card. I cannot iterate that enough. And now he does still need a bit more here, but that is step 1. Being able to utilize Squawk and Seize now really makes such a big difference.
Yep, there's a Bravery Charm. Can go for Pokestop as well. Nest Ball and Trekking Shoes is the pickup.
Yeah, not so bad. Can use the Nest Ball to thin a Pokemon out, and then maybe go for the Trekking Shoes. I actually wouldn't have hated to see the Trekking Shoes first. I don't think Xander would have minded drawing into a Pokemon here. He does still need to get a few Pokemon in play.
Has a Night Stretcher in hand. I wonder if Xander is going to Night Stretcher that Ogerpon back right away. But benches Radiant Greninja and Prime Catcher to bring up Palkia and Raging Bolt into the active. Now with Earthen Vessel discarding a Pal Pad to pull 2 energy from the deck. Already establishing the attach for turn, and no Grass Energy found. Wants to just re-discard the other one with Squawk and Seize before you start drawing with Ogerpons.
Yeah, I feel like we'll see a Lightning Energy. We'll see one of these energies probably attached to the active, and then we'll see Squawk and Seize. He'll probably get that Ogerpon into play with the Night Stretcher that you've called out. He's actually going to start it off with the concealed cards. I wouldn't have hated to see him leave that for the other end of Squawk and Seize, to be honest. He now kind of finds himself in an awkward spot where he has the Sada.
If you draw too many cards, your hand gets too good.
Yeah, he doesn't. He has Sada in his hand, which is the one card he wants, but now he doesn't have another Raging Bolt. He doesn't have 2 ancient Pokemon in play to accelerate to, so now we're seeing him kind of change things up. And with 2 Raging Bolts in the prize cards, there's actually only 1 left in the deck. He needs to find that one final Raging Bolt or another Nest Ball to get it out.
Trekking Shoes could deliver, get rid of the Grass Energy, and picks up Briar. This is going to get discarded, unfortunately. Night Stretcher does pick up Ogerpon, so this will be a teal dance. One more shot at getting that final Raging Bolt? No.
We don't see it just yet. Now you have to ask yourself the question, do I go for the Professor Sada right now, or do I Squawk and Seize and risk it? And it looks like the answer is to just settle for the Sada at the moment. And now drawing another Sada, he's going to feel a little apprehensive. Look how large this hand is. Can he really Squawk and Seize it away? I think the answer is going to be he has to.
In order to keep up your threat potential with everything riding on this Raging Bolt, you absolutely need to.
Okay, and he got what he needed here. He found an Ogerpon, and he found another Grass Energy card that he'll be able to use to draw with Teal Dance. He even found Raging Bolt for a future turn. But with 2 Sada in the discard pile and also that 1 Pal Pad, that's going to be the big thing to follow through the rest of this game. Can Xander play one of his 2 remaining Sada each of these next 2 turns?
But does get the 2 prize attack that Raging Bolt is so reliant on getting on your opening turn. Thank goodness for that Prime Catcher, and already it's over to Ian Robb. Less than 9 minutes left on the clock. These players are picking up the pace. Pokestop to get 3 items. Froakie is now in the active. There's only 1 Duskull on the bench. Earthen Vessel to discard Mew to pull 2 Water Energy from the deck.
It's kind of funny how often Pokestop in this Palkia Dusknoir deck just feels like it says draw 3 cards. There are so many item cards in this list, so it's just so often that you end up just adding 3 more cards to your hand. And then sometimes the things you discard, you don't even mind too much. I mean, this deck, like you mentioned, it plays 4 Night Stretcher. You don't really care if you discard any of your Pokemon.
Yeah, you discard the Dusknoir and say, this is a surprise tool that will help us later. Rare Candy onto the Froakie to become Greninja EX with 1 energy attached for turn. We have Shinobi Blade beginning to set up some math, and the Professor's research play to draw 7 more cards by Ian Robb. Another Duskull found, evolves into Dusclops as well. Shinobi Blade plus Dusclops is 220. Is there a way to bring up an Ogerpon to meet its fate?
I don't think so, because the 1 Prime Catcher is prized for Ian Robb, so he does not have access to any sort of play to take 2 prizes this turn. It's going to be a slower game plan here. Shinobi Blade, 170 damage, and now Ian gets to search the deck for any 1 card and add it to his hand.
And this is going to be 5 energy required if you want to get the 1-turn knockout. But
Pokestop, and it gets rid of one of the Sada. There's only 1 Sada left now for Xander Perot.
Oh, after there was so much pressure of the Klefki, Xander went into this awkward situation where the Squawkabilly had to discard a couple Professor Sadas, and even though things look good now, once this deck gets really thin chip, things could get dire. 2 Teal Dances being used to attach 2 grass energy from the hand to each Ogre Pawn, and you also get to draw a card for each. There's an energy retrieval in the hand, Trekking Shoes to dig a little bit deeper, Fighting Energy going to the discard pile. I didn't see what the Professor Sada's Vitality. Okay, he's him.
It is that last Professor Sada's Vitality, and this can lead to Xander getting a knockout here. Does need 5 energy cards in play in order to get to the 310 hit points on the Greninja EX. Now the problem then becomes, where do you go from here?
Yeah, you can discard 5 energy to get your next 2 prizes, but the final 2 with no more Professor Sadas available, I don't even know if it's possible, Chip. Switch cart to heal a little bit of damage from the Raging Bolt EX to send up a new one. This has a Bravery Charm attached as well.
And that's a massive heal as well, the minus 30 from that switch cart, because it takes that Raging Bolt EX out of range of Cursed Blast from a Dusknoir, taking it out. I was actually wondering if Xander should just go for Motivate this turn, use Squawkabilly EX's attack and let that be the way he gets more energy cards into play.
Oh, yeah.
He may have to do that next turn as it stands.
Because right now there is 5 energy. You can knock out the Greninja EX, but Ian Robb retains an Origin Form Palkia V, a Dusclops, and a Duskull in play. So the return attack from Ian Robb is still very well established from here.
Yeah. I think this could be really big here. This Pokemon catcher, does he hit a heads? No.
Hailed.
If he could find a heads there and take out the Palkia, he gets to keep some energy cards in play onto one of his Pokemon so that he can, in a future turn, just attach for turn and still get a knockout.
That was very frightening, but instead has to cash in all of that energy for a gigantic Bellowing Thunder to knock out Greninja EX and go down to 2 prize cards remaining. It's difficult to find these last 2 prize cards. There is a chance that Ian Robb might give Xander 1 more prize with a Cursed Blast. Even though you've put these attacks together, you are limiting the Dusknoir counterplay.
Yeah, I really don't know what Xander does from here. He cannot attack. I don't think it's possible for him to use any attack in his entire deck next turn except for Motivate.
And he can't use that if he doesn't have another switch as well, but Dusknoir is evolved from the Dusclops, so no rare candy needed there. Pokestop not being used as of yet. That's an Ultra Ball, discarding the Hisuian Heavy Ball and Pokestop to get Pheasantipity EX. Ian Robb can draw 3 more cards from here. Still has access to Star Portal now, so the attack on Palkia is guaranteed.
290 HP on this Raging Bolt EX, however, means that it's not really likely to be KO'd at this point. Ian does have Counter Catcher, which he could use to target something on the bench. He could go after that damaged Raging Bolt. I kind of like, if you're going to knock something out on the bench, just going after one of the Teal Mask Ogre Pawns, but it looks like Ian is actually not going to use Counter Catcher, just goes for Iono instead.
He's going to be able to use that pretty much at any point in this game. Is there a world where it's important to really just go for the Squawkabilly, though, to cut off Motivate and just say there's no way that you can attack me ever?
Ian's probably not too worried about the Motivate. I think if Xander does go for the Motivate, like, Ian doesn't want to cut him off from that. If Xander goes for the Motivate, it puts the Squawkabilly in the active, and I think Ian would be totally fine with that, trying to close out the game somehow from there.
And with Star Portal, puts 2 water energies into the active Palkia, and then 1 onto Klefki. Just going to do a little love tap onto the Raging Bolt EX in the actives. Now we've got 2 damaged 2 prize Pokemon chip to work with.
We see the Pokestop being used. It is able to draw 3 cards, and a big one is that energy retrieval.
Teal Dance to attach and draw. Teal Dance again to attach and draw. Remember, folks, this doesn't use your attachment for turn. You're just accelerating it using an ability. This is the attachment for turn. Lightning onto the active Raging Bolt EX. But with no Professor Sadas, I don't think there's a way to attack regardless.
Yeah, I think what Xander is probably thinking here is, for my opponent to win this game, probably at some point they're going to have to use Curse Blast. So I'm just going to make sure I can establish my Ogre Pawn as threats to close this game out. Either of them can attack those 1 prize Pokemon on the bench to try to close things out. I mean, Klefki only has 70 hit points.
And it looks like an Iono was played, just to shuffle down. Xander Pro doesn't mind being on 2 prize cards.
Now, Xander does play Briar in his list, but he has already discarded it. I'm pretty sure he found it in that first turn where he drew a bunch of cards before using Squawkabilly. And, of course, with Palpad being gone, you know, he can't find a way to use Briar to close out a 2-prize KO with an Ogerpon at some point in this game.
The Briar is great. You have to take the knockout with a Terra Pokemon, which would be Ogerpon EX, and it's rare that this deck leaves the energy in play, but it's just going to be back over to Ian Robb using the Pokestop to draw 3, as you put it, Chip. And there's still 2 prize cards remaining for Xander Perot, so Ian Robb has the wiggle room to still use 1 Dust Noir somewhere in this turn, decides to just take the knockout. That Lightning Energy goes to the discard pile, and now Ogerpon steps up to the main stage.
And I think what Xander's win condition here at this point is going to be is just to attack with this active Ogerpon into this Palkia, and then next turn attack with his other Ogerpon into this Palkia to try to close out the game from there.
Pokegear 3.0 is used. Still a lot of grass energy left in the deck. Boss's Orders picked up. Did that change anything, Chip?
Well, he may want to go after Duskull, a Pokemon that can't evolve out of range. It means now that by taking a 1-prize KO, you shut off Ian from ever being able to go from the Curse Blast. So taking out the Duskull seems decent because the Klefki will always be hanging around. The problem is that you only have the 1 boss. So I think just KOing this active, or hitting this active, seems pretty decent. There is the Pokemon Catcher, so if he flips heads on Pokemon Catcher, you could go after Duskull.
Another Pokegear being used as well. Xander getting a full look at the deck, knows what all the remaining resources are, and I think that might be the play that he does need to extend for, Chip, is just having these Teal Mask Ogerpons set up one after the other.
Yeah, there's 2 classes here, 2 different ideas you could go after, right? You just 2-hit KO this Palkia, or you try to Gust KO and then Gust KO on the next turn. And I think I like the option of just hitting this Palkia the best. You almost certainly force yourself to Gust on the next turn because Ian will more than likely just retreat the Palkia out of the active spot. I think the question is, how many energy does Xander have left? How many energy retrieval are there? We got a pretty decent look at the deck. I didn't quite catch how many energy retrieval there were left, though. We do see Night Stretcher can bring back 1 energy card.
And this is just the prophecy finally coming to fruition. It was a very awkward Squawk and Seize that Xander Perot kind of wiggled himself into, but the time has been called in the round. That means that Xander is turn 0 and is only going to get 2 more attacks now?
Yeah, I think that is going to be right. And he is going for the boss here. So Xander will be turn 0. Then Ian's turn 1, Xander's turn 2, Ian's turn 3. So this is...
Ooh, okay. I was wondering if you would bring up the Klefki, though, so that in case it's promoted, you still have access to your Teal Dances to get these energies in play.
Now, what did Xander take off of his prizes? It's something I would like to know. Is it a way to get some more energy cards? Okay, so it looks like time is going to be called during Ian's turn. Our timer a little different than the timer the judges have at the table, so Ian is going to be turn 0. An important distinction here.
Oh yeah, probably a few seconds of extension from when the white noise had cut out and we were kind of sitting and waiting for a second, so that does affect things. The judge will feed those timers to our production staff to update the timer for the audience at home. So that is a very important point indeed.
So Ian will be turn 0 here, unless he doesn't promote before time is called. That is one issue here. We'll have to get word exactly when time is actually called.
That might be what they're waiting for, just to make sure everyone is on the same page. Xander will take 1 prize and have 1 more prize card remaining. Ian Robb does not have access to Cursed Blast any longer.
Yeah, so Xander was indeed turn 0 because time was called, I think, probably during that promotion period. So Ian is going to be turn number 1 here.
Very, very interesting. It still comes down to the fact that Xander needs to knock out 1 more Pokemon somehow. I think has 1 more Pokemon Catcher in the hand, has already used his boss's orders, has no Palpad to get the boss's order back. And now Ian Robb has the Ultra Ball, discards Rare Candy and Origin Form Palkia V-Star, just thin another Froakie out of the deck. Ian can try to bring up the Raging Bolt EX. That's a pretty easy knockout. It's just a matter of, with Ogerpon, right? Because of Myriad Leaf Shower, it deals damage based on, you know, how many energies are attached to both Pokemon. I think the Palkia is safe from it, certainly. The Raging Bolt is not going to be a threat whatsoever.
Yeah, this game could come down to a catcher flip for sure for Xander to try to close things out.
And counter catcher, this was a card that Ian had put back into the deck with Iono much earlier in the game, and now it comes back into his hand here towards the final stretches of this round 8.
Now, one thing about adding 4 Bravery Charm to your deck is you do have to make some cuts. You have to make some sacrifices, and I think one of the sacrifices Xander Perot made was to only play 1 switch card. So there is a chance that he doesn't have a way to move this Raging Bolt from the active spot.
Is Ian Robb just going for the cheeky, this is stranded line now?
I mean, that would just almost certainly ensure a tie in this game, and I think these players are more than likely...
Oh, I thought that the deck was way thinner on Xander's side. I see it there now.
Yeah.
Into an Iono.
I do think time was called on Xander's turn. I just want to clarify things for people because Ian took a long time to promote, and I think that the reason he was doing that is because he knew time was called and he's thinking through exactly what he needs to do from here. You can see he's kind of in the blender at this moment. So I think Xander was likely turn 0 from the get-go, and Ian's just taking a moment to consider exactly what to do. And he is going to take the knockout here.
Yeah, doesn't know the exact counts of gusts and things like that in the deck. But after taking the knockout, 2 prize cards remaining for Ian Robb.
I think it just comes down to this. Can Xander Perot find the Pokemon catcher, and can he flip heads? And I think he can find it. He almost draws his entire deck. He's got 3 from Pokestop, 3 from Flip the Script. I think there's 7 cards, so there, I guess, is a world where the bottom card of the deck could be Pokemon Catcher. So he's got to draw it, and he's got to flip a heads. And I think that might just literally be what this game comes down to.
And because of the Bravery Charms, there's only 1 boss, only 2 Pokemon Catcher. Now's the time to go.
Yeah, it's got to be this. You know,
he's running some numbers right now. What are the odds of me getting this? Do I even have it in the deck? There's Flip the Script.
I think he's thinking through, what do I do first? Is it Pokestop or is it Flip the Script? And he has the energy card as well, so he can guarantee draw everything in his deck now. And it just comes down to this, because Ian just took Prime Catcher off of his prize card. So Ian has Prime Catcher, and if he just has an energy, he can Blood Moon, KO, Pheasantipity, or Squawkabilly.
Teal Dance, and now Pokestop to see these final cards. There is a Pokemon Catcher in there.
And here it is.
It was the last card, too.
It was the last card, but he's able to draw everything thanks to the energy card he had remaining, and this is it. The game comes down to a flip here. Heads, and Xander wins, and it is the heads. Xander Perot moves to 7-1 here at Louisville.
Brings up any single prize of his choosing. Myriad Leaf Shower, taking the knockout there. Well, I think it has to be specifically Klefki, but that's just a technicality, folks.
Yeah, it did have to be.
Don't check my math.
Yeah.
We're just going to celebrate Xander Perot.
It was only doing 120 damage, so it had to be Klefki, which both players, of course, recognized. Ian, you know, showing respect, extending the hand right away, and yeah, Xander gets the win, moves to 7-1. A great showing for Xander here in this event.
Yeah, and Ian Robb had played against so many Raging Bolts over the course of the tournament. I don't know if this was maybe the first one that he saw playing such a thick count of Bravery Charms to hamper that Dusknoir gameplay, or if it just ended up being very awkward timing where maybe some Curse Blast could have been used more aggressively in the mid game to not end up in these late game scenarios where the Dusknoir is denied to you.
Yeah, that is, I believe, the first loss for Ian against Raging Bolt today. He was 4-0 against it previously, and then Xander Perot was able to find the way. Those Bravery Charms really showed their worth in that second game specifically.
And I thought there would be trouble not being able to find them when they were needed, but you draw so many cards, especially with Ian Robb's Pokestops helping out. Ian Robb, every single turn 1, just set up Pokestop, and it just sat there the whole game. Both players just thinning down through the deck every single turn. Yeah. Those Bravery Charms will be found, no doubt.
Yeah, and one thing, thinking back to game number 2, I think it would have been pretty decent for Ian to leave the Greninja as an option earlier on. If he had gone for Greninja at some point and had access to KOing Pheasantipity with that weakness option, you know, getting through the Bravery Charm, that's probably just Ian not expecting all of those Pokemon to get so much HP and be out of range of Blood Moon or Saluna, just finishing off the game.
Right, you see, I think as well, you see Raging Bolt decks like, haha, I'm running Bravery Charm, but they're running 2.
Right.
Or they're running 3. Yeah. So maybe they lose 1 to Pokestop or 1 ends up in the prizes. But every single Pokemon had Bravery Charm. Everyone was so brave to stand up to the spooky Curse Blast. And yeah, they survived until the end, and just denying what prize cards your opponent can take. And you know how it is with Dust Noir. You just get so used to being able to knock out pretty much whatever you please. And even when matchups, as we say, are favored one way or the other, the players are still going to make sure you know your stuff and that you have to work for each and every prize card you take.
All right, well, while we're waiting for our interview to get lined up here, let's take a moment to just update a few of the matches in the field. We do have 3 players who are 8-0. They're going to be heading into day 2 of this tournament with an 8-0 record. And those players are Benjamin Herbert from Canada, Kieran Farah from Canada, and then Caleb Gedimer from the United States. All 3 8-0.
These are some big names. I think they were already on a lot of our radars, especially you viewers at home who know your stuff, knew these players are going to, not necessarily, you knew they're going to make day 2, but with such strong records, that's impressive in and of itself.
Yeah, Kieran's had such a hot start to the season after his 2nd place finish in Baltimore, and he's just continuing to ride the wave there, you know, sticking with Lugia for the tournament. Not sure how much he's changed the list up. You know, maybe he's taken a page out of Rahul Reddy's book, you know, with the thinner Minchino, Chinchino line. Who knows for sure? You know, is Raikou V in the Lugia lists? That's another thing I want to see because that's kind of become Rahul's signature card that has been played.
There's been some options of maybe running more Mist energy in the Lugias as well in anticipation of an uptick in Dragapult from Dortmund.
Yeah, and I do think we have our interview ready. So let's get down and hear from Xander Perot getting to 7-1 here at Louisville.
Thank you, casters. Wanchel Saldana here, and I'm joined by our last round winner, Xander Perot. Xander, what a match. How are you feeling?
Feeling great, you know. Definitely, game 1 was a little shaky. All things considered, like it was definitely rough, and we were going back and forth, bantering a lot about how like flips were going, Pokestops, as well as like just the pauses throughout. So I mean, to come away with the win for like that long match, I was expecting to lose in game 2, so it was nice.
No, for sure. I mean, I was at the edge of my seat of that match. I was biting my nails. I didn't know who was gonna win, and the thing is, you're playing Raging Bolt. This is a fairly straightforward deck, but I felt like you couldn't really get to game plan for a couple of those games.
Yeah, I mean, the deck is designed to like play Sada, get the right energy in the discard, do all that, but I mean, just throughout the different games, like Pokestopping away some vital resources, like decided to ditch the Pal Pad to try and get the energy in game 2, and then just didn't get that either, so the deck should be flowing a lot smoother, but it's almost kind of reassuring that it's still doing well even all this, despite all this.
Yeah, again, I'm just very impressed for you to be able to find that window of opportunity. Like, when you discarded the Sada off the Pokestop, I felt like my heart dropped a little bit. I'm sure yours did.
Me too.
But then you realizing that your win condition from there would be just the Pokemon catcher at that point, just to really protect yourself from the Dust Noir, right?
Yeah, the big thing is that I knew that he was going to try and just kind of go after where my energy were, so if I put stuff on Raging Bolt, it wouldn't really go very well. Also, I only had 1 Stretcher and 1 Retrieval left, so I really couldn't power them up, but I had like 2 or 3 Grass in the deck. So I knew that 1 or 2 Ogre Pound would have to carry me over the finish line. Decided to try and go with the boss and the Pokemon catcher rather than get around the Palkia, just to like, in case he retreats the energy off of it, then I can't knock it out or something funny happens with like a Turo or whatever, but I knew that I would have to get a flip eventually.
And sometimes, you know, that's exactly what you need to do when your back's against the wall. I say your back's against the wall, but weren't you leading that game 2-6?
I was leading 2-6, but I was not leading there. I had no Sada in deck. I've got like 2 energy in play, 4 energy in my deck. Like I did not feel like I was gonna win that one.
That's for sure, and that's you know, sometimes just because you're winning prizes doesn't mean you're winning.
Exactly.
His board state would definitely felt a lot more comfortable.
Yeah. And like on game 1, I'm at 3, he's at 4. Well, I can just pop 2 Dust Noir, take 2 prize cards. I'm at 1, but then he just wins in that turn. So
yeah, and that's how scary this metagame is right now with the inclusion of all these Dust Noirs, all these combo really decks. And walk me through why you chose Raging Bolt for this.
So I wanted to play Raging Bolt just because like I played Charizard to the Dortmund Regional before, and my friend Mustafa Toba came up with the spice of like the 4 Bravery Charm along with Isaiah and other people in our friend group. So I thought, hey, this is like a fun, kind of a simple deck, you know, we'll take it easy. And the 4 Charm might be able to catch a lot of people off guard, maybe get to win me some games, but then also, outside of the surprise factor, makes the deck a lot better. So I've had a lot of opponents today be like, oh, there's 4 Charm, and they've won me so many games, just like that game 2.
Yeah.
Having all of them be able to make my board really just higher HP, a lot of decks can't really deal with that, and then you're able to just win the prize trade because Bolt is the most efficient deck in format.
No, I agree. When I'm thinking of Raging Bolt, I'm not really thinking of a tanky deck. They are very tanky Pokemon, mind you, but I'm more thinking your Turbo getting all these big knockouts, but for Bravery Charm really worked out. I want to expound a little bit on that. What matchups does it really help out in?
Yeah, I mean, it's really good against all the stuff that's kind of prime on taking 220 or 240. So Terrapagos being able to knock out that Ogerpon, Lugia being able to knock out Ogerpon, Charizard knocking out the Raging Bolt for 240 with like a Defiance Band or when you take 2 prize cards, as well as just random things here and there. Like Pheasantipity with 260 has like saved me a couple times against just some random things, as well as like in the mirror match, if you have a Bolt with Bravery Charm active, they need 5 to knock it out going when they get to go second. So it just makes numbers here and there a lot more difficult, and then having the 4 just makes it a lot easier to draw into.
No, definitely. I felt a lot, well, while I was watching your match, I was just being in your shoes. I felt a lot safer when I saw all those Bravery Charms on all the Pokemon, and I'm like, Blood Moon Ursaluna can't do anything. That's surprising.
And with usually, like, I was expecting the Vacuum, but then it never really came out, which is nice. That being able to knock out a Bravery Charm, as well as like Counter Catcher, Prime Catcher, is usually how Palkia is going to win, but without the Lost Vacuum in the deck is definitely very nice to seal up that game too.
Oh, that's for sure. Again, very terrifying Pokemon there. With that, also, I'm going to ask you, you're 7-1. I bet you're feeling great. What's your mindset going now into day 2?
I mean, my mindset is just keep discarding the red energy, keep drawing Sada, keep sort of setting up my deck, because I mean, even 10-2 I think is not safe for top 32 even. So plan is just going to keep trying to go strong and get my resistance up, so maybe I can get 32. But worst case, hopefully, or best case actually, try to make that top 8 and hopefully take it home.
All right, I love that. Also, flip a couple of heads, right?
I will. Yeah.
With that, any advice you'd want to give to any aspiring Pokemon player out there?
I would say just kind of make sure to work on the basics too. Like, practice makes perfect. It doesn't really matter if you're at a local or if you're at League Challenge, League Cup, Regional Championships. Really, you got to just kind of play the game, results will come, and I think that's the best way to sort of learn, find your style, and sort of just become more acquainted with everything.
Yeah, I like it. Play more, you get better.
Play more.
All right, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
Yeah, shout out my friends and family. Shout out to the whole testing group, as well as Mustafa for also playing Raging Bolt with me. Everyone else who knows who they are, as well as all my friends in Boston, Chicago, and now New York that are hopefully watching this and cheer me on.
Amazing to hear. Again, ladies and gentlemen, Xander Perot, someone going into day 2. I'm sure we're going to see more from them. But for now, I'm going to throw it back to the desk before we close things out.
Very illuminating interview from Xander Perot about his thought process and the new tech with Raging Bolt. Whenever we have a deck rise up to the top of the metagame, we think it's going to get countered and go away, but it looks like that this deck still has some life left in it, Chip.
Yeah, Xander's one of my favorite people to hear talk about the game. He's so smart and so calculated in all of his decision making when it comes to in-game play, but also in deck building. He's one of the great deck builders of the game. And it, like I said, he didn't do anything crazy this time. And sometimes you don't have to do something crazy. And I think that's a mark of a great player as well. Right? You can take things that have proven themselves and decide, okay, it feels like this is good for the meta with a small adjustment, and just go from there. And that's exactly what he did this time.
And I know that you folks in the audience have been waiting, and I'm not going to leave you hanging. We've got the next step of our community choice bracket.
I think everyone's totally waiting for this. Let's get to it. Where are we moving from here? We've got a couple more Pokemon here. Drifloon and Mimikyu. Who of these Pokemon is the spookiest? We'll move on to the semifinals. And I think here, Scarzy, it only makes sense that I do Drifloon, right?
Oh, I thought you were going to do Okay, you got me. But
I'll take Mimikyu on this one. I'll represent for Mimikyu. Are you good with Drifloon?
Oh, absolutely.
Well, I'll kick it off with the Mimikyu. How about that? I mean, what spookier Pokemon could there be than Mimikyu? A Pokemon that you haven't truly seen, hiding under the Pikachu that it has chosen to make its home. A spooky Pokemon indeed, and a spooky one in the trading card game as well. The current Mimikyu is so good. And just walling out a bunch of the EX decks, the V decks. You have to respect it. Otherwise, you're going to have a hard time if you go up against it. And I think there's plenty of players out there who they've seen their opponent flip over a Mimikyu, and they've been pretty scared.
Very well put, Chip. I got to give you a big, hands up for that. But the folks in the audience will know that Mimikyu, while it is a Pokemon that is potentially very scary and grotesque underneath its disguise, Drifloon is right on the other side of the coin because it is not an outwardly scary Pokemon. It seems innocent, it seems innocuous, but if any stray children were to mistake it for just a plain old balloon, they might go missing. I know that that's always one of those secretly scary Pokedex entries we love to quote around this time of year, but I remember going up against Gardevoir and having my big 280 prize Pokemon knocked out by a single prizer. If you don't have a vacuum, lost vacuum to clap back, you've lost the game.
Did you say 280 prize Pokemon?
HP Pokemon?
I know what you meant, but I think you said prize, and you're living way in the future. We've got 2 and 3 prize Pokemon. I do not want to see the day where we have 280 prize Pokemon, Skarzig.
That's a spooky thought indeed.
That is a spooky thought. How much HP would a 280 prize Pokemon have to have?
Oh my goodness. We'll leave that to the audience to decide what would be balanced for a Pokemon that's worth more than 3, more than 6. You win. You lose the entire set if it's knocked out.
You lose like the next 2 tournaments if your 280 prize Pokemon gets KO'd. You can't even show up to the next couple tournaments.
But indeed, it is up to our audience to decide which of these 2 Pokemon are the scariest. The Mimikyu, definitely a strong case, and I guess it just comes down to how many people in the audience respect the Pokedex and respect the Gardevoir.
We'll have to see what these players decide. If you've been enjoying our coverage this weekend and you want to figure out how to get involved, I think one of the best places to start getting into the Pokemon TCG is Pokemon League. It's one of the best places to meet other Pokemon fans. You get to play, and some stores just do free play, some stores just do weekly tournaments, some stores have trade nights, all sorts of things happening. And if you want to find a local Pokemon League near you, feel free to scan this code. You can also search it on the Pokemon website, look for the event locator, and find out where some Pokemon events are happening in your area.
And we just talked to Xander Perot. He said this is a great place to get practice. Find some like-minded players that are going to play as many games with you as you can stomach, and they're going to make sure that your sequencing is as clean as possible. Get that head start. Get those foundational skills and your fundamentals locked in for your Pokemon journey.
Yeah, it's such a positive place to be, finding a community, making friends, and you know, getting to have a little bit of a level of competition as well, playing in some local weekly tournaments as well.
But that is going to be it from us. We're going to reveal the winner of that bracket after we kick things over to the lounge to close things out and prep for day 2. Thank you so much, folks.
Thank you, casters. Juancho Sedana here, back at the lounge, joined with Boo and Kyle. What a day! a lot of interesting matches. I felt like this regional really brought a lot of top game. Like, I was watching a lot of the matches and seeing very unconventional plays, and Charizard pass being the correct thing, or really Raging Bolt actually doing more things than just knockout.
Yeah, I mean, we saw a lot of great players, a lot of variety as far as our decks as well. We saw some ridiculous stuff in that opening round there, and it's just cool that we got to feature a wide range all across the board.
Yeah, I think it was a good way to kick off the Stellar Crown meta here in NA.
It's definitely been stellar. I want to know how Good Punch is doing.
Yeah, true.
I know that answer, and you're not going to be happy.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it almost happened. I think 16 match points.
Well, I'm glad we got to feature it on stream otherwise. Let's go ahead and check out, though, the rest of the Swiss standings right now for day 1. Again, all these players.
My goodness. Yeah, Caleb Gettimer and Kieran have 8-0, Benjamin as well. Sam Leggett showing off for that southern region. He got a little Tennessee sneaking up into Kentucky. And Tyler Matthews, my goodness, what a run he's on.
Yep. And there's, of course, the John Eng, Henry Chow, just going great, doing great. But you know what? These aren't the only players who we're going to see in day 2. And yeah, these are everyone here guaranteed into day 2. We just saw Xander Pro versus Ian Robb. They both made it. So if you like seeing that match, we might see it again. Ooh, Ethan there.
Shout out to the Heg Star getting work in. Yeah, there's a ton of big names. Ryan Antonucci as well. Henry trying to go back-to-back there. Caleb Gettimer has just always been a profound player, doing so well. And Jesse Parker once more.
There, we got a couple of Jessies.
Can he build up on that?
Hey, we'll have to see.
Yeah, Jesse Parker doing fine. Owen Dalgard I see here as well. And of course, Rahul ready. Ooh, we could see just a continuation of the streak. Ooh. But yeah, again, best of luck to all these players. But now, more importantly, let's go ahead and check out who won the spookiest Pokemon in that last round.
More importantly.
But I believe the winner was Mimikyu?
Yeah, that's it.
But Drifloon is way scarier.
The Drifloon lore goes crazy, but yeah, Mimikyu
honestly,
is tough.
both of them go pretty wild.
I feel like everyone voting was just, EX and V-Star players. Yeah. No, but Drifloon lore was very, very scary. With that, let's go ahead and check out let's remind the folks at home to tune in to tomorrow, because we're going to be starting bright and early. We're going to start at 7:45 a.m. PT or 10:45 a.m. Eastern. Again, if you thought day one was crazy with all these top players, day two should be just as crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's a slimmer field. It's condensed, but all of the good players have just rise to the top, and we're going to see so many great matches. I'm interested to see if the Terapagos has a better showing this time around. We see a lot of Dusknoir at the top and a lot of those two prize boom decks going crazy, the Raging Bolts and whatnot. So what's gonna win, the speed or the boom?
Good point. With that, you know what? This isn't the only regional though for the year. Again, let's go ahead and take a look at the rest of the 2025 schedule.
Yeah, very nice. I mean, tons of events coming up. Some of them are still to be announced, so leaving a little mystery for y'all. But yeah, just after Louisville on our list here, LAIC 2, it's going to be incredible. Our international championships. If you enjoy watching these regionals, you're going to enjoy those so much more. So many world-renowned players gathering on a big stage, and those are always fun. But our regional schedule just as stacked. Some incredible locations already.
Some really tired folks going from Sao Paulo to Sacramento the next week.
Yeah, exactly.
that's gonna be one to watch.
Brutal.
Those are our Pokemon players. That's what it takes to be a professional competitor here. But yeah, with that, I think it's gonna be the end of the day. But I'm gonna remind everyone though to follow us on all our socials. Again, it's gonna be at @PlayPokemon on X/Pokemon, on YouTube /Pokemon, on Facebook as well, and Instagram. And of course, use those hashtags. The hashtag #PlayPokemon. Of course, follow our channels on YouTube and Twitch. That's where we're watching. Again, it's been a lot of fun seeing all the audience interaction and Twitch and everything. With that, that's going to be day one here of the Louisville Regional Championships. We'll see you all tomorrow.
Welcome back in, everybody.
Adam, I genuinely am so excited for this.
Fantastic to see here for Haruki. That Infernal
It's the whole hand playing out at this point.
Time catcher, his hands are shaking.
He wants to make sure. Is my math right? Yes, 2 energy. Flower selecting already used on the active Comfey. Another one with switch card into the active.
And there's a Cramorant. That's the one
Rescue
piece
board,
underneath.
and there is win.